Let me tell you something. Right now, right now. Right now, right now. Right now, right now. Right now, right now. Oh, I got a real good feeling. Got a real good feeling. Like there is lightning deep in my bones. Yeah, I got a real good feeling. I won't hit no ceiling. I'm going higher than I've ever known. Yeah, I got a real good feeling. Got a real good feeling. Like there is lightning deep in my bones. Yeah, I got a real good feeling. I won't hit no ceiling. I'm going higher than I've ever known. I got a real good feeling.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to day 2 of action here at the first edition of the Recetto Pro. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and we're seeing an overhead shot of the main headquarters site of the Federazione Italia Surfing Scinaltico, a wakeboard, and a fantastic site. It was host to last year's World Waterski Championships, and for many of the competitors who have assembled here for this competition, it is for some a trip to redemption, and for others a reaffirmation of how great this site truly is. This is Recetto, the home of the Parco Nautico del Sesia, and we'll have some great competitive action to come within about the next few minutes as we zoom on in over the third lake and head on over to the slalom lake, where we'll have our first event, the women's slalom round 2, which will get things up and running, followed by the men's slalom round 2, and then we're going to go into the jump preliminary rounds on the lake that you see on the right hand side of your screen. Women's jump followed by men's jump. It's the best score out of 2 rounds. Top 8 women advance, top 8 men advance to the final. And we saw some pretty heavy action yesterday on the slalom course, and we'll get a glimpse of what happened yesterday in just a moment. But we're here in the middle of a European heat wave, and the competitive action has been almost as warm and hot out there. So it's our schedule. Women's slalom will get things kicked off, followed by men's slalom. And there is your women's slalom leaderboard after round 1. Jamie Ball commanding lead 2 at 10.25 meters, almost equaling her best performance that she produced last season on her way to a world championship title for the 3rd time in succession. Elizabeth Montavon and Kennedy Hansen with season's best scores, and Kennedy Hansen, as a matter of fact, with 4 at 10.75 meters, that score is a new personal best for her. In 4th place so far after round 1, 2.5 at 10.75 from Ali Nicholson, followed by Neely Ross and Sadie Ferguson, both in a 2-way tie with 2 at 10.75 meters to round off our top 6 competitors in this competition after round 1. So that's our leaderboard, and we are going to show you that personal best performance at 10.75 meters, courtesy of Kennedy Hansen. We'll take a look at that right now. Produced a 6-buoy performance on 11.25 meters to get us to this point. Had an absolutely sensational start. Nice and tall into number 2, just cranking that ski over. Nice and wide on number 3. Still took the turn a little bit more down course than she was prepared for, but she got it round number 4, and she was already celebrating before she even hit the wake. So good skiing there from Kennedy Hansen as we take a look at this one more time from our boat angle. And fantastic skiing from our Milton, Florida native. She's been on an absolute tear so far this season. She's been to Morocco, she's been to Monaco and to Botas and Funglis, all those tournaments, and she's definitely making a name for herself out there on the water. That's Kennedy Hansen, a 4-buoy count at 10.75 meters, and let's have a look at Jamie Bull, our leader, with 2 at 10.25 meters. She produced exactly the same score, I believe, in the final last season, and took a pretty heavy fall here on her way to number 3. She's been eyeing up that 3 ball to try and exclusively claim the Canadian national slalom record, which stands at, I believe, 2.5 on this pass. And she got thrown forward, and she was more concerned with landing on the rope and getting potentially injured, which could have spelt disaster for her with the remaining tournaments of this season. But a 2-buoy count at 10.25 meters is the final score for her in round number 1. And not looking at all bad there, despite that rather heavy fall. Didn't quite get the ski outside number 3, but she has this round and maybe even the final to put that to right. All right, so far as the men's slalom leaderboard is concerned, Charlie Ross out in the lead. The only skier to get into 9.75 with a score of 1. Freddie Winter, 5 1/4 at 10.25 meters, keeping things close there, as 2 is Will Asher, Thomas de Gasperi, Sasha Deska, and Rob Hazelwood. 4-way tie for 3rd, each of them on 3 at 10.75 meters to represent our top 6 competitors. We take 8 through to the next round, which would mean that at this early stage, Camille Bumrah and Aaron Davis have a pretty decent path, but they need to keep an eye on the skiers that are coming up before them, because if they get past 2 at 10.25 meters, then it's going to make things rather complicated to determine who has a path through to the 8 skier final. So let's have a look at one of our male skiers. This is a 10.25 meters for Charlie Ross. Got a good start, reassessed his angle off buoy number 1, nice and tall and wide on number 2. Is just able to keep a good tight line and good contact with the boat from one side to the next. Just bringing that ski around and just being as aggressive as you like, bringing the handle up high, and it's a 6-buoy count, and it's 10.25 meters. So well done there to Charlie Ross, the only skier to get through that pass in this particular round. So we'll see who we get to see coming up next as we re-rack a few of the performances from yesterday, just in case you missed out on them. And if you did, well, let's have a look at 9.75 meters, 43 off. Nice extension and just a little bit of slack line at the end. It's not the easiest of things to get that ski out wide on 9.75 meters. You're effectively having to make yourself very, very tall to try and get the ski out wide, but there you go. That's 1 at 9.75 meters, and he is pleased with that one. And it's probably safe to say that he, alongside Freddie Winter, are probably through to the next round of the competition. And speaking of Freddie Winter, this is 10.25 meters. Current leader on the Waterski Pro Tour men's slalom rankings. Got a little bit of a squirrely start on number 1 on the Waterski Pro Tour rankings. He is currently 3 points ahead of Charlie Ross, so it's pretty close going. And in even Will Asher, who is in a multiple way tie for 3rd right now, is still keeping things close. And there we go. That is Freddie Winter. Getting a little bit sideways off number 5, sending him late down course, and the only thing that he could do is to push that ski outside number 6, which gives him the additional 1/4 of a buoy and keeps him fair amount ahead of his competition. So he too probably has an inside track going through to the next round, and albeit second place. But good skiing, good aggressive effort here, leaving nothing on the table. Freddie Winter, he got round number 3 and number 4, and it looked fairly decent from here. Looked like he had a real good chance of running this, but that number 5 put paid to that ambition. And he knew that he couldn't get up, so the first thing he did was just throw the handle as far away from his arms and his hands and his head, and just settle with 5 1/4. All right, our event countdown. We are just about 10 minutes away from starting the women's slalom second round. So grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, and get ready, because we're about to throw down with women's slalom followed by men's slalom. All that to come here at the Recetto Pro next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa. A journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
Masterline, made in the USA.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Well, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the Recetto Pro, the inaugural edition of. This is stop number 6 on the Waterski Pro Tour. And glad to have every single one of you not only here on site watching on, but also you good folks there that have taken the time out of your busy schedules to check in live for the Recetto Pro. We are about 6 or 7 hours away from the eastern seaboard, so it's still a fairly early going for you folks over there in Florida time or wherever west of here. But I'm sure some of you same folks, the sporting fans that you are, have been closely watching the FIFA World Cup as well. But in this instance, let's send it to our first interview of the day, and let's check out Dockside.
With Jamie Ball. How did things go yesterday? We all know you had a little bit of a whoopsie on 3. How are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, I'm feeling all right. A little stiff, ankle's a little sore, but nothing major, so should be good. Looks great out there today, so no.
You've got a nice, a little feeler this morning. See how things are going to be going out there. Have a second look at everything before the finals tomorrow, right?
Yeah, exactly. Kind of a nice pressure-free round for me right now, so just try to feel things out. Hopefully ski well and maybe put up a big score and then get ready for finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and you've had an insane season so far as well. I mean, leader on the Waterski Pro Tour, second at Masters, and you probably wanted more, but you've had a great season so far. So congratulations on that. We hope for so much more. What are you looking forward to the most into the autumn?
Good question. I haven't really thought about autumn too much yet, but just kind of making it through the last event of the European tour, and then looking forward to a little bit of break, go home to Canada, enjoy some time with family and back in the homeland, and then start thinking about fall once I get home.
All right, nice. Well, thank you, Jamie. Good luck out there today, and back to you, Tony.
Yes, and so far as fall is concerned, it's going to be a little bit complicated for many of the world's top skiers, because the World Championships to be held in February of next year, that's the main complication. It's going to be in Australia. It's going to be in February, so a lot of skiers are trying to plan around that, and many of them have decided to maybe shut down a little bit earlier the season, as early as November or October, to try and ready themselves for that event. So a lot of moving parts for where it concerns our world's top skiers, and we'll see how things turn out as we move forward. This is the Recetto Pro, the first ever instance of the Recetto Pro. They're so glad to have you on board, and great to see so many friends within the sport of tournament water skiing at the pro level coming here and being a part of the festivities in this inaugural edition. And yeah, it's lined up pretty good so far, as we're trying to make sure that we get the one or two of the preparatory things are situated. We've got 1 or 2 amateurs skiing right now, and once they're done, then we'll go into the pros as we get ready for round number 2. The first skier off the dock in the pro section of the event in the women's competition is Peru's Cristiana de Osma, who will not only be skiing in this event, but also in the EU21 World Waterski Championships, which will take place in January of next year, and that event being brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. Katerina Vravkova, a story there, the women's European Slalom champion from last season. If you want to see her performance in that event, that too is archived on TWBC's YouTube channel. And if you want to be a part of the live chat or to be notified when the next live event is taking place, subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. Not only you'll be notified and be a part of the live chat, but also you can view the extensive water ski archives for many tournaments, including the World Championships of last season, the European Championships, European Youth Championships, a whole slew of others. And you can find that on the TWBC YouTube channel. Trinidad Espinal, who's been on an absolutely tear this season, finds herself third off the dock in the pro women's, and we're going to see her in about 2 skiers' time. Here is the start list: Christiana de Osma, then we've got Vrabkova, Espinal, Newsom, Iani, Bagnoli, Mosiolski, Sasha Denyaskaya, Ali Garcia. Then working her way down the list, we see Sadie Ferguson, Neely Ross, Ali Nicholson, Kennedy Hansen, Elizabeth Montavon, and finally Jamie Ball. Looking good, looking strong here. Don't see too much wrong there with the opening pass. That is 14.25 meters, the minimum starting line length for our competitors. And there you see the tail end of the running order up on your screen. Kennedy Hansen, new personal best yesterday. Elizabeth Montavon, season's best for her yesterday. And Jamie Ball, who's currently in the lead on the Waterski Pro Tour Women's Slalom rankings. Just had a slight technical issue so far as the microphone was concerned with Erin, but it is fixed. And to that end, let's send it over to Aaron.
Hey guys, welcome back dockside. I'm here with Kenna Hansen, who got a brand new PB yesterday of 4 at 10.75, 39 off. It was so close. It looked so good yesterday, but it looked like you were turning 4. What were your thoughts coming into yesterday, and what are you going to be focusing on this morning?
Yeah, yesterday I had a really good start, and I think I just surprised myself, honestly, getting to 4. So just going to relax, keep turning, trying to get a good start, good gate, good 11, and see what I can do.
Yeah, I mean, you've had a really good season so far. Europe has treated you well this year. You sort of had a double stint in Europe this year, right? So you did Morocco and Monaco, and then you went home for 10 days. How was it going home and then coming back again? Was that hard, or was it nice to have some time at home?
Yeah, no, it was good. I went home just to do some jump practice and then just be home for a little bit. It was good, but once I got home, got over my jet lag, I feel like as soon as I left, then I had a little bit of jet lag. But overall, it was a good choice to go home for a little bit, take a little break, and then come back, get ready for these 2 tournaments.
Well, we've got overall as well this tournament here this weekend, so good luck for all the events, not just slalom, but that's the main game, right, at the moment today?
Yeah, for sure. I'm focused on slalom and jump for today.
Perfect. Good luck today, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. So far as the overall portion of this competition, I would probably surmise that because we only have 2 rounds of tricks and 2 rounds of jump, then that could complicate matters so far as the overall calculations are concerned. Whenever you factor in the fact that the slalom event is 3 rounds. So while we try to work that out a little bit as we continue on, we've got Mario Pagozzi at the helm of that wonderful Nautique towboat, the new 2026 edition. And waiting for the triple beep to indicate that the 60 seconds of wait time has expired. The wind starting to pick up a little bit, which could be of concern to at least 1 or 2 of our athletes out there. Let's have a look and see. Christiana de Osma from Peru. As I mentioned, she'll be a part of the festivities so far as the U21 World Waterski Championships goes. That will take place in Bayan Malacus, which is about a 90-minute drive south of the nation's capital of Lima. And that will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC coming up this January. There on the starting dock, receiving some tips there is Katerina Vrabkova, the current European Women's Slalom champion from last season, as we take a look at the instant replay of Christiana de Osma. Good skiing here. I'm sure that our coach Ronnie Bischoff will be looking at this action here, and probably has would have one or two tips to forward to Cristiana de Osma. So she gets through the first pass of 14, then 13, and now 12. And she actually missed the gates on 12 meters in the round previous to this one, which is why she's starting relatively early for a skier of her caliber. Yeah, we see Trini Espinal, and we also see Ali Garcia readying themselves for their respective goes out there. Here we go, 12 meters. Clean entrance gate on buoy number 1. Now here's a skier that's highly capable. She was among the top 3 finishers last year. This is 11.25 meters. She's cleared 12. This is 11, and she takes 11 down. Nicely done. And here is a skier that's about to make some serious moves in the slalom competition, because right now a score of 3 and 11.25 meters is good enough for 8th spot. And she has immediately dropped Sasha Danielskaya. A little bit of a Freudian slip there for a moment. I do apologize. But because of the fact that she's gotten through 11.25 meters, that means that she is within the top 8 athletes at this time. There could still be a lot more motion through the rankings, through the field as this competition progresses. But so far so good for our first skier off the dock, and getting this pass on 11.25 minutes to go. That means that so far as her ranking is concerned, she's moved up from dead last to 6th place right now. Actually 7th place, I beg your pardon. And the person that is feeling the heat a little bit on that basis, you just saw her warm up there. That is Sasha Danielskaya. And Katerina Vrabkova now has a pretty good realization of what she has to do. She scored 2.5 on 12 in round number 1. Let's see what she can do in round number 2. There you go. Oh, and dropping in hard. It's half a buoy. It's an improvement upon her previous round, don't get me wrong, but it does open the door for skiers of similar talent to come through and maybe rob Cristiana de Osma of a place in the top 8 and thus a place in the 3rd round final. But so far as she's concerned, it's all smiles for her, and she gets half a buoy at 10.75 meters, and she's definitely had an incredible jump from dead last all the way to 7th spot right now. Cristiana de Osma dropping in hard, and I think she came off the handle just a little bit too soon and left the ski behind her as she made her attempt on this turn. This is a slightly better angle to see that from the towboat. Quick turn on the gate and coming off the edge, and unfortunately for her half a buoy at 10.75 meters as we take our first look at the day at Trenitalia's Frecce Rossa on its way to Torino station from Milano Centrale station. It's a service. It's a train that will stop over in Torino, and Torino, one of the number of cities that is served by the Frecce Rossa, alongside Milano, Venice, Roma, Napoli, Bologna, and all of those famous Italian cities that you've all come to know and love. And if your travel calls for making your way to any of those cities and more, then why don't you check out Trenitalia's Frecce Rossa and let the train take the strain. So next competitor to take to the water is going to be Katerina Vrabkova, the current European women's slalom champion.
Thank you.
won that title in Linz last season in an event that was brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. So 14.25 meter start. She scored 2.5 on 12 meters yesterday. And to try and keep herself in the hunt, she has to get at least halfway down 11.25 meters. Or may possibly need more than that, maybe about 2/3 the way down that pass if we're being serious here with the kind of scores that she would projectively need to advance into the top 8. Katerina Vrabkova from the Czech Republic. And with that successful opening pass on 14.25 meters, let's switch over to dockside with Davies.
Hey guys, welcome back. I'm here with Emily Newsome. You did okay yesterday. I know you probably want a little more. What are you going to be doing and focusing on to get meter pass?
I think yesterday I had a pretty good start, 11, but I just pulled all the way to 2. So I just kind of want to get a good start, chill out a little bit, and commit into 2.
Yeah, that'll definitely help you. I mean, hopefully we're going to have 11 headwind. You know, I'm assuming you're going to be going out on 14 meters, so you've got a nice little headwind there helping you out. And this is your first year on the pro scene, I'm assuming. And how is it treating you so far? How are you enjoying it?
I'm really enjoying it. To be honest, at the moment, I'm just trying to keep some consistency, which I've managed to do so far. So, yeah, I'm happy.
That's great. Great to see a lot more girls as well competing, which is great to see. Good luck for this round. And back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Aaron. And Mimi as well. She gets ready to ski within about the next few competitors. And as we continue to work our way down this list, a reminder to all of you good folks there to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel and subscribe so you can be a part of the live chat as well as be informed as to when we go live. All right, so Katerina Vrabkova. So she's through 14 and 13 and now getting set up for 12 meters, the pass that she went down on yesterday, and she's definitely a better competitor than that. So a little bit of instant redemption is on offer here as she can get past a 2.5. Okay, just a reminder to you good folks there looking to be a part of the audience prize competition. That competition closed at 10 a.m. this morning, but for those of you that have already entered, kudos to each one of you. And once we get towards the end of the competition, right to the very end, then we'll announce the prize winners for the women and the men's, as we see Alicia Bagnoli get set. And part of her equipment are the Pro Gear gloves. Go to skiprogear.com to find out more. Katerina Vrabkova on 12 meters. There's number 3. Good to go around. Oh, a little bit broken forward and down course off number 4, but she's good to go around number 5, and she makes up for the error that cost her the pass yesterday with a 2.5 buoy score. She's on 6 buoys on 12 meters, and she will attempt 11.25 meters. And joining me here in the announcing booth is my good friend and hopefully yours. It's Freddie Winter. How you doing?
Wonderful. I like that introduction, Tony. Thank you. I'm glad we're friends. it's important to have friends in this world, and especially when you're doing 7 weeks in Europe or whatever it is in Africa. So yeah, no, happy to see a friendly face next to me.
Yes, a friendly, smiling face.
That's right. That's right. We've got the British invasion of the commentary booth once again, as we watch,
and also the interview mic as well.
That's right. Yeah, no, it's 100%. Yeah, me and Aaron Davies, two not just Brits but Oxford Waterski skiers. Shout out to Steve Glanfield, one of the greatest people I know in the world. Probably sitting in a boat today in Oxford.
Probably sweating is, you know what.
Yeah, I think it's probably quite hot. But anyway, Steve Glanfield,
it's hot
legend.
across Europe in its entirety. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's certainly hot here. Yeah, when I left England, it was sort of in the middle of that real heat wave, 35, which I think is about 90 plus in freedom units. All right, 11 meters. Katerina
Vrabkova getting round buoy number 1, taking a good hard snap there.
That's really good.
Good extension on number 2. A little bit down course, and on her approach to number 3, had to check up on that one.
Skiing.
Nicely done on number 4. And here we go, 2 skiers in, and both of them have gone through 11.25 meters. What a performance there. And now she is on the precipice, the cusp of moving up into the top 8 with a decent score into 10.75 meters there, Freddie.
I'm scrambling to pull up some of her results. That's an incredibly muted response. I think it looks like her best of the year was in... I'm looking at last year, of course, but her best of last year was 5.5 at 11 in Spelonga, where I think she skis. So that's fantastic. I mean, and she never looked like missing this. The whole way I'm kind of going, wow, this is great. And yeah, okay, a good onside, but we were looking at the offside here, a little bit of a headwind, and she comes through beautifully. That's a really, really good... yeah, it's just a fantastic pass all the way through. And that's kind of what's funny sometimes is when you see people run a pass that they don't often run, it looks so easy. But sometimes when you on that hard pass, it needs to be easy. You can't make the mistake because you're not going to be kind of tuned to correct yourself. But that was excellent. Riding that D3 Neo 2, which is a favorite ski of mine. Really... I mean, am I allowed to say, or do we have a sponsor here that I'm going to clash with? But anyway, it's a fantastic ski, and yeah, I'm not surprised how good her offside looks.
Well, we got the audience prize. They're giving us skis for the audience prize, so I think you're pretty safe on D3.
Yeah, no, well, D3 is extraordinarily good ski. But anyway, more importantly, 10.75 meters here. Odd gate approach. That not sure that I love that so much with the upper body, but that's a really good one, and
that puts her in 7th.
It's just really good skiing. I mean, and that one, I thought she was. And I'm going to be honest. I was beginning to think. I wonder if they've got the rope markings wrong here, because I mean, it looked that easy. That one at 10.75 was an extremely easy turn, and then just come into 2, probably a little bit straight. But I still think that she was kind of able to. You know, she wasn't a million miles away from turning that.
Yeah, a little bit awkward there with the
right through the middle of the gate,
straight down the middle, and you don't want to give up that much real estate going forwards on 10.75 meters. But having said that, she gets round number 2, and I think that she's feeling pretty confident about our chance of making it into the top 8, but that we still got a lot of skiing to come, Freddie.
Watch here. She's got too much speed because of that tailwind, so she goes right through the middle of the gate. So she gets the turn at 1, it's her onside, but then because of that too much push, you know, turned in when she's going fast in the boat on the gate, she's got too much speed down course there at 2. It does catch up with you. That's one of the things, you know, people talk about how the lefty gate is harder than the righty. And I think there's actually aspects of the lefty gate that are actually easier, but that's one area where if you got too much speed there on the gate, you can't come into your offside turn with, you know, it'll translate more at 2 than at 1, and you'll find that you've kind of got that push, so it's really hard to get the rotation through. That is the benefit of being a righty. You can come into, you know, even if you overshoot your gate a little bit, you can come into your buoy 2 and kind of hook it, and you're gonna make it work probably more with more regularity and confidence. But no, it was a great score. She's again very understated celebrations here. She's got a smile on her face. But you know, it's funny. Tony, you'll know better than anyone watching as much pro skiing as you do. Some people, they're just chill. You know, they don't necessarily celebrate. And some people are probably like myself, massive drama queens, and like to let it all out. But yeah, no, happy for her. That's really great skiing. It must be more or less close to her personal best. I don't have the 2026 results here, but you know, it's great.
Well, we'll
D3
get
Neo
to
2, beautiful.
Well, we'll get to finding out if that's a personal best or not. But great skiing, and there's a bit of a debate going around all the skiers that choose D3. I mean, you're asking them basically, are you on a 3 or a 2 or a 1 or on either ski?
Yeah, there's of course the Ion 4, which is doing very well this year. Charlie Ross
And
has about 57 pro event wins this year on it, and then there's the Neo.
Give or take.
Yeah, then there's the Neo 3, which I'm on, and got a couple of wins on it. So and it's choose what you like, and for me, I think that Neo 3 I really love it. It works with my mistakes, with my weaknesses, which is just as important as working with your strengths.
All right then, so 13-meter start for Trinidad Espinal. She's coming out fighting now on that good slalom ski that she's riding.
Yeah, Trinidad, very good skiing. Let's see, God, 3 weeks ago, it feels like a lifetime back in Monaco, and she ran 11 every round 1, 2, and the final, and then had a runoff for third place. Was it third place or second place even? Anyway,
I think it might have been
for
the
runoff
win.
for first place. It was her, Jamie, and Ali Nicholson, and Trinidad came second in that runoff. She ran 11 in the runoff, and so she just had a phenomenal weekend. Unfortunately, maybe not in the event since hasn't quite been quite up there or as consistent, but that's kind of how it goes when you're that young. She's a young skier coming up as we go to Aaron.
Hey guys, welcome back dockside. I'm here with Katerina Brabkova. Just ran an insane score. First 2 skiers out, both through 11 meters. Definitely putting the pressure on the later skiers to definitely improve their scores to hopefully get in the final. Congratulations on that score. What were you thinking coming into that 10.7 there?
I was kind of crying out of happiness. I just really wanted to run it. I ran it, I did my PB, I'm just over the moon.
Yeah, that's an insane score and a new Czech record, right? So that's insane, and not even a fist bump, but inside I'm sure you were dancing so much, right?
Yes. I just don't project so much outside. It's all inside.
Well, that's great. Well, congratulations on that. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow as well. Only time will tell. And back to you, Tony.
All right there, so great to ski in there from Katerina Vrabkova. Only time will tell. One of my favorite songs from back in the day.
Who was that?
Asia.
Oh, right, very good. Very good. Unfamiliar, I'm afraid, Tony. Maybe you'll have to sing it for us later. 12 meters here from Trinidad. She's looking pretty good, and that's the headwind pass. She's going to be taking 11 downwind.
A very rhythmical skier, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely true. She gets to ski through very well, puts the pressure in the right place. Funnily enough, when we've had the rope tension meter, she won the strongest pull in the ladies division at the Swiss Pro last year and this year. So she's a big puller like myself, because as you keep saying, Tony, there's the difference between Charlie and I is Charlie does it well, and I. Yeah, so she and I Popeye trophies at the Swiss Pro last year. This year, Will Asher got the strongest pull in the men's, but Trinidad won her again. And but she, you wouldn't necessarily know it, would you? Because she's going through the wakes, and she gets in a really strong position. She's very centered over the ski, and she's got that great position, and it just shows. I mean, I can't imagine that Trinidad weighs barely anything, but when you get into that nice locked position, you can really put the leverage against the boat. It's not really about how heavy you are; it's about how strong you can make your position. And she uses her. I always say, use your skeleton more than your muscles going through the wakes. Make sure you get things aligned, and then the alignment of your bones, like your structure, will do the work for you. And she does that very well. 11 meters tailwind. It's going to be a bit tricky, but she's done extremely well. Like I said a few weeks ago in Monaco. So let's hope she gets through this. A little bit slow on the gate, but that's maybe not such a bad thing in the tailwind. Little off at 1, but she'll get the big 2. It's a good 2. She's a little late here, I think, and she's losing a bit of rope. She's going to struggle. Needs the big 4. Will she get it? No, that's not it.
And she ends up being in the water with a 3.5 on 11.25 meters, and with the scores that we've seen so far, that has all but eliminated her from future contention for a top 8 spot through to the women's slalom final.
Yeah, it's tough, that, isn't it? I mean, and that's just the highs and lows of professional water skiing. I mean, she beat everybody but Jamie, who's kind of been the dominant skier through this European stint. Monaco, a few weeks ago, and looked great for it, and then just a bit tough. But it's sometimes it clicks and sometimes it doesn't. And I think that's when you're a young skier, when you don't have the experience, that can happen. And I think that going through that's why you see these younger skiers. I mean, Trinidad would be one of the youngest, but I'm looking at Sadie Ferguson, Kendi Hansen, the people doing this European stint sort of for the first time. Having not done sort of back-to-back tournaments ever before, because this European stint really is quite tricky to kind of keep your level up. Trinidad's younger than those guys by a few years, so just it's a new challenge, and she'll have learned a lot from this. If you'd have asked her before this trip started, this 6-week trip or whatever it is, if she would she have taken a it's tough to see. She looks sad, but would she have taken the podium at Monaco and then maybe not made a couple of finals? She probably would have taken it, but of course in the moment it's very difficult to take. You get a bit of self-doubt. You worry that you've lost that bottled magic that you had. But she'll be back. Like she's a great skier. She's clearly a big game player when it counts. She did it in Monaco, and she will be back. If I'm going to be, I wonder if she could do it again if she would have taken the 11 in the headwind.
Yeah, because she decided to go with 13 off the dot.
Yeah, and that's the thing is it's another bit of experience, and I'm not being critical. I hope, but for myself, like once in a while in practice, I'll go out on 12, and I'll typically go out on 13, but. You need to have that kind of that adaptability, and I'm not saying that she should go out on 12. I'm saying that she goes out on 14 once in a while, and she's going to have that option. And that's we see that at the very, very top. Like I'm thinking of the World Championships a few years ago. Jamie Bull went out on 14 to take the 10.75 into the headwind, and won the World Championships. She doesn't ever go out on 13. So
all right.
That can be something to add to her locker maybe for next time.
And as Emily Newsom gets ready to go, we just had a message come through from Jakub Mares from Czechia that Katarina Vrabkova has actually scored herself a new Czech women's national slalom record. So congratulations to her as we continue on. This is Emily Newsom now Emily, who's definitely improving her stock from tournament to tournament, and skis in a number of locations, and I'm sure you know her well enough to be able to speak towards that, Freddie.
Yeah, she's been doing a lot of the tournament. She's a Brit, so I know her fairly well. We were chatting yesterday. She's a big football fan. She has a strong disdain for people that just get involved in football for the World Cup. She doesn't like it when people, they know about football just because they've watched 2 or 3 matches. As we go to Aaron Davies on the dock.
Yes, indeed.
Hey guys, welcome back. I'm here with one of our next competitors, Alice Bagnoli. It looks like things are going well out there at the moment. Conditions look good. There's some big scores going down. What's your mindset going into this set?
I've been working on some stuff on my gate these past 10 days, and I didn't apply yesterday. I think, being at home on my home side, I think a little bit of that extra pressure. So the goal today is to try to be able to apply what I've been practicing on. The wind is very subtle, but we're struggling with the speed on the gate, so that's going to be my main thing, have enough speed and not just start from nothing. So if I can manage to do that, hopefully I can get my way around 10.75.
Yeah, I think it's taking one pass at a time, making sure you stay in the moment, right? Not get too far ahead of yourself.
Yeah, you're right. Pass by pass, gate by gate, buoy by buoy. So that's what we're going to do.
All right. Good luck out there today. And with that, back to you guys on the podium.
All right, then. So here we go. This is Mimi coming into the course. She started on 14. This is now 13 meters, the green loop. Not doing too badly. So whereabouts in England does she ski these days?
I think she skis a bit at Thorpe. I think she skis a bit at Oxford. She's from Fulham, a nice part of sort of South London. But I mean, she skis sort of all over the place. I think she spends a bit of time over at. I think she skis at Rini sometimes in Florida.
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
So she's not messing around. I think she's been at the last few tournaments, she's making it work. I mean, I thought that was a decent pass. She was a little wheelie at one there, but from that point on was sort of fine. We were discussing. She's actually got a job in the London Borough of Wandsworth. Tony, would you believe it?
Okay, so it's another one I can make reference to in that realm.
Not only she's not from there, so she wasn't blessed in that way, but she's employed there, which is just as good. She's expanding her horizon. She's moving into a better place.
There's more to the world than Wandsworth.
No, that's definitely true. But she said she's from Fulham, and she told me that she doesn't like to leave Fulham that much, but she's happy to drive across the Wandsworth Bridge and into Wandsworth, where she's working as a nanny, and she's enjoying it. But it gives her time to get out here and do some skiing. So she needs. This will be 12 because she went out on 14. Little tailwind. We can see that people are struggling a little bit with that gate, a little bit too much speed, but that's pretty good. She's got that big onside turn, a little bit out the back there, but she gets back over her feet very well, and she's on the front of it, kind of a little bit tottering.
A little bit tight there on 4, but still managing to make some good inroads here and gets through that pass successfully.
She does, and I think, like we were saying earlier, I think people are underestimating the wind here. I think that the wind is more of a fact than people think. We referenced Trinidad taking that 11 tailwind. Let's watch this pass. Like, one was actually solid. Leads a little bit with that shoulder, but that's fine. But watch this too. Just finished a little bit on the tail of the ski. But what I like that she did here, she's on the tail, but she gets really back over her feet onto the accelerating edge really quickly. And that's good skiing. You can't see there, but her shoulder definitely dropped out of 3. But back over here, she kind of made it all work. 4 was good enough, and then she just had to kind of get that decent enough turn at 5 and over to 6. And she set herself up here because, like I say, that nice little headwind, as long as you can get wide enough on the gate, it's going to help you the whole way down the pass. It's probably slightly pushing from 2 back to 1, kind of across that. It's 3/4 wind. So it'll be slowing her right down on the gate, but let's see what she can do. So I don't know how often she runs this pass. I think, I heard that John Battleday was telling me the other day Thorpe that she is running it at Thorpe sometimes, and so she'll be in it to win it, and thinking that she can get over there, get to this end of the lake and challenge that lead, which is 2 at 10.5 in this round. Let's see, 11 meters.
There's one.
Little wheelie, needs the big 2. Will she get it? She's still in it, but she'll need the 3, and it's not going to be enough.
And unfortunately, there for Emily Newsom going down with that score of 2.5 on 11.25 meters. The opportunity was there for her, but unfortunately didn't get the start that she truly needed in order to continue.
She's smiling. I think she'll be a bit frustrated. I mean, I don't mind the gate at all, I think, but just at 1, she's like a little rushed. The handle's coming across a little early, and just kind of grabbing. So the ski's not quite finishing, and she got the 2, but she had a lot of pressure there on the buoy 3. Her offside, it wasn't going to happen there. So a little bit of a tantrum there at the end. Well, let's not call it a tantrum, Tony. It's a bit dramatic. I mean, I think she's well within her rights to give the water a slap. She's just she's in a different country. She's travelled and she's not got the score she wanted. Let's let her off. Come on, Tony. Let's not. She's a fellow Brit. We can be kind.
Well, there you go.
Pushes the pressure onto the nose, and the tail lifts, and she's with that inside shoulder down. She just didn't have any ski to stand on at the end of the turn. So frustrating from her. It just shows, just quite how well Katerina did a few minutes ago. She looked so good the whole way through. Every turn was beautiful. There was really never any doubt she's going to miss it particularly. But we move on to Beatrice Yanni.
Yeah, Beatrice Yanni. Coming into the course, opening pass. I would imagine that this is 14. I don't see too much movement away from that starting line length, unless you're one of the skiers that are fortunate enough to be starting at the tail end of this running order.
She, I don't know if you talk about this, Tony, every week, but she has that reverse grip.
Yeah.
Where I
have reverse grip. But the reason why Beatrice Yanni has reverse grip is another story that was created out of this site. But in the meantime, let's check in with Aaron.
Hey guys, welcome back down dockside. I'm here with Vio Mosiulski, looking to get a little bit more out of today. It looks like things are a little better. I don't know what it is, whether it's the vibe or something, but people are putting some big scores down, right?
Yeah, everyone's skiing amazing. I'm definitely very excited to go there and try something new, see if it works. So we're going to give it all today.
We're going to be turning 2 today, right? You know, we've had a lot of 2s, so we want to get a little further down.
Yeah, I'm either getting to 3 or dying, so we'll see what happens.
Well, personally, I'd rather you not, but, you know, maybe I'm a bit biased on that one. But yeah, no, things look great out there. Nice little headwind on your 4th pass. That's going to be your 11 meter. So take it each one time by time, one pass at a time, one gate at a time, right?
Yeah, definitely. Trying to keep it calm in the head and then...
One?
Yeah, my parents watching at home. I miss you so much. Yeah, my friends. Yeah, everyone at home.
All right, that's great. Good luck out there today. Back to you guys in the tent.
Beatrice Yanni, who comes to us out of Rome, skis over in Spelonga, and looking pretty aggressive out there and smooth with it as well.
Yeah, good skiing. You do these tournaments for all these years, and you make friends, and I'm always cheering for Bear. She's truly lovely, and I'm always pulling for her. So. Let's see what she can do. She's been in the last few years. She's really always been at the end of, right at the end of that 11 into the early 10.75, and she'll be looking to do it today. She'll need to, really, frankly, to have a chance at the podium. It's going to be a high cut. Have a chance of the final. I mean, it's going to be a high cut for the final here. It's kind of looking like it's going to be 2+, right? I'm just thinking of the scores yesterday was Jamie ran 2 at 10.25, went around 3 without the handle, amazing skiing. Elizabeth and Kennedy both really did well, 4 at 10.75. Ali Nicholson, 2.5. That's just from my memory. It's Sadie Ferguson, 2. So there's a lot of scores up there, and of course today we've had Katerina
Vrabkova.
There we go. And and then of course there's skiers like Ali Garcia, who's going to probably be able to add a couple boys, and she'll be excited to do that. So we'll see. I mean, but Bea certainly in it. This is going to be 12 meters with a slight tailwind. Let's watch the gate, because I think people are underestimating that gate. I mean, I felt myself do it yesterday. I went out on my third pass there. I was a little bit too fast, made it work, and you can see that wind on the water. It's definitely there, and finishing a little bit on the tail out of 2, but very, very good over the 3, 4, and now 5, and that's a really, really easy pass. We were talking about her reverse grip, and I mean, yeah, of course, it came from an accident that happened here, that she hurt her elbow and had to do some rehab and all that sort of stuff for quite a while, and I think that what I can't underestimate, which no one should underestimate, is how difficult that is to change. I mean, imagine you ski all your life with a handle one way, and then you have to, because of a functional injury, that you can't hold the handle that way anymore, and to relearn to ski. I can't think of many people who have done it. I think Chris Parrish did. I think Chris Parrish won a Moomba one time with his hand the other way. I don't want to say the wrong way, but it makes it a little bit more difficult, I think, on your offside. This offside cut, it's easy to sort of fall over, but she does a really good job there.
I skied left hand up, left foot forward for years and years and years until Chris Sullivan pointed out, you're gripping it all wrong, mate.
Well, there's a funny story that I heard was Mike Ferraro, legend of Waterski came over to do a sort of coaching clinic in the UK in the winter one time, and was saying, everybody, you've got to tell your I'm going to maybe get in trouble for telling the story. You got to tell your kids, everyone, to grip the hand, whichever foot they have forward, the other palm must be up. And I heard John Battleday said, well, Mike, I did my whole career with the other way, with the supposed wrong grip, and John's a second at the World Championships once, twice
he won,
twice he came third at the World Championships, and this is a guy that's 5'9" or something like that. And Mike turned to him and said, well, John, if you'd have done it the right way, then you might have been better and actually won a World Championships. So I don't know how true that is, but
I would have left that room immediately.
Yeah, John, fiery guy, John. This is a really good start. Come on, Bear.
Come on.
1 and 2, really good. 3. If she can get the 4, it is a really good 4. Come on, over to 5, easy 5, and she's going to get it.
Get after it.
And around 6,
yeah,
she's going to be super happy. Throws the fist. We love to see it. Fantastic. And that was, just like Katerina, like a really good pass. Nothing wrong with it at any point. And, you don't need to be turning backwards to run these passes. If you can get the ski between you and the boat 6 times and stay on balance, you're gonna have a really good chance of running the pass. And that's what she did. Hers and Katerina's really quite similar passes in that way. Just, started well and just carried on. No loose line. Used that headwind probably to the advantage a little bit. And... yeah, congratulations to Bear. I'm going to hazard a guess and say that's her best score of the year so far, with obviously more to come. Beautiful first 2 buoys. That's exactly how you want to do it.
And now she puts herself in a really, really good position here, approaching 10.75 meters. Now, if she can get about a third the way down the course, then the chance of her being in that 8 skier final would really be enhanced. So there are two half buoy scores on 10.75 meters so far in this competition. We got that score yesterday from Ali Garcia. She scored a half. We've already seen a half produced today, courtesy of Cristiana de Osma.
She's got to get the full 1, but better 2. If she gets the half, she's in trouble, big trouble. But full 2 would be nice. Let's see what she can do. Slight tailwind. She's got a good gate. I like that. Over to 1, and she'll pull to 2, and
and coming up short of the wake, so it is going to be a half. So we got a 3-way tie between Cristiana de Osma, Ali Garcia, who scored 1 yesterday, and of course that performance you've seen from Bertriciani with half a buoy at 10.75 meters. Now,
I think
it could come down to the backup now.
I think it provisionally puts her in 8th spot because she has the better backup than Cristiana. Because
Cristiana was first off the dock.
Yeah, she missed her gates yesterday. So
12 meters.
So I think that provisionally puts her in 8th. But what does it mean? It means that Ali Garcia, in order to get through, must beat Bayer's backup score, which is 1.5 at 11. So basically, I'd like to see that again. I wonder. That probably was a half, but it was close.
Just maybe about 3-4 inches away from being 1.
Well, okay. So let's check the rule. The rule is that the front foot of it's a half. The front foot has to be. Yeah, no, she was not in a skiing position as she crossed the. Yeah, that's. Yeah, she had the rope get out of her hands, but the rule is, as I checked last week, is that you have to get your front foot has to pass the line of the boat lanes nearest to the buoy in a skiing position. And a skiing position means that you have to be firstly riding a ski. You have to be. We're going to pause it here just a second. We're hearing them talk about So she has crossed the. She's in a skiing position technically with her weight fully supported by the ski, but she doesn't have the handle. So that's the key thing. Your front foot has to cross the nearest line of the boat lane buoys, which she does, but she does it without the handle. So that means that is a half. So it's actually pretty close. Of course, you can risk it and hold on as long as you can until it's really wrenched from your hands, but you risk injury and you just don't want to do that. But she is in, and it would have made her up one more spot and put her into 7th if she'd have got the full buoy. But it's sometimes not worth the risk. Our bodies, we put them through a lot as athletes, and there's a risk of hurting yourself, and that's just often not worth it. Don't take the crash.
All right, then, from one Italian to another, coming to us out of Milano, this is Alice Bagnoli.
Alice, a favourite of the TWBC crew, she helps put on a lot of what you see here. I mean, people in organising this this webcast might disagree, but I really believe that she is the brains behind the whole outfit.
She's a perfect foil for the main man behind the TWBC crew, Vincent Stadelbauer.
Behind every TWBC producer, director, whatever, is a infinitely better woman. That's what I always say. And here she is on the water.
He does control the mic, so watch it.
I'm going to be turned off in a minute. Alice, back on her home site. She didn't. Did she ski the Worlds last year? I think she did, but she had such an injury-ravaged year that it was very disappointing. I mean, last year was basically a write-off for her. Unfortunately, it was tough to see Alice worked so hard at her skiing, and she just got an early season injury last year, but she's come back and she's done well. She came fourth, I believe, at the tournament in Morocco, the Royal Nautique Pro, which was huge. She ran, I think, 5:11 on the river there, 4.5 or 5, and just fantastic. And that was a great result for someone that deserves a good result. There's Kennedy Hansen with my favourite shoes of the week. She was wearing those last week in Spain, and I was like, wow, those things are just brilliant.
They're Adidas, right, with the 3 stripes?
They are Adidas, and she's like, oh, you should get a pair. And I'm like, no, I can't pull those off. I'm not cool enough. Kennedy's got it. I don't. But, Alice, so we're going to see her come back at 13. She's going to take 11 into the wind, should she get there, which I believe she will. And she's been doing well this year. She's run her 11s a number of times. She looks strong. She looks dialed, and she's at a site she knows well. She mentioned earlier in an interview that she's, there's a little bit of extra pressure for her because she skied so much here and all that sort of stuff. That can go both ways. But I think the familiarity. I just have a good feeling, and I mentioned before with Bayer that I was pulling for her, and I'm certainly pulling for Alice here.
What's the expression? Familiarity sometimes breeds contempt.
Yeah. I think that's more with with personal people, with interpersonal relations. Tony, I don't know, maybe not. 13 meters, Alice around 2, looking very good. I love that offside turn there. It was a really nice one. She's she's got that sort of Italian expressiveness on her onside turn. I remember there was an Italian tennis player a number of years ago that would was moving his spare arm very flamboyantly, which really made me, it's like, oh, if I didn't know that guy was Italian, I would think he was Italian. And Alice has a little bit of that on her onside turn.
I think anyone who speaks and uses their hands at the same time has to be Italian.
Yeah, it's I think you're not heard if you're not moving. Yeah, they burn an extra 230 calories a day just by sheerly moving their body with all the expression that they can muster.
But I tell you what, they do coffee right.
I'm not a coffee guy, Tony, so I wouldn't know. That's what everybody tells me, though.
Yeah, because he knocks back another espresso.
How many is that today?
That's the first one.
The first one? Oh, Tony, it's 12:20. What have you been doing today?
Well, I think they basically put a block on cappuccino past 3 o'clock.
I think the people at home who I frequently hear are just so impressed with your ability to talk so eloquently about water skiing with a level of articulation that is unsurpassed by anybody else in the water ski world. It's such a...
I'm glowing red at this point.
Well, I think they'd be surprised, the water ski public, that you're not on more coffee than you are. So
no, but I mean, you can't put an espresso machine in your hand luggage.
No, but again, when in Italy, I think that it's hard not to. I'm continuously saying no to coffee. Everyone seems to be, oh, you want a coffee? You want a coffee? It's a kind society where coffee seems to be the currency.
Here we go, Alice Bagnoli on 12 meters, getting a good start on number 1 here.
I didn't love that one actually, Tony, but 2 is really nice. Dropped the shoulder at 1. 3 was a little better. Her offside is looking phenomenal here. Just 2 and 4 really good, and her onside getting better by the buoy. What I really like there is that the offside's looking so dialed, and that's going to really set her up for a really nice 11. She wants to maybe not dropped the shoulder so much here at buoy 1, but with that offside doing so well, I think she's looking good. And again, we're looking for that sort of Katerina and Bea, just get the ski between you between you and the boat 6 times. And there we go. There's Artur, a man who, the brother of Greg Desfond, a wonderful water ski man himself, who runs Waterski Nation and puts on the Monaco Pro, which we were privileged to be at just a few weeks ago. Beautiful offside there from Alice. Really, really good.
Nicely done.
Just balanced, keeps the handle up, keeps the shoulder up, moves the ski around, and that's how you want to do it. That's kind of textbook. So everyone watching at home, take it out of that. You don't want to be turning backwards. You just want to be getting enough ski between you and the boat to get to the next buoy, get nice and loaded, get your speed.
And that's always the thing, though. It's kind of finding that balance between like loading up too much and not loading up enough, because it ultimately affects what kind of balance you bring into each one of the 6 turns.
Yeah, I had someone comment on my Instagram that my skiing or the video that I posted yesterday looks like it was a number of recoveries strung together, which was, you don't want to be doing that. So let's see this 11. It's a little slow on the gate. Her feet are a little bit ahead of her into 1. It's a good one. Let's see this offside. A little narrow, but she's got out of it. She's still in it.
She's still
Come on,
upright.
Alice.
Come on,
she's
keep
going
going.
to maybe do it big. Yes, Alice. Come on, that's
going.
fantastic.
Look at that. A brilliant
Come on.
turn.
Love to see it.
You mentioned recovery turns.
Yeah.
That one basically beats him.
5 was phenomenal. Okay, the key to that pass, we'll watch it, but the key to that pass was 5 because 1 was good, a bit heavy. 2, she came in narrow but slid. 3, there was a big sort of hesitation where the ski bit. 4, she survived. She was slow on the gate. Let's watch. So sequentially, buoy 1, it's a big one, but okay. She comes in, I think, a little bit narrow. Watch here. She does a little bit of an extra move just at the last minute. Drops her shoulder. The ski comes through. That ski's set up well. And then 3, watch the bite here. The bite and the judder. She nearly fell there.
She was not going to be denied.
Yeah, she was not. And then kind of, on the wrong side of the ski out of 4. Pulls all the way to 5. And that's a fantastic
That
turn.
was like a Kim Laskoff type turn back in the '87 World Championships.
Yeah, I love to see that because I hang out with the Stadlbauers and formerly Bagnoli's.
Yeah, Clint would remember that Kim Laskoff turn.
He would, but I've sat in the boat a fair bit with Alice, and I've said to when you get to that buoy 5, like don't fall in, just don't drop the shoulder and get the ski through. And she did. She got the ski through. It was a big turn, but it was exactly what she needed. So, Tony, Alice needs really a 2 here. She's going to come into her onside turn. She's got a slight tailwind, but that'll help her get wide if she doesn't overshoot it. Does not want to get half. Wants to get the full 2, at least the full 1. A little slow on the gate. She's maybe underestimated it, but like over the. Oh, she's narrow, but she'll get the nudge.
And it's a half.
Oh, no.
Now it's going to come down to the backup score again.
It does crucially push her ahead of Alice. Ahead of Bea because of backup. So we in terms of the halves today, there's been 3 halves already. Initially, it was Christiana who had a poor score yesterday due to her missed gate. Bea, who had half today at 10.75 and I think a 1 half at 11 yesterday. Maybe they got the same. They got the same backup. Bea did 1 half yesterday, and Alice did 1 half yesterday. So they've got a perfect tie. So I'm being told from the man behind the monitor here that everybody advances with a perfect tie. So this could set up a 9-person final. So there's. I think I'm just. Well, let's. I'm going to let this. I think Garcia, Ali Garcia. She's currently sitting in 11th, but as long as she can get more than the 1.5, she will go ahead of Alice. At 1 half at 11, she will go ahead of Alice and Bea. So we of course have to wait for 2 more skiers before we even get to that point. But because Violetta and
my eyes
and
are
Sasha
getting crossed at this point.
No, I think it's quite simple here. Basically, Violetta and Alexandra and Sasha, they can obviously get better than the half, and then it takes the halves out of play. And
Or she just dropped in real hard on number one there. And
yeah, it's rough. It's rough. I mean, after all that work on the 11, I mean, she'll be pretty disappointed. It's tough. I think just watch the gate here. She's slow. She's turning in when she's going a lot slower than the boat, and that would put her a little bit narrow and a little bit straighter at one, and just narrow there, and couldn't hold it. And that's kind of rough. I kind of would have maybe had her down to get over to 2. So. Yeah, rough for Elice, but she'll be happy to get through that 11, and a real gutsy performance there from her. I think we've had 3 11s run this morning or this afternoon, and 2 of them have been sort of textbook, very easy, and Elice did the sort of more fun and exciting, if you like, way of making it kind of look a little bit more difficult, maybe, and a little bit more. Varied. There's certainly more than one way to skin a cat, and she did it the sort of the more audience-friendly way. So Violetta coming up here. I don't know how often she's run 11. Probably wouldn't be too many times if she's got through it, but she's always sort of in the mix. She is the saint that shares a sort of
a camper van,
8 foot by 5 foot space with the hulking behemoth that is Aaron Davis. So for that, we have to have great admiration for her.
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, Aaron is a big unit. I don't know if he's not my cup of tea anyway. But I'm not sure.
About the same height, but not quite as broad. Anyway,
he's bigger than he's taller than me, and he's wider than me, and he's a big boy to share a small space with. So anyway, Vio is she's making that work for her. They're doing, I think, 4 weeks or 5 weeks in the camp van. Got back from Morocco, whenever that was, 3 years ago. I don't know. Feels like that with all the stuff that's happened since. But they got off the plane at Stansted at 1:30 in the morning. That we landed together, and they got a taxi to Gosfield Lake, where they had the camper van stowed, and then drove south to France.
Yeah.
And they've been cruising around Europe ever since. Quite a you got to like each other to do that.
Yeah, definitely.
And I didn't sense any tension between the two of them when they were on the microphone together earlier when she was being interviewed. So that's good. I'm not sure I could spend all this time in such heat with anybody, around Europe in such a small space. But good for them. It's a hell of an adventure. They'll look back on that for the rest of their days, I'm sure. I think they do it every year. So good for them.
There on dockside is Sasha Denierskaya, former world women's overall champion from, I believe, 2021.
It's amazing how you can get her name so correct, but you can't pronounce Attensam.
Yes, I can.
Well, you can't, because every time it's wrong. But anyway,
I can improve.
There's always room for improvement, Tony, for all of us.
Violetta Mosiowski coming in on 13 meters and not looking too bad. She's run opening 2 runs and looking pretty good. Now, not quite as tall as some of her fellow competitors, but you know something, you don't have to be especially tall. You just have to be adept to slalom, as we check in with Aaron Davis.
Hey guys, welcome back dockside. I'm here with Elizabeth Montavon. You've skied really well yesterday, but today's just going to be feel it out, right? We're looking like we're in the final at the moment. We've got a couple of skiers to ensure that that's the case. But what's your game plan going into today?
Well, after so many weekends on the road competing, I think it's easy to forget that this is supposed to be fun and we're supposed to come and play a little bit. So it's nice to have a round with not a lot of pressure yet anyway, because I'm looking forward to going out there and just playing a little bit. Great boat, great driver, great ski lake. It'd be nice to just have a little fun.
Yeah, for sure. And you said it's been a busy season so far. We're only halfway through the season, it's still the early summer, and you've basically not had a weekend off in 3 months, right? I mean, you traveled one of the weekends from Masters to Europe to Pro Tour. So, I mean, it's been pretty busy, right? What type of toll does that take on your mind and body?
It's hard. I think, with where Worlds falls on the calendar this year, I think we're all feeling the pressure of all the events back to back. So you have to just do it in sprints and prioritize time off, which is hard to do when you're looking at the calendar, but it's what we have to do.
Well, great. And good luck out there today. And back to you guys in studio.
Thank you very much. As we look out and see Violetta Mosiolski on 12 meters. She's also looking to battle back with a significant score, and this is a good-looking run on 12 meters as she gets ready for 11.25 minutes. And I think that with some of the success that we've seen with the earlier women's competitors in this second round of a competition, it's really starting to filter down and permeate in towards the later skiers, because they're now having to come away with a better than average score to stay in contention there, Freddie.
Yeah, I mean, the level's gone up, right? I mean, I remember 10 years ago, I mean, not even, I mean, end of the last decade, really, if you ran 3 at 10.75, you were third. And a solid third. There was no one else running, really getting around 3. Of course, and since then we've had Jamie Bull come along, and she's just, got a crazy good level, and then there's this chasing pack, and it's not about sort of trying to get through 11 anymore, which it was even 2 or 3 years ago. Now it's get more than halfway down. Kennedy Hansen could not be more impressed with her improvement, getting better week after week, which is so difficult to do when you're on the road. Elizabeth Montavon got on a fantastic ski earlier this year, and has just made a huge improvement in her skiing. Has gone from kind of 1 or 2 at 10.75 to 3, 4, and 5 and whatever, and she's run a 6. Let's see. So 11 meters. She needs to get all the way down this. Let's see. She's got that nice offside turn. That's a good offside. Good offside. Over to 1. 2's good. She's a little separated. Will she turn 3? 3. No, and that's not it. That's unfortunate.
And that's going to be 3 at 11.25 meters. And what does that do so far as some of our other scores are concerned?
Well, I don't think it's not going to trouble the final, but she did throw the fist, so maybe that is a higher end score from her, and so she, maybe we'll see in the interview. She's got a smile on her face. That's good. We like to see that. Season's best, we're hearing, yeah, she had the 1. I mean, see that it's always funny coming from your ski set and you're happy to have done well, but then it's a little bit of frustration. You saw her she's throwing the fist, alternating with the sort of exasperated hands, and She got the 1. I mean, I thought the gate was really nice. She absolutely got the 1, a much better one than than we've seen from some of the girls. It's a great one. Watch here, over to 2, turns 2 quite well, but the separation is what hurt her. So right here, breaks forward, hips go back. At that point, the boat's winning. It's pulling her down the lake instead of pulling her across the lake. And if you can get into the right position there, the boat will do everything for you. But that's tricky. But so she lost it out of 2, just kind of didn't quite get the rotation of the hips around to not get broken forward. But she'll be happy. The start's good, very open, through the gates there, which is interesting. But the 1 is beautiful. She doesn't need any better of a 1 than that to run the pass. Let's see here, hips back, and there she's losing ground. But
she was attempting to turn that number 2.
Well, she turned it. Turned it well. It's just she just couldn't quite handle the load after it. But it's good. Season's best, and she'll be happy there.
All right, then we're moving along. We're now into the realm of the top 8 skiers from yesterday, after before the order was reseeded for round number 2, and to that end we've got Sasha Denierskaya. Originally from Eastern Europe, but now making a home in the good old US of A, specifically Central Florida. And with that, we will switch on over to Aaron.
Hey guys, welcome back down to the dock. Back here with another equal PB. That's good. Another equal Argentinian record. Looks good out there. How did things feel? You got a good start. Talk me through it.
Oh, it felt so good. Honestly, I was so scared of falling around 3 that I didn't quite push as I should, because I was on time and early. The start was like as best as it can be for me, I think. So I was so happy. A little frustrated because I could have got more out of that start, but still really happy to have gotten more than 2 finally. So yeah, happy.
I think we should just take ourselves back about 15-20 minutes when you said if I get 2 or you're going to be really annoyed. So I think taking the 3, I see where you're coming from. You don't want to be falling, and now for next time you can take the commitment into that 3, and get a bit further down hopefully.
Yeah, no, definitely. I just needed a 3. I feel like for my brain to be okay. So yeah, definitely could push a bit more next time. But yeah, happy with my last set of the tour. Yeah, couldn't have asked for any better.
Yeah, and you mentioned it's your last set of the tour. What's the plans now?
Go back to England, hopefully not too much rain over there and we get to ski as much as possible. And then going home, doing some international tournaments for Argentina, and then hopefully moving to England later on in November.
Well, good skiing all season. You've been very consistent, and then you finally got an equal PB at the end. Great job. I'm back to you in the studio.
All right there. So all smiles, all happiness there for Violetta Mosciowski, on top of the fact that Argentina won against Cabo Verde last night. And
God, what a disaster that was. I woke up this morning, wow, it was really close. It's a shame it didn't go against the RGs. They had so much help in the last World Cup, of course. I might need to be careful. I'm going to get some hate mail from that. But Aaron Davies, a braver man than I to debrief the skiing of his significant other on camera. I thought he dealt with that quite well.
Yes, very well.
So Sasha, she's through her first 2 passes. She's very capable of running 11. I know Sasha very well from our days together at the Superior Louisiana University, Monroe, as you know, Tony.
Watch it.
And she'll be coming back in here at presumably 12. She's a very robust slalom skier.
Very robust overall skier.
Extremely. Actually, she's on the Neo 3. I didn't realise that. That's cool. I like to see that. Oh, deep at 2. Not so good from her there. Really good 3. It's always kind of been her bread and butter, the offside. She's always been very, very balanced there. I mean, I've watched her do so many passes on the Bayou, back in 2014, 15.
Now, between the Ion and the ski that she's riding on, there are significant differences in those top 2 skis in the D3 range. Maybe you can explain that a little bit and how one would fit a particular type of skier rather than the other.
Well, physically, the Ion is flatter. It's straighter. Meaning it's more narrow at the front and wider at the tail. The Neo 3 here got a little bit more kick in the tail, and it's got a little bit wider at the front. So it just means that this ski rides a little bit more nose up, and it kind of it grabs the water more. That's also, it's got a deeper concave, so it grabs the water more. So it won't be maybe quite as fast, but it's just, to me, the turns just make up for that more than, Of course, I am biased, and people can make their own choice. But I think what we've seen with this ski this year is there's a lot of people gone onto it on the pro ranks. There's Elizabeth, as I mentioned, she's improved by a few points.
Yeah.
Stevie Iron, looking really good on it. I've been on it for a year or so, and not to sound like a horrible corporate stooge, as my friends back in England call me when I started getting sponsors. But it is we do have a good range of skis at D3, and there's one for everyone. 11 meters, she must run it. It's a good gate, I like it. A little bit out that back at 1. Will she get the 2? And it's not a brilliant 2, but she's still moving, and she's in trouble here, I think. And we're going to see her get around 4. No, she's inside a 4, and that's tough. I kind of thought she might have got back into it, but she was slow at 3, and that was kind of it. So yeah, sorry for Sasha there. That's a bit rough. She will be disappointed, no doubt about it. I think we saw her have a little bit of a shout there into buoy 4, which is showing her frustration.
Same score that she produced yesterday with 3 and 11.25 meters, but she needed significantly more today to stay in contention for a top 8 spot.
Yeah, and that just shows, doesn't it? I mean, moving away from Sasha for just a second, but I mean, yesterday she ran 3 at 11 and she was this high up the mix, and then we've already had 3 skiers run through 11. Yeah, like a lot of big improvement in terms of scores today. I wonder if we're going to see that in the men's too. But yeah, disappointing for Sasha. I'm sorry to see that. She's a great skier and a lovely person, and you know, you kind of want everyone to ski well, but it's tricky. It can't happen, can it?
But now she's going to have to redirect some of that anger towards the jump lake a little bit later on this afternoon.
Well, that's true, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's a good point. She's not here to slalom particularly. I mean, she won the event at Botas last week. She in jump, I think, you know, probably would be in her first 3 or 4 career wins. So she, you know, she's got like you say, a good outlet for that emotion. Ali Garcia, on the other hand, her sister-in-law is here to slalom, and I think is.
Oh, look at that number 2.
Yeah, beautiful offside turn there. She said on Instagram the other day, I mentioned this last week, that she's a lefty disguised as a righty, and it is true. I mean, that's kind of the best part of her skiing is that rotation around the back end of the turn on 2 and 4. She does such a good job there. But what I'll see is here
we go.
Fantastic. Yeah. Hopefully not a Coldplay moment there. I
remember that.
You got to be careful. All these drones in the air, you know, you can get caught.
Okay, let's send it over to Aaron.
Hey guys, welcome back Dockside. I'm here with Sasha. Just ran a good score. I know you probably want a little more. How did things feel out there?
I mean, I'm a little disappointed, but the site is awesome. Boat is great. Everything feels great. So, yeah, all good.
And I mean, okay, now slalom's done for now. I think it's the one that you enjoy the most, definitely. It's your favorite event, right? Jump is coming up. Things look great over there. How did practice go for jump?
I mean, it's awesome. I really enjoyed jumping here, and I'm looking at this perfect headwind. Yeah, very excited.
Yeah, perfect headwind makes any jumper excited, right?
Absolutely. I feel like that's my problem with slalom. I was distracted by the headwind.
Well, good job on the slalom. Know you probably wanted more, but we're excited to see you flying through the air later on. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, then, here we go. We've got Ali Garcia on the 12 meters. Now, the task for her is to get far enough down 11.25 meters, and by doing that, she would eliminate both Alicia Bagnoli and Beatrice Iani going forwards. And she's aggressive right from the get-go, even on 13 meters, the preceding pass. So now it's setting up really well for her.
I completely agree with you, Tony. That was going to be around about the word that I was going to use. I mean, she looks committed. I mean, that was a really nice pass. She wasn't sitting there on her heels. She was making the ski move, doing a good job of getting through that pass. You know, lots of angle, putting the pressure where she needed to be, and it was a beautiful pass. So, yeah, I mean, just going through the potential. Look at this, really nice. I mean, her onside has improved so much the last few years. I mean, I saw her last week. She came into 3 at 10.75 in the second round of the Botas tournament. And she looked so good. I thought she was going to turn it, but she's skiing well, and this is it's exciting to see. Going back to the potentials here, so she must run 1.5, and that'll put her in along with Bea and with Alice. Now, if she gets past that, she'll kick those 2 guys out. If she gets to 1.5, then it'll be a 10-person final. But anything past that, she will put herself in, and then she can start rising the ranks and improve her seed. And she'll feel pretty good about it. She's got a little bit of a tailwind on this 11, but she's good for it. You know, that's actually a really nice gate. I like it. So, good one. A little bit out the back. It's not actually that hot, but beautiful 2. That's how you do it. Just come over to 2, let the ski come through. A little bit of a handle rise there at 4, but no, it's actually a really, really well managed pass. It's the first skier we've seen run it that way with the tailwind, and she'll have confidence there that she's managed to deal with that little tailwind, and you know, even after a bad start. Now, what I want to see here is as she comes out of one, she's a little bit on the tail. She's struggling a little bit to get on the accelerating edge over towards buoy 2, but she's so patient at 2 and just does a good job of leaving the ski to do its thing. She's kind of flat and straight towards, but watch this. Leaves the handle, rotate, leave the weight on the inside, and just gets a perfect turn. And she needed it, you know. She's so confident and comfortable there. That just comes from, you know, some of that's just innate, right? I mean, like, we're all as skiers, we're always trying to improve ourselves and improve our technique, but you watch some people and they just have that balance in certain areas that the rest of us don't have typically, and she has that on the offside.
And, you know, it seems to me that she had 2 separate targets going forward into that pass. She had the target of getting at least 2 to put her into the next round. But then once she got to that part, once she got past that point, she said, oh, okay, I might as well just run it from here.
Yeah, and that's sensible skiing. I mean, she didn't want to fall over at 1 and put herself out the final, so she didn't do too much there, but she knew that, you know, she's a good enough skier. She's got the confidence. She's got the experience now. She's been doing this for a number of years. I think, you know, she's only probably 25 or so, but she's been doing this for a number of years, and she's now, you know, in a good position where she's got the headwind on the 10.75. Get nice and wide on that gate. She's got the glide. She's over to 1, and let's see how we go from here. And it's a good 1. Let's see if she can get that nice 2. And she, nearly. Will she get the 3?
Come on, keep going.
Ali.
Get after it. Oh,
hold it. No, 3.5. But that's got to be that's probably a season's best, I would say, if she did get around 4. But I think she did. I would give it to her from here. She doesn't look ecstatic, does she, for someone that's just done a very good set. And I'm proud of her here. She turned 3. It's not. I mean, I think the first time we ever saw her turn 3 in a tournament was against Ali Nicholson in the head-to-head. Was it last year, and put Ali Nicholson out, and you know, we were kind of surprised. It is a 3.5. There you go. And you know, that little headwind helping her. She pulled long to 3, but she did a really good job of just moving through. Pulls all the way to 4, outside, doesn't go for the S-turn, nearly falls out the front, thinks about holding it, back foot comes out, goes, nah, I'll take it. But 3.5 is big. It's not the 4 we saw from Kennedy and from Elizabeth yesterday, so it does keep her right behind them. But that puts her, by my count, into 4th spot. And that's a nice place to be, 4th from the end. She'll put the pressure. I mean, you know, she's done a good job here. I think she didn't get the 2 that she might have done, a little bit out the back, but she still gets over to 3. And again, 3 wasn't perfect, but for her to get 2, you know, fairly average buoys and get around 4, it just tells you where she is. She's right there. We talked about
kissed the front of the ski there.
Yeah, that was nearly out the front. But sort of nearly like what Jamie did yesterday at 3. But yeah, that shows that she's right there. It's good.
All right, then, here we go. Our next skier on the water, 13 meters. We're opening past. She comes to us from Roma, but not the one in Italy, the one in Queensland in Australia. This is Sadie Ferguson.
Probably not quite as historic
or
vaunted of a town as the Roma here, but what I will say though, I think Sadie did a fantastic job on the mic yesterday. Don't you agree, Tony? I thought she was a breath of fresh air and very for anyone, but you know, to take the mic and do some interviews, I thought she was excellent.
And with that, let's send it over to another of our interviewers, Aaron Davies.
Hey guys, welcome back Dockside. I'm here with Ali Nicholson. You're in the fortunate position and well-earned position of knowing that you're through to the final before you ski. That's always a nice feeling, right?
Yeah, it's always a nice feeling. It really hasn't been that case on this trip, so there has been pressure on a lot of the second round so far in Europe, so it is kind of nice to have to go out and have a set with kind of the pressure off. So yesterday felt like we were moving in the right direction, so hopefully we can get a couple more buoys today.
That'd be nice, right? Look, I mean, there's a lot of good scores gone down. I believe pretty much everyone has improved, so there must be something out there today that's feeling good.
Yeah, it seems like most people have improved their score today, so hopefully I get to join that list as well.
Yeah, and you've had a really good trip so far. It's been a little ups and downs, I feel, sometimes. It's been a long trip, right? So what's the plan after this weekend?
Oh my goodness, I fly on Monday to see my dog and my parents, but I'm super excited. I'm ready to be home. I mean, we always say it's a long time over here. I think, 5 weeks is a long time, and by the time you get to that 5th week and you know it's the end, you're ready just to be home. So I think we're all kind of there, but we're still having fun this weekend, so we'll get through this one, and then
homebound.
Well, what's more important, the dog or the parents, right?
I'm probably more excited to see my dog. Sorry, Mom and Dad. They know it's true, too.
Well, good luck out there today. Have some fun. And back to you guys in the studio.
Melissa Nicholson at home, clutching her heart and beating the ground in sadness that the dog is going to be more favoured than her. That's funny.
Man's best friend.
Yeah. Interesting point that Ali made there, that this year there's been more pressure on the second rounds, and I think that's not just down to, I don't think it is down to Ali's level of skiing particularly, it's down to the overall level of skiing. I mean, there's more women entered. I mean, it's not the sort of, we have previously seen, 6s and 7s and 8s of women entered into the tournaments, but now we're sort of seeing 14s and 15s, so it's like there's a lot of people that don't make the final, whereas previously it was kind of seeding rounds, and that's great. More entered, Sadie, one of them, supporting the tour. It makes it more exciting, people watching, it makes it more competitive, and it actually pushes the level up of everybody involved, as we've seen. So that's just an exciting thing for women skiing, that not only are we seeing more a higher level, but we're seeing a deeper field, more competitive, and those things, they're not happening independent of each other. They are absolutely related. More pressure means the oysters or whatever it is that produce the pearls or whatever under pressure. I don't know, whatever it is.
Diamonds.
Yeah, there you go. No, it's not the 3 she wanted. Can she get the 4? She can. It's a really good 4 actually. And
I'm going a little bit too late into number 5 and having to ski up there with a 5 buoy count on 11.25 meters. Now, does that have a detrimental effect going forwards in regards to her making it to the next round? Because that is now a backup score.
She got the 2 at 10.75 yesterday, so I think that means that she's in, and that's it's a bit of a shame, because actually I thought the start was really good. She came into 3. Watch this. The handle comes across too early. She pulls the handle in, so it puts her onto the top of the ski. And when you're on the top of the ski, you go straight. You need the weight to be inside of you in order to get the ski to move around that point of that sort of center of mass. And Hitch does the same thing there at 5. And after recovering at 4, I thought so well. She'll be disappointed with that. She had a... Did you talk about this yesterday, Tony? She had a crazy trip here.
Involving wrecked cars and trains.
She rented a car on Turo, and the engine blew up. All the oil dropped out of it, and the engine blew up. She gets halfway here, 4.5 hours out of a 9-hour journey. She's about to turn around. She phones Vince Stadelbauer, who, because she'd agreed to do some dockside interviews, and tells him that she can't make it. Vince says, no, listen, just get to a train station, I'll pick you up. And Vince, showing some kindness that I have never seen from him, decides to drive 3.5 hours to Geneva from here to pick her up at sort of, 10 o'clock at night or something like that. And then he drives her back, tells her, hey, Sadie, just have a sleep, I got this. We're going to get you there. And then Sadie turns up yesterday, having gone to bed at like 3 in the morning, barely any sleep, and runs 2 at 10.75, puts herself in the final. And conversely, probably has a better night's sleep yesterday. Maybe it all caught up with her and doesn't ski so well today. But pretty. Yeah, I'm hearing on the count back that maybe Vince's wife would have made it into the final if Sadie wasn't here. So no good deed goes unpunished. Hey, Vince. Yeah, and then of course Vince was probably up at, he likes to get up at 4:30 in the morning or something for a webcast to make sure everything's correct, and double and triple and quadruple check all the links between the cameras, etc., and all the technical things I don't understand. So yeah, Vince, kind of the hero of the show in terms of in Sadie's life this week. Not only got her here, but helped her make a final, and well done, Vince. I mean, it shows that even the most evil of people have a good quality once in a while. No one is fully bad.
Okay, I'm glad you said all of that, because I would not have. Anyway.
I'm not getting a check from this event, Tony, from Vince, so I can say what I want.
All right then, okay, let's move along, shall we? Let's go with Neely Ross, who has seen an uptick in her abilities as a slalomer and in terms of consistency. 13-meter start, and she has a rather unusual way of moving about on the ski and setting her turns up with massive amounts of counter rotation going into the pre-turn on each side. And with that, she is going to pull out to the left-hand side of that Nautique towboat, of which she is a team member. And with that, let's check in with Aaron.
Hey guys, I'm here with Sadie Ferguson. Not quite the score you had yesterday. I guess you knew if you were through to the final before you went off the dock, you were just trying to feel some stuff out, right?
Yeah, definitely. It was nice to know I was into the final prior to going out there, but even still, I got a good setup at that 11, and it just sort of all fell apart at 5, a little bit now at 4, but nothing I thought I couldn't handle. Anyways, in the finals, and we'll see what we can do tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a tail breeze out there. You know, I think it's a little more than people realize. Okay, we're in a little bit of a dip here on the lake, and it's you're feeling it more on top of the water than on the water, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's stronger than you anticipate, but you know, we're all built to try and manage these things, and you know, you can either do it or you can't. Today I couldn't.
Well, no, you did it yesterday, and that was the most important thing. You were able to relax a little more in that set, feel some things out. So good skiing today. We're looking forward to seeing you ski tomorrow, and back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, we were talking just a minute ago, Tony, about Neely's style. I think she does a lot of stuff extremely well. Look how still she is on the way out to the buoys. It's really, that is exceptional. The control of her edge there is really fantastic, and that's, you know, I talked to her about technique once in a while, and she told me that that's something she's really working on. It's really apparent. I really like that. I'm rooming with Thomas Gustafsson this week, a good friend of mine, and he's here taking photos, and he took some phenomenal shots of Neely yesterday. He was showing me on his computer late at night, and I think she'll be posting some of those in the near future as we go to Aaron.
Indeed.
Hey guys, here with Ali, a really good score, really close to your PB. You knew you were through to the final after you... But did you know you through to the final before you skied? No. So you skied really well. You know, there's a lot of pressure when you have to get a score, right? So to get that score and put yourself into the final, really well done.
Yeah, thank you. I knew I needed a full 2. A bunch of the girls skied amazing today. And I was kind of trying to safety 38, which is not the move. And I almost fell at 1 ball, which was a bit upsetting. And I think before 39, I was like, I told Mario, I'm like, I just want to have fun and I just want to ski. I've been struggling a bit mentally. So it wasn't my nicest 39, but I'm proud that I just kind of did it for myself.
Yeah, and then as soon as you turn that 2 ball, you're like, okay, I can relax a little bit. You knew you'd done it. By the time you came over towards 4, you know you were in the final, and I think you made the right decision just to let go. You don't need to be making any crazy moves, so well done on that, and we will see you tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I'm really happy to get a chance to ski again here. Cool. So thank you.
Good job, Ali, and back to you guys in the studio.
Looking fantastic here on 11.25 meters, waiting up on number 5, and is good to go for number 6.
Huge 2 and 4 there. Sometimes she'll hitch at 2 and 4, which you know, sort of hurts her, but that was fantastic 2-4 there. Really, really good job. We'll see the replay here. She kind of almost had so much pressure out of buoy 4 there that she ran a little bit straight at 5, and I think you'll see here that she maybe felt a little bit narrow. But let's have a look at this pass buoy by buoy. Very still. That's a really, really solid one. But watch this turn here. It's massive. Leaves her weight inside, rotates all the way around it. It's perfect. It's really, really good skiing. And yeah, aggressive. You know, we've seen some of the girls kind of, you know, run it in a way that's sort of, you know, they're just placing the ski. But here, just kind of, you know, she's moving through, and it's a really good pass. I like it, and I like to see that sort of. You can't run. You know, Neely is a world championship medalist in slalom, 2-time trick world champion, of course. But you know, in slalom, she's a world championship medalist in 2023, and she's someone that wants to be really not just running 1 or 2 at 10.75. And you know, 11 you can run it kind of, you know, just by placing that ski. But 10.75, you know, you're going to have to do a little bit of digging. And I like the intent she's showing there on that 11. I really like that too, especially. So let's see. I think what did she run yesterday? It would have been a 2 yesterday, Tony, which I think was the score that she ran to get that medal at the Worlds at Jack's. It was very, very windy then, 2 or 3 years ago. Good gate. Let's see the one. One's a good, and a little on the tail, but she'll try and turn 2. Oh, will she get around 3? And she's inside of 3. Yeah, just that she's kind of susceptible to that. That buoy too. Like, when she gets the good run into it, she'll turn it better. Like, and we saw on that 11 that she did such a good job of the rotating around her weight, which is on the inside of the buoy line, so that she can kind of roll over and keep moving. But she's kind of susceptible right now to that 2 at 10.75. That 2 at 10.75 where she'll try to kind of bring the handle through a little bit quick, and she'll end up sort of standing on top of the ski and going straight. So just not quite enough. That's pretty good. It's sort of fine. Pulls a little long to 2 and then a little narrow. But yeah, just didn't quite get the rotation through. The ski didn't, finish around and on an edge. It finished facing straight down the lake. So she had to use her leverage, which she knows all about, from her trick skiing career, to pull across. But yeah, solid score, but not what she would want ideally, I guess.
Yeah, she definitely wants to get out of the hole that she's dug for herself at 2 at 10.75 meters. She did this. She's done this now. She did it in the previous round, and she's done it in the 2 rounds of slalom that she competed in the World Championships last season, with a first round score of 2 and a final round score of 2.
Yeah, she's good for it. I think I've seen her run 3s. I think she's got a few 4s here and there, but yeah, kind of just stuck there a little bit there at 2. But I think there's stuff to work on. I think I was really impressed with her buoy 2 on 11, as I've said 100 times. But I think that shows that there's a blueprint there for her to improve. But on to Ali Nicholson,
a skier that's confident in knowing that she has a pathway through to the top 8 now. What sense of relief does that bestow upon the skier involved?
Yeah, I mean, it's always an interesting one. I mean, of course, when you're turning up, and especially, like I said, especially now when there's entry lists of 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 women skiers, there's a lot of people that are not going to make it. So we'll get back to that after we talk to Aaron on the dock.
Hey guys, welcome back down to the dock. I'm here with Neely. You just got finished skiing. You knew you were through to the final when you skied. So what's the mentality of going out when skiing when you know that already?
I mean, today was a little bit of a mess. I honestly didn't know if I was going to ski or not. Had a little bit of a case of food poisoning last night, so I think I slept maybe an hour. I didn't know if I was going to ski or not, honestly. But I decided to ski kind of just for seating purposes. And honestly, I feel like I kind of surprised myself. I'm trying to not throw up right now. But I mean, I'll take it for honestly how bad I feel.
I mean, for an hour's sleep to be running 2 at 39, 2 at 10.7, that's a really great score. That shows a testament to the athlete that you are. So that's a really, really good score.
I mean, it's hard not to ski here. Perfect lake, perfect boat, perfect driver. It feels so good out there. So I guess that just gives me more confidence for tomorrow. I feel like I'll feel better tomorrow and be able to throw up a better score.
And hopefully not throw up anyway. So, hey, great score, great skiing. Get yourself back to the hotel, go take a nap, ready, get fueled for tomorrow, because we've got 2 lots of skiing tomorrow. You got tricks and slalom tomorrow, so good luck with both of those. And back to you guys in the studio.
And an uncharacteristically early fall there on 12 meters there for Ali Nicholson, and she is just stunned and amazed right now that she's gone down relatively early. She's through to the final on the basis of her first round score.
Very strange. I'm excited to see excited is not the right word. Interested to see the replay here. It's funny. I mean, Ali. She's had a couple of, I don't know, you sort of don't want to say it too much, but she's had a couple of weird results, let's say. I mean, there was one in the Morocco tournament didn't go her way and fell on her onside there where she's usually so balanced. I mean, it's a beautiful one. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. It's great. And then, I mean, she's absolutely in it. There's no problem here. And then, 3. And I mean, I'm trying to see where the issue came. And then we're going to go to 5, and this is where she fell in Morocco, looking really good at 12, and just sort of falls out the back, like a little bit of a slip at the back end of the turn. She does finish her turns in a very sort of, I want to say, long position. She's not very compressed. She fairly straight legs, gets her leverage nice and early there, and this is. It's a great pass up until this point, but I mean, it just looks like there's something a bit odd happening at the back end of the turn. I mean, she's losing a little bit of rope. Everything's tight and fine there, but she just dropped her shoulder a little bit and just couldn't keep moving. So I mean, it won't affect anything, besides potentially her confidence. Well, speaking of which, huge one onside turn there at 13. Kennedy, I was going to say maybe not super used to going out 13, but that's not true. She's been out 13 consistently. It's a beautiful rest of the pass, Tony?
Yeah, that number 1 though was scary, to say the least. But there you go. Sometimes it happens, and Kennedy Hansen, bubbling with confidence coming into this second round, and having scored a new personal best of 4 at 10.75 meters. But you got to stay focused, buoy to buoy, pass to pass.
Kennedy, with her 4 yesterday, I had a brief chat with her, and I said to her, that's not like a good score sort of for her. That's just a good score, and it's not a good score for an overall skier. That's a score that can really challenge for podiums anywhere. And her improvement. I mean, I guess young skiers do improve, but I've been so impressed with just watching her get better and better through the last. I guess I really noticed probably about a year ago when she was kind of whatever pro tournament she was doing at the time. She started to knock down 11 every time, but now you getting to 4, it's not taking her that long, and she looked good yesterday. The 1, 2, and 3 were really nice. A little bit late at 3, but she told me that she would have preferred to turn 4, but and she S-turned when she maybe shouldn't have. But I'm not sure I agree. I mean, she got the 4, she did well. But I think she's got stronger and stronger. She looks so fit. She's obviously in the gym and she's strong, and that's what you need to be as an overall skier. I think that she was probably a bit slighter in the last few years, to where she has great technique, but now she has a bit more. She can pull a bit harder, be a little bit more robust against the boat when things go wrong, and she has that really nice offside turn. So good to see. And like I said earlier on, it used to be that 3 at 10.75 would put you in a solid third more or less every time, and now we've seen there's a number of Whitney McClintock will come back having just had a baby, and Regina, who was there last week, she's not here, but we'll see later in the year. I mean, you start running forwards consistently, which Kennedy doesn't look like she's far away from doing at all. I mean, and she'll start challenging and putting the pressure.
And still very conscious of being able to maintain her overall ability as well. I mean, she took a break from skiing at Botas and spent a few days getting some jump sets in, of all things. This on top of the fact that we're seeing her slalom a very best out there in amongst all of that, Freddie.
Well, I said to her yesterday, what are you doing in practice? And she goes, no, it's kind of that's the max of what I can do in practice at the moment. And she says, I'm skiing better in tournaments. I said, well, why do you think that is? She goes, I don't know. I said, well, we sort of theorised together that maybe she's taking more time off around tournaments because the problem is overall is you have to train so much. Let's see her hopefully run this 11. It's a big one. She's committed, and that offside turn is just so effective. It's kind of Ali Garcia-esque, just very athletic movement. She lets the ski move around her, and it's looking so good. And that's where.
And I think a lot of that is down to the ski setup, isn't it? To allow that ski to just track out and stay out there and just wait for her to make the next move.
I mean, obviously the ski's set up for sure, and she has a good ski there. But you can give her ski to someone, her height, weight, whatever dimensions, and they're not going to be able to make it turn like that because Kennedy's just got phenomenal balance. She gets over to her her 2-4 side. Watch this. She's ski rolls very nicely. She's out in the middle of it, and then she just lets the ski roll around. She's not doing too much. She's rotating with the ski, not ahead of it, not behind it. And that's there's a lot of touch there. There's a lot of that's so good. Just huge control. And talk of, this is obviously a long way away, but Regina Jacques wasn't running 10.75 until she was kind of in her mid-20s, mid to later 20s, an overall skier. And Kennedy's, her improvement is such that, you wouldn't bet against, putting her in the same sentence as Regina Jacques in a slalom context is a huge amount of pressure. But I'm just saying that she could start running this 10.75. She doesn't. She looks good, and that maybe isn't so far away. So let's see. Really nice gate, and one's a little taily, but can we see that nice boy too? And I think we can. And will she get over to 3? And let's see. She's nearly out the front, and I think she's gone inside of that. Oh, that was nearly a huge crash. Athletic work from Kennedy to not crash, and I think she doesn't want to look. She's got a good score. She's looking confident. She didn't get the best 1 of all time, nor the best 2, but she's cutting to 4.
So in successive rounds, Kennedy Hansen has produced season's best scores.
Yeah, well, 4 yesterday, 3 today. At the Botas tournament last week, I think she ran 3 twice. She certainly ran it in the final, got on the podium. Her first podium ever. She came 3rd, and she came 3rd behind Regina Jacques and Jamie Bull. So you can't say there was anyone really missing in the world there. She beat basically everybody else, and let's see, nearly out the front here. And that's not where you want to be inside. But hey, she didn't crash, and she's going to be confident for the final. She's making mistakes at 10.75 and still nearly getting around 4. If she'd have just been a little bit more balanced through the weight stage, she'd have got around 4. I love the gate here, nice and composed. Look, beautifully stacked up. And 1 wasn't beautiful; it was a little on the tail, but and even 2, we're waiting for that ski to come all the way through like it does in 11. But she pushed on the nose a little bit. You see, when the nose is pushed on, the tail will slip. But she did a good job there. Again, that trick skiing kind of coming into it, but dropped the shoulder too much. Watch the frustration here. She's
scary.
Annoyed. Hey, how cool is that? An overall skier who had a PB of probably 1 or 2 at 10.75 at the start of this year is annoyed. At the start of last year is annoyed that she's not getting the full 4. And she's going to be in contention for a podium spot tomorrow. She's got the second best score of the day. Her and Ali Garcia not so different actually. Kind of both lefties with good offside turns, and that's going to be a nice battle.
And as we see Elizabeth Montavon take down the first pass, which I believe was at 30 meters, let's check in with Aaron.
Hey guys, here with Kennedy Hansen, just got off the water. Nearly throwing some acrobatic maneuvers out there, Hey, but getting halfway through 10, 2 rounds in a row, I know you were probably looking for another 4 at least. We all gave you some words yesterday and saying, hey, man, you should have been a little further down. So you were definitely committed today.
Yeah, no, for sure. I didn't have the best start there compared to yesterday, so I'm going to watch the video and see what I can do, fix my gait a little bit. But, overall, I'm happy. That's a good score, good 2 rounds, so I'm feeling good going into the final.
Hey, that's great, and obviously, as we said yesterday, it's an overall tournament. Another big slalom score, so you have a second round of tricks, the finals, so we'll see what can happen there. We've got some jump going on later today, so you're excited for that? Nice little headwind pulling up, right?
Yeah, the headwind looks perfect. I'm excited for jump, so it will be fun.
Yeah, I've heard some big jumps going down by the amateurs so far, so we're looking forward to seeing you later. And back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much. And so far as a potential for a high overall score, there's the jump event for the pros a little bit later on, the first of 2 rounds. So whenever you factor in 4 at 10.75 meters and a darn good trick score from yesterday, she's in a good position for overall. But moving on, we've got Elizabeth Montavon, who made a serious ski switch at the beginning of the season, and she is reaping the rewards of that, as we see Stevie Island offering some advice towards Elizabeth Montavon from the shore side. And Elizabeth Montavon, so far as her season's escapades are concerned, she's currently in third place on the Waterski Pro Tour leaderboard, about 40 points behind second place right now, and looking to try and make some moves there, Freddie.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big story in women's skiing, isn't it? Is that, you know, I would say that the two surprises of the season, I mean that kindly, is Elizabeth and Kennedy's improvement. You know, Elizabeth has done a fantastic job. She looks so balanced. Just skiing better and better, looking, you know, more. She looks strong. I think that, you know, I think that, you know, of course I'm a fan of the ski and all that, but I think that probably there's a lot more that's gone on behind the scenes. She looks like she's really in good physical shape. People often think, oh, you know, you got to be light for this sport, but you know, there is a lot to be said about being physically fit and being able to be robust and have a you know, a gym honed physique to withstand the pressures of water skiing. This is 11. It's a really good 1 and 2. 3 is beautiful as well, and she looks really good here. And I mean, this is a fantastic pass. Drop the shoulder a little bit there at 5, but still early as you can really be at 6 on that 11. Slight tailwind. Interesting about her skiing is she rides the tail of the ski through the wakes into her 135. Which I think, you know, doesn't necessarily.
But she was doing it a lot worse. I mean, as soon as like 2-3 seasons ago when she was skiing on another ski, and that was really detrimental to her performances going forward. But now she's kind of mellowed out from that somewhat, and she's reaping the benefits with higher scores and more consistent finishes.
I think there's more to come, though. I think if she, I mean, what's interesting is that you can see on her gate she's more on the tail than she is into 3 and 5. She just, you know, rides in the middle of that ski a little bit more, and going towards her left. Into 2, 4, and 6, she's very much more over the middle than she was a few years ago. But I think if she can just get a little bit more set there, then there's more to come. She'll run more buoy. She'll get a better approach into her offside, more speed, more. I mentioned it to her last week at Botas. So I think, you know, she's doing very well, but I think, you know, she's got more in her. She's got headroom, which is a nice place to be. And you know, it's so difficult to make these adjustments on the fly. It takes a long time. There's Thomas Gustafsson on the dock taking photos. He's on lifestyle today. He's not getting the action shots from the lake. But I mean, he'll be posting those the next few weeks. They're very good. He showed me them yesterday. Elizabeth 10.75. She ran 4 yesterday, which is her best in a pro tournament. On the tail through the gate, kind of typically, but it's a good 1. Let's see this 2. Really good 2. She's in this. I mean, she really is in this. 4 will no. Oh no. No. She's going to be gutted. She's going to be devastated. But at the same time, it's not going to be. It's frustrating, but the start was great, and she doesn't want to run it this round. She wants to run it next round. She would like to run it both rounds, but if she can choose, she'll do it in the final. And that was the best start we've seen today. Again, we'll see the replay, but just a little on the tail through the gate. But she gets over to 1. That ski is working so well. Comes through and she's set, and 2 was fantastic, and she just tried to bite up a little bit too much. Maybe got a little bit excited there at 3, and I mean, she was on for 4. You know, at least to get around 4 and turn to get to 5. Great one.
Yeah,
a little bit of tip rise,
but whipped the ski round.
Yeah, very. I mean, it's a perfect.
But got pulled a little bit on the inside there on number 2, and then round number 3. Tried to take the strain just a little bit, split second too early there.
Do you know what? It was a really good turn. She just didn't quite have the strength to hold it. She didn't really do anything wrong. You know, I mean, what I'm saying is I'm not really going to criticize her technique. She went for the big turn. She actually got the big turn, but just wasn't quite. You know, she could have just held on a little bit. You know, that's it. Yeah, she maybe leant back just a touch, kind of arched her back too much, and that, you know, you need to kind of have your hips in line between your shoulders and your feet versus kind of having your sort of being overarched and falling out the back. But good skiing from her.
Here's the current Pro Tour leader, Jamie Boll, 3-time World Slalom champion, won the latest of those World Championships right here in Recetto last season via a runoff, and looking just exceptionally dialed out there. She was the only person to get through 10.75 meters yesterday and established a score in 10.25 meters later on. And as we take a look at the Italian Alps, beautiful pictures. I mean, come on.
Gorgeous. Yeah, I guess I wasn't paying attention particularly last year when in the women's I was skiing first off in the final. So I guess, yeah, it was a runoff, wasn't it? And Jamie's won 2 of her World Championships in a runoff, beating Regina Jaquist both times. Pretty special. And then at Jack's running, kind of outright getting the 3.5 in the very challenging windy conditions that she needed to win. And yeah, I mean, it's so funny. I mean, on knife edge, I mean, if Regina had won both of those, I think Regina also lost the World Championships in a runoff in 2019 as well. So 3 of the last 4 Regina has lost on a runoff. I mean, it shows like if that had gone, if all those gone in Regina's way, then she'd be, I think, a 6-time world champion.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff. Anyway, Jamie, who actually, Jamie didn't, had a disappointing weekend last week. She lost her first tournament of the last couple of months since the Masters to Regina. She in the final there at Botas, she ran 4. She'd have been very disappointed. I mean, she ran a 10.75 yesterday that was up there with any of her best, I would say. I mean, she looked fantastic, and she nearly got around the 3 that would have given the Canadian record that you always talk about, Tony. She's just coming in, the Canadian record, 2 1/4 Whitney McClintock. So I think she's so close, and her one yesterday 10.25 was incredible. I'm excited to see her get that 3.
I think we'll all be.
Yeah, I think we all will be. Yeah, I mean, and again, not to talk too much about Regina here, but there's only been 2 people that have ever got around 3 before in women's skiing, and that is Regina a number of times, and Jamie's compatriot. But Jamie's right there, and she will do it. Like I say, that 10.75 yesterday was as good as anyone's ever run that pass. I would say it was really spectacular. So let's see it happen again today. Jamie, of course, she is top seed. Whatever happens, this is a seeding round for her. We have seen her, go out in the second round of qualifying. She's basically qualified first or second in every round of qualifying. In the first round, in every tournament we've seen in the last 5 or 6, whatever this European/African stint has been, and she has. So she's had a lot of sort of practice rounds in the second round. We've not seen her complete all of those that often. I think even last week she did the first 3 passes, went through 11 and didn't finish. But we'll see what she does here. I mean, she's got a great opportunity. She's obviously skiing well here. She feels dialed.
Here she comes.
She's coming back in at 11. Let's see how well she can run this. She'll give us a clinic, I'm going to say.
This will provide a little bit of a litmus test going forward as to how well she's prepared to take on 10.75 meters in this second round of 3. Fantastic skiing so far, 11.25 meters, has to stay focused, and she is. There we go. That is a 6 buoy count for Jamie Bourne, getting ready for 10.75 meters. The current and 3-time world women's slalom champion from North Bay in Ontario, Canada. That is Jamie Bourne.
Phenomenal pass, right? I mean, just so good, and I've said this to you before, Tony, on the mic, but Jamie's offside is phenomenal, and it always has been. We talk about people just having like kind of almost unique abilities to feel comfortable in certain places of the slalom course, and that's where she is so good. She does such a good job into the offside and just drives that ski back through. 2.4 has not always been, the kindest to her, especially 5 years ago when she was in her very early 20s, maybe even teens. But that now, watch this, like 2 was beautiful. 4 great, and she's so good at coming out of that 2.4 turn better and better now, and that's where we're going to see her really get the big scores in the future.
I remember her way back in the day, in the very early stages of the Waterski Pro Tour. that Jamie Ball at Hilltop was producing scores that that were taking down the world U21 women's slalom record at that time.
Yeah, I mean, I was at that hilltop event when she first ran 10.75. I think in the first round she ran 4, like stalled at 4, having been in good shape. But she's now been through it, probably 200 times since, I would imagine. Beautiful turn at 1. Let's see what this 2. Brilliant turn at 2. 3 is just easy breezy. Gets the nice 4. This is as good as yesterday, I would say. Not the best 5. Came up a little narrow, but
there you go. Look at that.
Yeah, and just. I don't know, not to be negative about anybody else, but Jamie Bull is just in a different league, isn't she?
Absolutely, she is.
You'd put your house on her running 10.75 on a flat lake.
And she just has such control out there. I mean, in any given situation, she always seems to have the correct response to stay on with the pass, no matter where she is.
Yep, she's really good. She's so dialed. She's got that nice that O2 Works HO Syndicate ski, and just used it perfectly. I kind of almost jinxed her a little bit because I was saying how good the pass was. It was almost perfect, and then just something kind of funny happened here into buoy 5. Maybe caught a gust. Maybe just watched it a little bit narrower than she thought she was going to be. Grabbed the handle. It's an uncharacteristic turn for her because she's usually so good there, but she had done such a good job up until that point to run a basically perfect pass. She had all the time in the world, and that was maybe that was a safety check, Tony, to use your favourite word.
All right, so here we go. Jamie Bull, 10.25 meters. She already has the lead from round 1. Okay, let's see if we can get this done today. 10.25 meters. If she can get outside number 3. Let's see. Entrance. There's one.
Come on, Jamie. That's a good one.
There's one.
Oh, brutal.
Back-to-back 2s.
Yeah, the first thing to say before we move on to anything else is it's a phenomenal level of skiing. It's very rare that you'll see people, run more than back-to-back 2s. Extremely rare. In fact, the only person to have done it is Regina, who we keep mentioning, but she, I remember there was a tournament at Jack Travers a few years ago where it was like 2, 2, and 2. Regina ran 2, and Whitney and Jamie all ran 2. But it doesn't get much better than that. Conversely, she got around 1, and we were all dreaming. We were all thinking this is going to be it, And the ski. She rolled the ski out a little bit late maybe, and then she just couldn't quite get her weight on the inside to let the ski roll through. We'll see a replay in a minute, but that was not far away. We're all fans of Jamie here. We know her very well from we do a lot of traveling around, and we're pulling for her, and it was a good one. Maybe just a tiny bit of separation, and so what you can see there on that angle is that her shoulders, as the ski's rolling through, her shoulders are actually moving, rolling over onto the top of the ski. She needs to almost commit more. I don't want to say drop the shoulder, but especially from that angle we just saw, as she comes around the back end of that turn, her weight is sort of rolling over the top of the ski, so it takes the ski off edge. You'll see it here.
All right, then, and as we see that second replay of Jamie Bull with 2 at 10.25 minutes, let's send it to the dock. And
hey guys, I'm here with Elizabeth. We've just seen Jamie put up an insane score, but yourself, you did another really good score. You had a really good start on your 10.7, on your 39. What were you thinking out there? Okay, I've said before to a few of the others, you already knew you were through to the finals, so what were you feeling out there?
Yesterday I felt a little slow at the top of my 39 gate, so I wanted to have a little better water speed today and just get that more dialed in. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I don't get to... Before this year, I wasn't turning a lot of 3s at 39 in pro tournaments. Record tournaments are one thing, but pro tournaments are another. So actually getting a look at 3-ball and trying to turn it is a bit new to me this season, and I just have to keep pushing myself to do it. And I lost my wits a little bit there on the back of the buoy, but... another good start in the books, and we'll just keep pushing.
As long as you keep getting the starts, the pass will come, right? You've already done it once this year. Who said you can't do it again before you leave Europe, right?
Yeah, exactly. That'd be a dream way to finish this Euro trip, is with another 39. But if not, I keep telling everybody, this sport is a marathon. We treat it like sprints, and it's not. It's a long season, and there's a lot of years of skiing under your belt if you keep your body healthy and your wits about you. So, yeah, there's a lot more to come.
I mean, definitely. I mean, the top of the guys and the girls. You know, you've got Regina, who is an experienced skier herself. We've got, in the guys, we've got Tigas and Will. They obviously look after their body enough to be into their 40s in skiing. You know, it's an insane, right?
Yeah, I mean, Regina, Will, and Tigas, those are like my North Stars. As long as they're still healthy in skiing, I got that many more years ahead of me. So hope they're feeling good today, because that's good for me.
Yeah, they're definitely teaching the kids how it's done, right, still? Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Aaron Davis, not bringing my name into the mix there. Made me feel young.
All right, there. So there's your women's slalom leaderboard. Two at 10.25 meters, exactly the same as yesterday. Kennedy Hansen, 4 at 10.75. Elizabeth Montavon also with 4, both scores produced yesterday. Ali Garcia moving on up with 3.5 at 10.75 meters for 4th. Ali Nicholson dropping down 1 spot with 2.5 at 10.75 meters, currently in 5th. Neely Ross there with 2. Sadie Ferguson with 2. Katerina Vrabkova with 2 for a new Czechia women's slalom record. Alicia Bagnoli with 0.5. Beatrice Yanni with 0.5. Christiana De Osma also with 0.5, and Trinidad Espinal rounding off our top world 12 with 3.5 at 11.25 meters. And let's check in one last time with Davis on dockside.
Hey guys, I'm here with our women's slalom top seed, Jamie Bull. It's close, right? It's so close. Like that, I think that was the best one I've seen you get for a very, very long time. You know, you went out in that. This looks great out there right now. You know, that 39 was a breeze. I don't know if it's that from your perspective, but you definitely make it look like that.
Yeah, thank you. 39 felt good. Came off the handle a bit fast into 5, and then got like the handle hung up on my vest. So that was a bit funky, but otherwise was happy with it. 41 is just, it feels close, but not yet.
Well, like, put us in your perspective. Out of that one, we're all thinking, okay, here we go. You know, it's looking so good. Like, what are you thinking in your head at that time?
One there, it felt good for me. The ski rotated. I had pressure, but it was kind of big. So kind of just like shouldery and like in a bit of a weird spot to take, like to be able to keep that load off the second wake. So it's like good, but if I could be a little bit more upright and like kind of stronger through the platform, I think then I can like carry to 2 better, whereas there I got like almost lean locked, so it makes it quite hard off the wakes. But I mean, it's better, the gates and 1s are better than they've been, so I'll take it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, to have the confidence that you can get your ski underneath you a little more, I'm sure is going to give you a little more confidence into the final, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, good skiing. We're looking forward to seeing you skiing tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll see how it goes. I mean, there's a immediate goal in mind is to win the tournament, right? And then after that, we'll see, right?
Yeah, always. I mean, these rounds where they're like a bit of a freebie round are the ones where you feel like there's opportunity to seize. Finals, definitely a little bit more tactical in terms of like, yeah, like you said, the goal is to win. So sometimes you have to be a little bit smarter or whatnot. But I mean, if I go and run 3 at 41, I'm probably going to go pretty well. So, I mean, there's one way to look at it, but definitely usually in finals, I'm like kind of trying to make sure I guarantee myself the chance to take the win and then go from there. So we'll see tomorrow. Girls are skiing well, so I'm going to have to go and ski well as well, and hopefully that happens, and then I get another shot at it.
Well, good luck for tomorrow. We're looking forward to you skiing tomorrow. And with that, back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, and major props here to Freddie Winter for sitting next to me in the announcing position and calling the slalom event for the women. And let's play that game show. Pick your pass.
You wish you'd given me a few more seconds to think about it. Let's watch Alice's 11. A few passes ago, but this was a gutsy 11. We saw some 11s run very, very nicely, but this was the one that was run the most entertainingly. And this is, we're at a professional tournament. This is about entertainment as much as anything. So I'm excited to see this. Sad for Alicia, she didn't make the final. I mean, she was still, I think, she needed the full 2 boys. But
look
still,
at that
she'll
shoulder
be
push.
happy. But watch just out the back. Watch the ski judder here. This was the most impressive thing. The ski literally juddered and she fell out the back nearly, but she held on. Huge slip at 4, if I remember correctly. I don't see it from that angle so well. But then watch the 5. Just does a really good job of getting the ski between her and the boat. She doesn't drop the shoulder too much. Great 5 and over to boy 6. And that's great skiing from Alicia.
And from 1:11.25 meters successfully run, we now go on to the performance which led to a new pending Czechia women's slalom national record. Of course, I'm referring to Katarina Vrabkova, the European women's slalom champion from last season, and looking at this at 11.25 meters. And you can obviously see some parallels between herself and Alicia Bagnoli, who we saw just a few moments ago, but she really wanted to get after this, and I tell you what, the achievement was the 4-6 buoy count there, Freddie.
Yeah, it was an easy pass. I mean, when you watch her run it like that, you can't imagine her ever missing it. Really, just did a really good job the whole way through of not doing too much, not doing too little. Around 6, ran a PB, and made the final. This will be probably her first pro final, I'm going to say. I think she lives in Italy, or she's here a great deal.
Yeah, she skis at Spelonga.
There you go, and so somewhat of a home appearance in the finals, which is pretty huge. Good for her. She'll be ecstatic. Great day for her. Any day getting a PB is good, but when you can make a final also, you're very, very, very happy.
All right, there. Here's our men's running order for the second round, reseeded second round. We've got Dominic Kuhn will be our lead-off skier, followed by Tobias Georgis, Florian Paff, Eduardo Morenzi, Vincenzo Marino, and Brando Caruso in that order, followed by Victor Schultz Sorensen, Matteo Luzzeri, Stephen Island, Tim Vild, Carlo Elias, Aaron Davies, and then after Aaron Davies we have Camille Bamra, Rob Hazelwood, Sasha Desker, and Thomas de Gasperi, Will Asher, Freddie Winter, and Charlie Ross.
Yep, big round of skiing to come. It's going to be. I'm going to get out of here in just a second. Get ready, but we saw that basically everybody improved in the women's, more or less. I don't think anyone did worse, and some of them were big improvements. So is that going to be the case here? I think right now 2 is in, but I don't think that's going to stand. I think 3. It'll be a full 3, maybe even dual 3s, and if that happens, then we're looking at potentially an 8, a more than 8-person final, because as this sort of new rule that's crept in the last few years after starting at the Swiss Pro, that any ties, perfect ties. As you say, Tony, everybody gets in the final. So there's going to be some tactics there. I think we're going to see more people starting at 12. Yesterday there was, I did it, I think Charlie did it, but I think that, it looks like the move from what the women were doing. Basically everybody that came in, that ran their 11 in the tailwind, they got a better chance at 10.75.
And a reminder once again that the minimum starting line length is 13.
Yes, absolutely. So you can't go 14, and God, that would take all day, wouldn't it? And the level of skiers here are too good to be starting at 14. So I think we're going to see quite a lot. I think the second half of the field here will probably see a lot more 12 starts, something that people are more and more used to. So yeah, let's see what happens. I'm going to get out of your hair, Tony, and go and get some food. So
that's even assuming that there is any hair.
I got a beard. Got a nice beard there. Anyway, before it gets too weird in here, thank you very much. I'm going to sign out. Thank you for having me, Tony, Vince, and the TWBC crew.
Thank you very much. As we see our first skier get set in his slalom binding, that is Dominic Kuhn, who scored 2 at 11.25 meters in the round previous to this. So he's looking to try and bump that score up significantly and try and try his latest assault to be one of the top 8 men's slalom finalists. The boat is at the other end of the lake. Manuel Domini is our person at the helm. So we shall see going forwards. This is the continuing live action of the Recetto Pro, the inaugural edition of. Thank you very much for joining us on this fine day in northern Italy, in the region of Piemonte, the commune of Recetto. So just waiting for the boat to come on back. Our other events today involve the jump event. We'll have women's and men's jumping coming right up at you after the conclusion of the men's slalom event, so you don't have to wait all that long. All right, the time is 3:41, which means that in somewhere like Baton Rouge, it's 1:41, I beg your pardon, not 3:41. 13-meter start for Dominique Kuhn. 6:42 in the morning in Baton Rouge, 7:42 in the morning in New York, and another similarly located places along the eastern seaboard, including the greater Orlando area, which is the training base for a good portion of our athletes. There is Dominique Kuhn getting through pass number 1. And looking pretty much dialed in, looking fairly strong out there. So Dominique Kuhn of Austria. Dominique Kuhn, who competed for Austria last season at the World Championships. Didn't make it into the slalom final. Got as high as 30th with a score of halfway down 10.75 meters. So you definitely know that he's capable of getting more than the two buoys on 11.25 meters that he produced yesterday. Manuel Domini just getting settled in, just waiting for the triple beep. And this competition part of the Waterski Pro Tour, and you can find out more about the Waterski Pro Tour by going to waterskiprotour.com. There's the Pro Tour leaderboard. Freddie Winter up top by only 3 points ahead of Charlie Ross. Will Asher currently in 3rd on that season's long points list. Good here, Dominique Kuhn on 12 meters. Trying to just get settled in and not trying to overwork this pass. Getting through 12 meters, no worries there for him. So, getting through that pass of 12 meters. So he's in the water and just trying to get his focus in the right frame of mind. Then we see Tobias Georges from Argentina, our second skier off the dock. scored 1.5 at 10.75 meters yesterday, and we'll definitely be looking for something more substantive this time around. Incidentally, if you're kind of wondering where the 8th place score is, it's currently being shared by Camille Bamra and Aaron Davis, a two-way tie for 7th with a 2 at 10.25 meters. It is at that level, folks. So, rock and roll. Here we go. Dominic Kuhn setting himself up for this next pass. This is 11.25. Oh, narrow on number 1, but still able to make a play on number 2. He's good to go for number 3. This incredibly strong individual from Austria having to dig deep to run 11.25 meters. Certainly was not the easiest of passes, and they very rarely are at this line length. But Dominic Kuhn already improving upon his first round total, but not enough at this stage to actually eclipse any of the skiers that are to come afterwards. Remember, Tobias Georges, his score in round 1 is 1.5 at 10.75 meters. So if he wants to climb the ladder, he's got to at least get around number 2 and to the wakes to make that happen. But I doubt very much whether Dominic would settle for that. He wants to be in a position where he can ski in the 3rd round final. I'm sure he's got plenty of fans across the world, including those from Louisiana Lafayette, where he recently skied for Louisiana's Raging Cajuns. There we go. We got Victor Schultz Sorensen measuring his handle. Have to make sure that those handles are within the length tolerance, both before and after the set. Oh, look at this, 10.75 meters. He's still there on number 2. He's climbing up all over the ski around buoy number 3 and leaving it behind. But it is going to be 2.5, 2 1/2 there for Dominic Kuhn. 2.5. A significant jump in scoring from yesterday, but probably won't be enough to see him through to the next round. In fact, knowing that it will take somewhere around about 2 or 3 at 10.25 meters to secure that, it's probably safe to say at this juncture that with a score of 2.5 at 10.75 meters, Dominic Kuhn has eliminated himself from future contention in this men's slalom event. Trying to go for that left side shoulder and elbow slam to try and get that ski up and running and motioning towards the next buoy. But there you go, Dominic Kuhn with 2.5 at 10.75 meters as we get ready to bring on our next competitor from Argentina, Tobias Georges. So Tobias Georges, who last season scored 2.5 at 11.25 meters in the first round of the World Championships for a 55th position finish. And already looking in pretty good shape, having started on 13 meters. 13 meters is the minimum starting line length, although on at least a couple of occasions yesterday, we've had skiers go into the course on 12 meters. We have a quartet of Italians starting off with Florian Parf, who is our 3rd skier off the dock and next to go after Tobias Georges. 3 of those 4 already on dockside, aided by Betta Gali, one of the national coaches that Italy employs for its skiers. And there you see the heat wave continuing on in this part of the world. The heat shimmering from the walking path. And so far as Dominic Kuhn is concerned, it's certainly advisable to walk on the grass rather than on the asphalt. All right, then, here we go. Skier on the water at this time. It is Tobias Georgis. Good, firm push through the entrance gates. Little bit of an elbow slam there on number 3. Not quite as aggressive on number 5, however, and then manages to maintain a good posture and good direction going across the back of the boat. Here at the Recetto Pro, which is the Waterski Pro Tour's 6th stop of the season. The next stop on the Waterski Pro Tour season, stop number 7, will be Poti in the Republic of Georgia. 20th and 21st of July. Not too sure whether they're still receiving entries for that event, but the event is fall, from what I understand. So that's something to look forward to for the Poti Pro coming up. And if you want to watch that event and be informed as to when that event goes live, subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. And also be a part of the live chat as well, which takes place at every single tournament that TWBC broadcasts. So now, 2 passes in. Tobias Georgis, 11.25 meters. Let's see how he gets along. He scored 1.5 at 10.75 meters yesterday. And is eager to put something out there that would be of concern to the current top 8 skiers that almost have an appearance in the finals earmarked at 11.25 meters. Oh, look at this. Early as you like, round number 6. He certainly wasn't that early yesterday. I can recall that. And he's definitely in better shape and better rhythm this time around. So there we go. Great, great skiing there from Tobias Georgis. So looking at this once again, incredible number 1 turn. Hardly surprised that he's left foot forward. Just being able to control the ski's direction into his offside is a thing of beauty there for Tobias Georgis, who comes to us from Argentina, where it is in the midst of winter right now. And I'm sure that he, alongside Violetta Mosiolski, are kind of relieved that Argentina move on to the round of into the round of 16 at the FIFA World Cup, having taken down Cabo Verde, the surprise package of the FIFA World Cup, to the tune of 3-2. The Argentinians absolutely football crazy in that part of the world. And here we go, Tobias Georgis, 10.75 meters. There we go, that's number 1. There is number 2. Tobias Georgis, look at him go round number 3. Oh, and over pulls into number 4 and gets the 4-buoy count. And he appears to be pretty pleased with that. A 4-buoy count at 10.75 meters might actually be very, very close to his personal best. So with that, he skis to the dock He scores a season's best score of 4 at 10.75 meters, and for a moment I thought that he might have a halfway decent crack at actually running through 10.75 meters, but 4 is what it is. We're going to have a look at this once again. A good start on number 1. Yeah, he got the 2 that he really wanted, and he was early enough into number 3. Handle up high and on the inside, and again a little bit stretched into number 4. Maybe that was the reason he stood up. Gets around number 4 to the wakes. He's halfway decently pleased with that, and he gets 4 at 10.75 meters. Nowhere near enough what it would require of him to make it through to the next round of the competition. But I think he's pleased enough with what he's done anyway. So, 4 at 10.75. Next skier up, the first of a quartet of Italians coming to us from the German-speaking part of Italy. Originally, this is Florian Paff, skier that trains over at Waterski in San Gervasio Bresciano over in Lombardy. So well done there on the opening pass there for Florian Paff. The first pass being 13 meters, the minimum starting line length. Although, as I had said before, that there were at least a couple of competitors that decided to go and try out wind strategy with a 12-meter start. Some measure of success, some needing to actually step back a little bit and go with an earlier pass in this round, should the wind conditions stay moderately the same. I'm Tony Lightfoot. This is the Recetto Pro, the inaugural Recetto Pro for 2026. So glad to have you on board, and also great to have these fine sponsors on board as well. We have a Nui ice cream, we have Maxibon, we have K-Way, we have Castelli, we have a Trenitalia. We have a whole bunch of them, and they certainly need to be acknowledged for their participation. Alongside the Federazione Italiana, Sciinautico, Surfing and Wakeboard. Or is it Surfing, Sciinautico and Wakeboard in that order? Here we go, coming on in. Good extension round buoy number 1 and number 2. Nice. Nice there on 12 meters coming back. Seems to have a pretty good handle on this one, and a skier who has skied into 41 off in the past. I believe he produced that score about 2 seasons ago in the European Championships at Waterski, his training site. And with that, let's send it to Sadie.
Thanks, Tony. We're down here at the start dock. We're with Tobias Georges, who's just gotten off the water. First round, 1.5 at 10.7. Second round, 4. How are we feeling after that?
Yeah, this one felt great too. I timed my PB. It's been a couple times doing 4 already. It might be time to run it all.
Unfortunately, 4 is not going to put you into the final, but a season's best. That's a great score to do here in Recetto. It's a beautiful site. Tailwind 38, setting yourself up for the 10.7 headwind. Is that something you prepped going out?
Yeah, actually 38 was pretty good. I was a little nervous because I wanted to have that chance at 39 with the headwind, but it was good.
Okay, awesome. Well, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Okay, so moving on up, we've got Florian Paff. This is 11.25 meters. He scored 3 on 10.75 meters in the round previous to this, so he's a little ways from getting close to equaling his score from round 1. Still has to get through 11.25 meters, and he looks as early as you like into number 4, almost a little too early. but managing to get to full grips with that pass. And speaking about full grips, if you are looking to get the ultimate grip in Waterski gloves, you can't do much worse than Ski Pro Gear. SkiProGear.com for the best grip you can ski with. And looking good and looking strong out there. Looking halfway down his pass and round number 4, and having to wait for that line to tighten because that ski was in danger of skiing over the line at that point. Looking strong for the most part. And there we go. That is a Florian Path. 10.75 meters will come up for him. As we see a couple of Italians around the starting dock, Edo Morenzi and Betta Galli, just trying to discuss strategy going forwards. Weather absolutely beautiful here, not quite as warm as it was yesterday, but warm enough for most. Here we go. Manuel Domini at the helm, about 10.75 meters further back from the boat is Florian Path. There's number 1. Oh, taken a huge chunk off number 1. Down course off number 2. Look, he's brought it back. Oh, and almost absolutely got pitted out in towards number 5. He tried his best to ski his way back into the equation. So it looks like it is going to be 4 at 10.75 meters, and it could have been so much worse for him. 4 at 10.75 meters. It's a 1 buoy improvement upon yesterday, but unfortunately that score is not going to be enough to see him through to the next round. He certainly got a pretty vicious start, and he was early enough into number 2. However, he didn't quite connect with the line as soon as he would have liked on number 2. Managed to recover enough of that deficit going into number 3 and just got absolutely pitted into number 5 and almost became a permanent feature of the rocks and the vegetation on the other side of the slalom course. But for the time being, at least, his score of a 4 at 10.75 meters is the one that carries for him in this second round. And Florian Path, we'll see what he can do possibly in the jump event. I'm not too sure whether he's a participant in that event, but there we go, Florian Path. Skier on the water right now, it is Edo Morenzi. Looking good for the most part. And easily round buoy number 6 on the opening pass of 13 meters. That is Edoardo Morenzi. So working his way down towards the other end of the lake, getting ready for 12 meters. Edoardo Morenzi, who scored 2.5 on 12 meters in last season's World Championships. So certainly on a pretty good roll with his score yesterday of 3.5 at 10.75 meters. But he knows what it's going to need, what's going to be needed from him in order to make it through to the top 8. It's going to be somewhere at least halfway down the pass to come afterwards. we go, Eduardo Morenzi. Again, a little bit buckled into number 4, but managing to produce the turn that keeps him in the battle here. And for all intents and purposes, that was a well-controlled and well-thought-out pass on 12 meters. Not a bad effort on the whole, and Eduardo Morenzi getting ready for the next pass. And with that, let's send it to Sadie.
Thanks, Tony. We're over here with Florian, who's just gotten off the water. First round 3 at 10.7, and a little bit of an improvement in second 4. How are you feeling after that set?
Not good. In general, not good. Just not really the start of the season I was hoping for. Thanks though to the organizers, thanks to TWBC. It's a really nice competition. I'll hope to come back next year. And yeah.
Well, we're glad to see you out here. It's awesome to see you having a go. I know you haven't had the success this year that you're looking for, but keep working at it, and I'm sure we'll get there.
Thank you, guys.
Back to you, Tony.
So here we go, Eduardo Morenzi. Trying to chase down the lead on 10.75 meters, but he first has to go through 11.25. Oh, getting twisted there off number 3, and that ultimately affects his path into number 4. He just overloaded on number 3, and as a result, goes crashing into number 4. So 3.5 is going to be the score at 11.25 meters for Eduardo Morenzi. And that eliminates him from further contention in the slalom competition with that score.
Cambia tu perché guarda, cambia tu. Perché sì. Cambiamo cabala.
So with that brings on a little bit sooner than scheduled our next competitor, Vincenzo Marino. Let's have a look at this one more time. Got the start that he wanted. Everything looked as if this was the path to a complete score of 6 on 11.25 meters, and looked like he recovered from that, but he just got completely out of sorts, lost his balance, lost his composure, and lost the pass as a consequence. So looking at this one more time for Edo Morenzi. So just got buckled there and just got sprung up into his edge change off into number 4, and just couldn't really control much of that. So there we go. That is Edo Morenzi. In the meantime, our next competitor to take to water is going to be Vincenzo Marino.
Andiamo più, no, Manuel?
Vincenzo Marino, who's had some measure of success out there on the slalom course. He's gotten through 10.75 meters on at least a number of occasions this season. Scored 3.5 at 10.75 meters in the first round. And we're going to get ready for his next pass after we send it to Sadie.
All right, guys, we're dockside again. We're here with T-Gas. He wouldn't stand up, so I had to drop to his level. That's okay. No, yesterday we got the 3 at 10.2. What's the plan today?
Protect the neck first, see how it feels, but it's getting slowly better, and see how I feel the first 2 passes, and I think my gates were finally okay yesterday, so yeah, if I get to that 3 ball, I just need to try to turn it.
It's always about turning it. I try to use that within myself, and I'm hoping your neck's feeling good. You can get it all warmed up, and we'll hope to see you out there smashing it later.
Thank you.
Back to you, Tony.
I'm not too sure what I was seeing, but I think actually Sadie Ferguson was still standing while Thomas de Gasperi was actually sitting. All right there, Vincenzo Marino having gone through his opening pass of 13. This is now 12, the blue loop. Little bit of a slide there on number 2 and round number 3 as well, but a little bit narrow on number 5, but still able to guide that ski on the outside of that turn and able to make a play on that buoy. So Vincenzo Marino settling in to 2 passes down. He's gotten an idea of where that wind is coming from and how strong it is, and will use that knowledge to propel him forward. All right, moving on forwards, we have Vincenzo Marino. This is 11.25 meters. Little back on the ski on number 1, but still managing to make up a lot of time behind the boat. And looking good for 11.25 meters, and 10.75 meters beckons for Vincenzo Marino, who is a little bit behind the 8 ball so far as his scoring, comparing his total to those in the top 8 right now. It's going to take a score of at least 2 or 3 at 10.25 meters, we speculate, in order to be a part of the 8 skier final. We're going to keep an eye on potential ties, and especially what could turn out to be perfect ties, because if those perfect ties are within the realm of the top 8, then all the skiers involved in those perfect ties will have a pathway to the men's top 8 in the 3rd and last round final. All right, here we go, folks. Coming on in. 10.75 meters. Vincenzo Marino gets the start that he needs. There's 1. There's number 2. Staying balanced. He's on number 3. He's good to go for... Oh, and he gets absolutely pitted out the tip of his ski. And he's already fallen something like that before in one of the pro events. In one of the previous pro events, I believe it was the Monaco Pro about a couple of weeks ago, where he just left his ski behind on almost exactly the same buoy and has to come away with a score short of where he truly wanted to be. It is going to be 3.5 at 10.75 meters, nowhere near the score that he needs in order to advance. And just coming up narrow on number 5 and barely getting the ski out there. And as he was trying to reassess his balance, the ski had other ideas. And it's going to be 3.5. 3.5 at 10.75 meters, the final score for Vincenzo Marino. All right, here's a skier that has high potential to make a big impact upon this event. This is Brando Caruso, former European men's slalom champion, tied with Thomas de Gasperi for that title a couple of seasons back. And a 12-meter start and getting through that pass, and seems to be quite adamant that he needs to start on the 12 meters. Yesterday he did that and ended up in the position of being 6 from last place, and we're going to send it to Sadie.
Thanks, Tony. We're down here with Eduardo. He's just gotten off the water. Not super stoked, 3.5 at 11. It's a little step down from where we were yesterday, but that's okay. Looking forwards, we've got jump prelims today, so excited to see you out there. But run us through kind of what happened at that 38.
To be honest, I have no explanation. 1-2 felt great. I just felt like I didn't have any line after the turn 3. I just looked at the video. It looked like my hip just went on the outside, and I don't know. And then my fin blowed at 4. So I don't know. It just, for overall skiers, is not great.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of frustration, and unfortunately that's going to leave you outside of the men's slalom final. But again, we're going to look forwards, and we're going to see if we can go and boot a big one today.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, back to you, Tony.
All right, we look forward to seeing him jump there, Eduardo Morenzi, and I'm sure that he's got a bit of anger in his belly, and maybe he ends up putting a huge jump out there with the 3 attempts that he has in the preliminary round of that particular event. Here we go. This is Brando Caruso. This is 11.25 meters, letting the ski run. And a former winner of the Miami Pro some 2 seasons back on the Waterski Pro Tour. That is Brando Caruso from Italia. And now looking to see if he can just ski his way back into contention here. Needing this next pass on 11.25 meters, then the complete pass to come afterwards. And more than halfway down, 10.25 meters, to maybe, at the very least anyway, try and get above someone like Carlo Elias, who scores 1 at 10.25 meters. Currently, the skiers that have potentially booked spots through to the next round of the competition prior to official confirmation and their upcoming participation in round 2 is basically Aaron Davis, Camille Bumrah, Rob Hazelwood, Sasha Deska, and Thomas de Gasperi, Will Asher, Freddie Winter, and Charlie Ross. Those are the 8 that occupy top 8 spots. And it all starts with a score of 2 at 10.25 meters. Anything above that, and the potential is there. Let's have a look. This is Brando Caruso, 10.75 meters, needs the start and gets it. Round number 2, a little bit of a bite there on number 2, but he manages to get round number 3 and number 4. He's still there, he's still upright, and it's a 6-buoy count on 10.75 meters. Brando Caruso. Probably not the most comfortable way of running 10.75 meters, but it is effective. So now the target is within his sights. Anything halfway down 10.25 meters or above, and then that could really, really push skiers such as Aaron Davis and Camille Bumrah. So now this is Brando Caruso. Brando Caruso now, 10.25 meters. The target is laid out for him. If he can get past 3, then that puts him in a decent position. Not a totally secure position, mind you, because there are a number of skiers between him and that bubble point for 8th spot, which is currently lying around about 2 buoys at 10.25 meters. But the opportunity has presented itself. He's had to work hard from a 12-meter start to get to this point. Here we go. This is 10.25 meters. He's good to go for number 1. He's round number 2. Can he make a play on number 3? Oh, ho! And a dramatic fall and crash. Now, I believe there'll be a buoy review, but it is, from what I'm able to ascertain, a 2-buoy count at 10.25 meters, and he knows that that might not be enough. It is enough for the time being, at least. So let's have a look. 10.2. Not the best of starts for Brandon Caruso on the first couple of buoys, and he really tried to throw that. Oh, look at that! He made contact with the buoy, and it launched the ski. Not too sure whether 2 is the correct score, at least not in my estimation. I mean, I'm speculating here. But this might come down to a judge's review to determine if that ski had actually made its way on the outside of buoy number 3, because that could make all the difference. Dramatic fall there. As he swims into shore, we're still yet to get a definitive total there. Initially, they called 2. With Brandon Caruso swimming in and now on the bike path. We now go on to our next skier. It's going to be Victor Schultz Sorensen of Denmark. Okay, so the judges are in the midst of a review right now to determine whether that ski actually made it on the outside of 3 to at least give him a quarter. Here we go. This is Victor Schultz Sorensen. 13-meter start. Looking good here, and Victor Schultz Sorensen and with that opening pass of 13. Let's send it to Sadie.
Thanks, Tony. We're back down here at the dock. We're with Vincenzo. He's just gotten off the water. Another 3.5 at 10.7. I know it's a little bit frustrating and it's not what you're looking for to try and get yourself into that final. But run us through. How'd you feel out there?
Oh, I felt super good. I felt better in the ski day by day. I don't know, like my start was super good, and then I lose pace at 3, and I don't know, like frustrated.
The frustration is, I think a lot of the men are feeling it. The pressure's on, the score's high to try and make it into that final. Unfortunately, I think you've just missed it. But I know you're headed to the Potty Pro-Am in a few weeks, and I hope we can see some redemption there.
Yeah, I'm going to ski Pot, and then we have right after Europeans there. So it's going to be 2 weeks of training and then another tournament. So we'll see.
Awesome. Well, plenty of time to build, and we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Sadie, and thanks a lot for availing yourself of that interview there, Vincenzo Marino. We look forward to seeing him in the Poti in the Republic of Georgia for 2 events back-to-back. Oh, it is 2.5, 2 1/2 for Brandon Caruso. 2.5 for Brando Caruso. That could make all the difference going forwards if scores are presented in a way that opens the door potentially for Brandon Caruso. 2.5 at 10.25 meters. Now, what that does, so far as the scoring is concerned, that moves Aaron Davis and Camille Bamra from a 2-way tie for 7th for a 2-way tie for 8th. Now, both of those competitors, Camille Bamra and Aaron Davis, on 2 have yet to ski. And the backup score for Brandon Caruso is 4 at 10.75 meters. So a lot of moving parts, and we'll see how those mesh together going forward. In the meantime, on the starting dock, and skiing on his own personalized San Gervasio Pro-Am ski is Matteo Luzzeri on dockside. Gotta love it. All right there, so Victor Schultz Sorensen. Looking good, looking strong here on 11.25 meters. Again, a little bit bogged down off number 5. He was potentially too late for number 6, but he manages to at least generate enough spacing between himself and the 6 buoy. And Victor Schultz Sorensen, who scored a 3 at 10.75 meters last season in the World Championships right here at the Parco Nautico de Sesia for a 30th place finish, tied a number of different ways with the La Madrid brothers from Mexico, Dominic Kuhn from Austria, and Santiago Correa alongside Austin Abel, all of them skiing halfway down 10.75 meters. Victor Schultz Sorensen looking to try and push a score out there that would exceed that, which he did yesterday. He scored 4.5 at 10.75 meters, but potentially looking for something more to see if he can't slide his way into a top 8 position and maybe get deep enough to where he would stay there beyond the skiers that are currently holding spots into the top 8. So here we go, Victor Schultz Sorensen from Denmark. 10.75 meters, 4.5 yesterday. Oh, getting deep off number 2, but it's that kind of depth that keeps him in play here. He's round number 4. He's good to go for number 5. Can he make it round number 6? Yes! Fantastic skiing there for Victor Schultz Sorensen. He is skiing himself back into this tournament. Great skiing there. Okay, so Victor Schultz Sorensen, a skier from Denmark and probably their number 1 slalomer. I wonder what his personal best is and whether that personal best is anywhere close to the Danish national slalom record. Denmark, who has produced a number of great competitors, mostly in the jump event between the women and the men. I mean, you remember the days with Klaus and Jasper Casso and June Fladburg and Milan Jepsen. And even today's contemporary, Maisa Jakobsen, who we'll see later on in the women's jump event representing Denmark as well. And at least one person along the shore side are delighted with Victor Schultz Sorensen's effort so far. This is 10.25 meters. There's number 1. Can he make it outside number 2? He's round number 2. Can he make it outside 3? Oh, my word. Does he go for the S-turn? Yes, he does. Yes. He is absolutely beside himself there. Victor Schultz Sorensen, provisionally 2.5 at 10.25 meters for what we believe potentially to be a pending national record for Denmark. Fantastic skiing. He gets round number 1. His line is all over the water there as he makes his approach to number 2. He hyper stretched to get round number 2. And then into number 3, he got the ski outside, tried the S turn, didn't quite make that, but as he pierces the surface of the water, he is absolutely delighted. Victor Schultz Sorensen, 2.5 at 10.25 meters, tying the score of Brando Caruso. So in terms of a tie, Victor Schultz Sorensen is actually ahead of Brandon Caruso via a superior backup. And with that, let's send it to Sadie.
Thanks, Tony. Dockside, we're here with Brando. You've just come off the water. In our first round, we came out with a 4 at 10.7. And coming into the second round, you knew that wasn't going to be enough, and you had to get through that 10.7. So tell me, what was your mindset going into this round?
Of course, yesterday was not the start I wanted. It's been rough lately, and I wanted to change something with my ski. It didn't go out as planned, probably the worst round of my life, and so I was definitely under stress today, and especially it's my home side. And I mean, I just wanted to put the score. I wish I could have skied better, but let's see what's next. And these guys are really good, and it's going to be really hard to make it in, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think right now that 2.5, it puts you on that bubble, which is it's a scary place to be, especially in this men's field. It's so tough. But stay in there and let's go watch some skiing and hope you make it in. Back to you, Tony.
Okay, and those 2.5s knock out the 2s at 10.25 meters. But the main thing to bear in mind is the skiers that do have the 2s have yet to ski. Aaron Davis and Camille Bamra, between those two coming into this event, were currently in 7th spot, tied. Now they're in 9th and 10th, but they can battle back because they have yet to ski. Skier on the water coming to us from San Gervasio Bresciano, the home of the Jolly Ski School, and this is Matteo Luzzeri. getting the job done with the opening pass, and we see Victor Schultz Sorensen. I'm sure he is going to get one heck of a kiss here, so we need to get the kiss camera out ready. Oh, you gotta love it. All right there, so picking up on Matteo Luzzeri coming in on pass number 2. He's decided to stay with strategy number 1, which is a 13-meter start. Electing not to go with 12 meters. And there are very few skiers between now and the end that have started on 12 meters, most notably Charlie Ross, who started on 12 meters in round number 1 and is the only person to have run through 10.25 meters up to this point in the men's slalom competition. And looks like Team Denmark are marching their way towards the start, back to the starting dock. And we'll hear from him in just a few moments, I would imagine. In the meantime, we have Matteo Luzzeri, 12 meters. Looking good. Letting the ski run. Getting good aggressiveness there from one side to the next. So through 13 and 12. In back-to-back runs, that is Matteo Luzzeri, Dr. Matteo Luzzeri. And with that, let's send it to Sadie.
All right, guys, dockside again. We're here with Tim Wild. He's getting ready to head out in this second round of slalom. I know yesterday it was a German national record, which was pretty incredible, and a PB for you. What are we looking to do today?
Honestly, looking to back it up and try to be a little more aggressive at 41. Try to turn that one ball and not kind of chicken out in that turn.
I mean, yesterday it was kind of one of your first times at 10.2, so pretty normal to be a little nervous and hesitant, but if we can get through that 10.7 again today, I'd like to see you attack.
Yeah, of course. I'll try to run 39 first and then just flat out at 41.
Let's do it. Enjoy your set. Thanks, guys.
So now Matteo Luzzeri getting ready to go. So here we go, Matteo Luzzeri, 11.25 meters, needs to start and gets it around buoy 1 and number 2. There, and a hop, skip and a jump around buoy number 6 and getting the job done. So there we go, a 6 buoy count there, and we see Victor Schultz Sorensen walking his way back to the dock, accompanied by Team Denmark with Maisa Jakobsen right there, and Freddie Winter joining the celebration as well. But in the meantime, we're looking at Matteo Luzzeri on this instant replay behind that beautiful Nautique ski boat. You can find out more by going to nautique.com for the latest and greatest Ski Nautique towboat for the 2026 season. So in good shape so far. As we get ready for our next few skiers, we'll have a Stevie Island coming up next, followed by Tim Vild, then Carlo Elias, and then we go on into the remaining 8 skiers in round 2. But hoping to make an impression upon those 8 skiers. is Matteo Luzzeri. Oh, big hit there off number 2. He's still there on number 3. He's recovering well. He's fighting his way back into contention here at 10.75 meters. And that is Matteo Luzzeri. Coming to us from the Italian region of Lombardy. Digging deep and striking rich. So now, first task is completed. Get through 10.75 meters. Next task, get halfway down 10.25 meters. So a fantastic effort so far from Matteo Luzzeri. Had to really drive hard off that number 3 and wait for the ski to make its turn around buoy number 4. And you could just see how much that ski is flexing to get round buoy number 6 at 10.75 meters. Matteo Luzzeri, and he is justifiably happy there with that pass. Now, needs a full 3 in order to put himself in viable contention to make it through to the next round of the competition. Matteo Luzzeri rolls the ski into its edge change. Round buoy number 1. He's there on number 1. He's there on number 2. Can he make it a play on number 3? He has turned, gets to the wake, and he's upright. There you go, 3 buoys at 10.25 meters, and that is probably his best score of the season thus far. Matteo Luzzeri. So Matteo Luzzeri, looking at the instant replay, got round number 2, just drove that ski 90 degrees. He gets round number 3, tightens up the line. Yeah, oh, and he just massages the ski on the left-hand side of that right-hand gate ball. If he'd have made contact with it, that would have been 2.5. But because he tightens up the line and because he skis behind the boat before the next set of boat guides, he will be awarded 3. And just look at this S-turn. What a performance. And with that, let's send it to Sadie.
Thank you, Tony. All right, we're back here. We're with Victor. He's just gotten off the water. Now, first round we came out and we got a 4.5 at 10.7. Second round, we've got a Danish record on our hands, which is pretty incredible. 2.5. Now, that leaves the door open for you to make it in the finals or just miss out. How you feeling?
Feeling good. New PB, side ski's amazing. I'm really happy with what I did. I should probably practice my S-turn a little bit, but I was excited just to get the 3, and yeah, I messed up the S-turn.
No, well, I'm stoked to hear that you have a Danish record. No matter what it comes of today, whether you're in finals or not, you've got something to write home about. And yeah, hopefully we see you in finals. If not, enjoy the rest of the event and have fun in Italy.
Thank you, Sadie.
Back to you, Tony.
All right then. Well, so far we've had some national records, haven't we? We've got the Czechia women's slalom record pending. Who else do we have? A German national record pending. Danish men's slalom record pending. And we have a tie for the Moroccan national men's record pending. So, and we've had a whole slew of personal bests as well, so that can't be bad, can it? All right then, moving on up, we have got Stevie Island from the United States of America. looking in good shape here. Excellent skiing and some great performances so far in this competition. And with that opening pass, let's send it to Sadie.
Okay, dockside again. Matteo, we've just got off the water. We came out with a first round score of 4.5. You knew you had to go big or go home today, and you come out and you managed to get that full 3 at 10.2. So well done. You showed up when you needed to. What was running through your mind during that set?
Oh, that I so didn't want to be here, I'll be honest with you. Between the pressure and a bunch of other background stuff, these 2 sets have been very hard for me. And I came here to try the new board last week. I felt unbelievable. Yesterday I didn't have this feeling, and I had to fight through it to get 3 today. Sorry, I'm out of breath.
Okay, so you've had a few things. Everything's not running super smoothly. I think that happens, and that's what makes a great athlete, is someone that can show up no matter what happens behind the scenes or on or off the water. So well done. You've showed up. You've done what you can do. And I really hope to see you in the finals. We're sitting 7th at the moment, and I'm hoping we can just hold on to that spot a little longer.
Oh, imagine me. I'm here waiting. But even if it doesn't happen, I did a 3. It was a hard 3, a fought 3, and probably the best 3 I've ever done in my life. So we'll see.
It's incredible to see. Well done for showing up. Go put your feet up and enjoy the rest of your day. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Stephen Island, 12 meters coming back. Working his way with that D3 slalom ski. And nicely done. Good skiing there from Stephen Island. Originally from North Texas, but residing these days in southeastern Florida. Looking in tremendous shape right now. All right, we see Aaron there getting ready. His go is coming up pretty soon, I would say. Okay, let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. Charlie Ross still out in the lead with 1 at 9.75. This leaderboard is based upon scores from both the first round and the second. Matteo Luzzeri, who by the virtue of the fact that he has already skied, is currently in 3rd spot, ahead of Will Asher, Thomas de Gasperi, Sasha Deska, and Rob Hazelwood, all of them on 3. Victor Schultz Sorensen on 2.5, currently in 8th spot. And that is the target score for our remaining skiers to go before we hit the top 8. The top 8 after round 1 at least. Let's see what happens here with Stevie Island. This is now the 11.25 meter run, and a little bit shaky towards the end, but we'll see what he can do by way of his return pass towards the dock for pass number 4, which is 10.75 meters. This is the inaugural Recetto Pro. So glad that you could spend in your time out of your busy schedules to watch this. So glad to see you messaging in as well with the live chat, especially some of our Danish skiers that are watching as well, getting behind Victor Sorensen. Whole bunch of them, as a matter of fact. So he's gotten plenty of online support. So too as Matteo Luzzeri. And feel free to message. The way you can do that is by subscribing to the TWBC YouTube channel. That gives you 2 things: the ability to receive notifications as to when we are going live next. The next event is the Poti Pro. in 2 weeks' time on the 20th and the 21st of July. And then also it gives you the ability to be a part of the live chat. And unfortunately for Stephen Ireland, his event is done. He scored 5 at 10.75 meters yesterday, and unfortunately didn't quite get the start necessary to get anywhere close to exceed in that total. So now as he swims into shore and contemplates his fate, we'll have a look at the instant replay on 10.75 meters as we see one of our crew there, Dima Thompson, on top of the camera position midway down the lake. Let's have a look here. Not the best of starts into buoy number 1. However, he managed to get the handle down low enough. Handle coming up high, and he just left the ski behind him plain and simple, and he scores 1.5. For that effort, that is Stephen Ireland, but I think it's probably safe to say that he'll come away from this venue slightly happier than he did the last time he was here. He was tremendously ill in preparation for the World Championships last season. So the fact that he's gotten at least a couple of somewhat halfway decent scores, he shouldn't grumble too much about that. So we're now down to our last 2 competitors who are on the outside looking in. And beyond these 2 will be 8 remaining skiers, the top 8 that were towards that high echelon on the rankings list after the first round. Tim Field, who yesterday scored a half a buoy at 10.25 meters to set a brand new pending German national men's slalom record, looking to get a similarly high score, although if he wants to be a finalist in this event, then he's definitely going to have to go some more beyond that. In the meantime, let's send it to Sadie.
All right, guys, we're dockside with Charlie Ross and Rob Hazelwood. All right, so how are you guys feeling? We're headed out there. You've got a 3 at 10.2 and a 1 at 9. You're in the finals, and you've got a great score setting yourself up to make the finals, but how are you feeling heading into it?
I mean, not as good as him, I guess. Pretty good. It felt quite nice out there yesterday. Different to last weekend, but that's sort of the whole point of the tour. Everything feels different. Everything is a new lesson, but no, I felt solid enough.
Okay, so just going out there, building some confidence, and hopefully we can elevate that score a little bit. Now, Charlie, what are your goals going into this set?
Yeah, I mean, I got to see what the rest of the field does. You know, everyone's skiing amazing right now, and there's some high scores going up. And so I want to see if I can try to keep top seed. You know, that's big into the finals. And, you know, that's first goal. And into second goal, I loved my approach to 1:43 yesterday, and, you know, left some out there, I feel like. So hopefully get another chance to go and get another try at 43.
Yeah, let's try and elevate that score. I know everyone's on the back of the ski with you. All right, guys, well, we're excited to see you out there, and best of luck. And send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. And we see Tim Field out there on the water, slicing and dicing away. So we got Tim Field. He's gotten through his opening 2 passes, 13 and 12, and looking to move his way up onto 11.25 meters. The next pass number 3, courtesy of our skier from Bavaria in Germany. It is Tim Field. I know that his father, Stefan Wild, is on the shoreline and looking intently to see what Tim Wild does. And I'm sure that Christal Wild, his mom, is probably watching the webcast. And if you can confirm that with us, get on the live chat. The live chat, which is on the right-hand side of the YouTube player on the TWBC's YouTube channel. I'm sure she's already a very enthusiastic subscriber to the TWBC YouTube channel. Already some good fan responses. It looks like Sadie has got a few fans as well. So she'd better read up on some of the messages that have been put on the live chat. Here's Tim Field. Oh, nicely done. 11.25 meters. He just absolutely stroked that pass. And as Tim Field continues to push his way towards maybe snagging himself another German men's national slalom record pending. One of our messages, as a matter of fact, in the same tournament on the other lake, we have our amateur round of women's jumps, and Linda Polidarova, who's competed in that amateur competition, has laid down an open women's Czechia national record today. So records being broken left, right, and center. Whether it's the amateur competition, which is continuing to go on the jump lake as it stands right now, but also the pro event, which is a little bit harder prospect, but no less significant. So, congratulations to one and all that have achieved not only national record status, but also creating personal records as well, including Tim Field, who is going to come in at 10.75 meters. He ran this yesterday for the very first time. Oh, look at that on buoy number 1. He's good to go for number 2, Tim Field. He's round number 3, slides that ski down. Look at him go round number 4, broken over into number 5. Oh, and the line slackens on him around buoy number 5, and he was that close to doing the same thing again. But there you go. That is Tim Field with 5 buoys at 10.75 meters, 5 at 10.75 meters. He certainly had a great start, but unfortunately the finish didn't quite match up to it, and has to make do with 5. And in this context of making it through to the top 8, Tim Field not able to get halfway down the pass to come afterwards, which would have been 10.25 meters, and he would have needed a score of that kind of caliber to make an impression upon the top 8. So he has eliminated himself from future contention in the men's slalom competition, but has shown so much potential going forwards for tournaments to come, not only this season but beyond. So there we go. That is Tim Field. It is a 5 buoy count at 10.75 meters. So looking good and looking in very, very good shape up until about buoy number 5, but he was expecting it rather than all right, skier on the water right now. This is Carlo Elias, who produced a score, one of his better scores in at least 2 or 3 seasons, with a 1 buoy count at 10.25 meters. And with that, let's send it to Sadie.
All right, guys, we're here. I'm here with Luciano. He's the general manager of the Italian Waterski and Wakeboard Federation. Okay, I have a question for you. Are you happy with the first edition of the Recetto Pro Tour?
Allora, sorry for my English. I'm very happy for this competition. I'm waiting for you all for the second Pro next year. Okay?
Your English is amazing.
Thank you, all the athletes. Good luck for the competition.
Thank you. We hope to be back next year. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Luciano doing a fine job here at for this event, the inaugural running of the Recetto Pro. He was one of the folks instrumental in getting the World Championships to be held here last season, and kudos to him and the other fine folks at the Federazione Italiana Surfing Sci e Wakeboard. So here we go, a skier from Italia. This now is Carlo Elias. This is 12 meters. Our last skier before the remaining 8. The remaining 8 from the remaining 8 scores that were the top scores from round number 1. But a lot has changed so far as the top 8 are concerned. The twos have been put on the outside looking in. However, the skiers who were in possession of those twos have yet to ski, including the next skier, that is Aaron Davis, who is on dockside, and immediately to come after him is Camille Bamra. So they've got to ski themselves back into contention, and they would need to get at least halfway down 10.25 meters in order to do that. We do have two scores of 2.5 at 10.25 meters, courtesy of Brando Caruso and Victor Schultz Sorensen. Victor Schultz Sorensen with a pending Danish national men's record. And getting quite a few messages coming through on the live chat. Always grateful when that happens. All right there. This is Carlo Elias, 11.25 meters. Looking good here. On 11, slicing and dicing away and looking like a skier that's brimming with confidence. One of Italy's top slalom skiers for many seasons, well over 2 decades now. He's suffered some with injury, but he's still continuing to plug away at this sport, at this level. So looking at this once again, 11.25 meters now. As I say, he's on the outside looking in, and if he can snag his way through this pass of 10.75 meters, then that puts him in a potential to ski his way back in. If he can get this pass and more than halfway down 10.25 meters, he could very well achieve that. Here we go. Wonderful bow shot of the Nautique approaching the slalom course, and here we go. 10.75 meters. No, not an easy pass by any stretch of the imagination. There's one. There's two. Skiing into the handle and just solid as a rock here. There's number 4. Round number 5. Oh no! And he collapses off buoy number 5 and releases the handle prior to getting across the back of the boat. Suitably annoyed with himself there. He was in such great position for the first 2/3 of the run, and then it just comes all crashing down in just a split second. And releasing the handle to prevent himself from taking a huge dive. So there you go. That is Carlo Elias. And I mean, he had an exceptional start. That ski just whips around 90 degrees almost. And round buoy number 2, that's his strong side turn. Number 3, a little bit of a course slide halfway down the run. But managing to keep everything on an even keel. And just reached in just a little bit too much, too soon on his outside arm, and it was curtains for him. So it looks like it's going to be 4.5. We'll double check the score. It is 4.5. 4.5 at 10.75 meters, and that therefore eliminates him from future contention. Now we've come down to the skiers that were in the top 8 from yesterday's first round of the men's competition. We'll see Camille Bamra in a few minutes. He is one of those skiers. The other skier that precedes him is Aaron Davis. 30-meter start. Skier out of Great Britain. Trains at a number of locations, including the Oxfordshire Waterski Club. And with that, let's send it to Sadie.
Okay, thanks, Tony. Okay, Tim, so you've just gotten off the water, 5 at 10.7. Again, another amazing score. I know you're probably feeling pretty stoked about that. Run us through how you felt going through that 39.
Honestly, that pass felt better than yesterday. As I told you, I kind of misgrabbed on 3-ball, and then pull to 4 was fine, but then I really could pull to 5, and I don't have the experience yet to still run the pass, you know.
Okay, well, still, another incredible score. You're super young. You're playing with the big boys, and you keep showing up to the table every day. So congratulations to you. Unfortunately, just missing the final, but again, age is on your side, so you've got plenty of time, and we hope to see you out there in the jump event later.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's still, I mean, it's a perfect late. Good 2 overall rounds, so I really can't wait to go out there in the other events.
Okay, well, congratulations, and back to you, Tony.
All right there, so Camille Bamra on the starting dock, and good to hear from Tim Field. He just has that kind of knack of keeping things in healthy perspective, and good for him. Good for him. All right there, here we go. This is Aaron Davis. Now, he's got to try and ski above 2.5. Two and a half might end up actually doing it, but he's got to... but that would only ensure that he has a position above those that already have 2.5 and have an inferior backup score. So it's coming down now to backup scores. It's coming down to high echelon scores, needing to invoke that. And it is certainly one of the neat things about slaloming. There's a mathematical element involved. There's a huge, gargantuan physical aspect to this sport, which cannot be understated. So looking at some of our folks around the shore side. So now let's have a look and see. We are 7 skiers to go before we end off this men's slalom competition, and looking to try and stamp his mark into the next round of the slalom competition, the 8-skier final. 11.25 meters for Aaron Davis. And looking good there so far on 11.25 meters, but his work is still needs to happen. Currently, the scores of 2.5 at 10.25 meters occupy a tie for 7th. And that 7th place is shared between Victor Schultz Sorensen and Brando Caruso. So even though one of those scores is actually a pending Danish national men's slalom record, they're by no means safe at this time. And the reason why their passage through to the next round cannot be guaranteed as yet is because of the skier out on the water who scored a 2 at 10.25 meters in the previous round yesterday. And will be looking for something a little bit more than that today. There's Manuel Domini, who's been doing a fantastic job out there. He's got sunburnt neck and sunburnt shoulders along with his arms. He's been doing an absolutely outstanding role here. His work is doing fantastically well. This now is 10.75 meters. This is Aaron Davis. There's number 1. There is number 2 and number 3. Calmly, quietly, and effectively running 10.75 meters. There you go, Aaron Davis. The bulk of what he needs to get to his target has been performed. Now comes the next half of a slalom course to come for Aaron Davis. All right, then. So now it effectively becomes a head-to-head battle to determine one of those final spots between Aaron Davis and Victor Schultz Sorensen. Victor Schultz Sorensen, 2.5, 10.25 meters. Anything above that, even anything equal or above that, and Aaron finishes above Victor Schultz Sorensen and could end up getting a spot through to the next round of the competition, the third and last round. Here he comes, Aaron Davis. There's 1 at 10.25 meters. There's 2. Oh, and goes down early. Okay, so that score of 1.5 at 10.25 meters. 1.5 at 10.25 meters. That therefore means that Victor Schultz Sorensen has a pathway through to the next round. So as far as I can speculate, that score of 1.5 at 10.25 meters ensures that Matteo Lazzeri has a path through to the men's slalom final, the 8-skier slalom final, which will take place tomorrow. And he's getting all emotional about it. Just look at him. So now, as he contemplates being a finalist in the men's slalom final, we look once again at Aaron Davis with his 1 and then a half to a total 1.5 buoys. He tried to get the ski to turn and to go cross course. So now our next competitor, Camille Bumrah, has a pretty good idea of what he needs to make it through to the next round. So great effort there from Aaron Davis, but unfortunately unable to get into a position where he could ski his way into the men's slalom final as our remaining 8 can continue on. Skier about to take to the water from Rabat in Morocco. The Moroccan national men's slalom record holder. And it is going to be Camille Bumrah. All right, it's getting pretty tight to the top, folks. We already have a whole bunch of skiers, a whole slew of skiers that have already created a 3-buoy count performance from yesterday's competition, namely Rob Hazelwood, Sasha Desko, Thomas de Gasperi, Will Asher. They skied, each of them, a buoy more than Aaron Davis and Camille Bumrah out of the first round. So here we go, right here, right now, from Morocco, Camille Bumrah. 13-meter start. Just has the knack of just making slalom just look smooth and easy, using his height to do the rest. All right, as he pulls out to the left-hand side of the towboat, let me remind you about the TWBC YouTube channel. Subscribe and be a part of the conversation, as well as being and also check in the TWBC podcast and check out the episode that featured Camille Bumrah that is already on the list of podcast episodes, and more episodes to come. The next 3 feature Scarlett Graham, Pato Font, and Charlie and Neely Ross. So be on the lookout for those coming down the pipe. The TWBC podcast, you can listen to it on your favorite podcast platform, including YouTube Music and Spotify. All right, here we go, folks. Coming on in, Camille Bumrah, 12 meters. Good extension on buoy number 1. At this point, he is a solid 3 passes away from skiing to the promised land. But so far as 12 meters is concerned, he gets it under his belt. So as he settles in, we see Rob Hazelwood on the starting dock. I'm sure he's already washed his hands. So just waiting for the last few seconds to expire on the 60-second drop timer on each end. We've got Camille Bamra from Morocco, who was instrumental in making the Raw Nautique Pro competition happen in his native Rabat in Morocco. And if you ever find yourself with time to take the opportunity to travel to Morocco, please do. It is an intriguing country, and one that certainly should be on the top of your list for places to visit, especially around about the time of the Raw Nautique Pro. Fantastic skiing for Camille Bamra, and looks like we've got an interview coming up in just a moment, but not until we've seen Camille Bamra slice and dice his way through this pass of 11.25 meters. So looking at this once again, round 4 or round 5. And as he cruises his way to round number 6, let's send it to Sadie.
Thanks, Tony. We're here with Carlo. So you've just come off the water, 5 at 10.7, not super stoked. My one question for you is going to be, what's next for you?
Ski tomorrow, not here probably, but keep training. I think I skied better than yesterday, but it didn't work out. Congrats to all the other skiers. They really raised the bar today. Make the final with 3 or piece of 2.5 or whatever. I think it's a really high score. Of course, we know the reason. There are so many good things here, but it's really high, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, well, back to the drawing board. Keep building, and I look forward to seeing you out there in the next few tournaments. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Here we go, folks. Skier on the water, Camille Bamra, 10.75 meters, needs this pass. Good to go around the first couple of buoys. And leaning back on number 3, he's good to go for number 4. He's still on top of the water. He's round number 5, and a 6 buoy count on 10.75 meters. Camille Bamra. And he's a skier that's gaining an experience, enough experience on his shoulders to be a little self-critical with how he ran that 10.75 meters. The mark of a good skier is still looking for that little bit extra beyond what you typically can conjure up. So Camille Bamra getting ready for 10.25 meters. Just looking at him once again with this pass, he just seems to have an exceptionally good handle on this. So now it comes down to this. Victor Schultz along the shore side there on 2.5 at 10.25 meters. Camille Bamra could potentially knock him out of contention here, provided that he gets to the realm of 3. Camille Bamra, there's 1. There's number 2, and he and he almost launches the ski at the boat. It looks like it's going to be 1.5 at the very most for Camille Bamra. The score is under review, but because of that, Camille Bamra has effectively opened the door for Victor Schultz Sorensen to make his way into the 8 skier final. And there is one happy Dane. And they both agree. Fantastic. Not so much for Camille Bamra. He skied his best out there, getting all the way through 10.75 meters, and then it all went by the wayside on number 1, and he tried to get as much as he can out of that one. That's the second time we've seen a ski being launched at the boat. Yesterday belonged to Aaron Davis, I think. But this time, Camille Bamra are trying to replicate that kind of feat. That's not the most pleasant of things to see going across your rear view mirror when you're driving. All right, let's have a look and see the instant replay. And Victor Schultz-Sorensen, under the realization that he has made it through to the next round of the competition. There you go. Gotta love that. And then he sits back down quietly before anyone else notices. All right, then. Let's send it on over to Sadie.
Okay, back dockside. We're with Aaron Davis. So we've just come off the water, pretty bummed. We needed a minimum of 2.5 to get yourself into that final. You just got the 1.5. Run me through what your thought process is out there.
Man, I didn't feel... I couldn't have felt better, I'll be honest. My 10.7 was really good. It's probably one of the best 10s I've ran all year. I'm just happy to run it twice. You know, running it back to back is always a good feeling. Man, the guys this morning piled on the pressure, and I was just thinking about getting towards 3, so get a good enough one to get towards 3, which I did. I just have safety in 2, and came a little narrow, and yeah, just couldn't quite hold on. It's close, but you know, the standard of skiing at this tournament is absolutely insane. Congrats to everyone. I mean, even those that didn't quite make it, there's some insane skiing being going on. And yeah, I mean, I've had a few other things on my mind. My mum's in the hospital at the moment, so props to mum. Hope you're doing all right, and I'll see you soon on Tuesday morning. But yeah. This one's for you, Mum. So hopefully you're feeling better soon, and see you this week.
All right, well, we're all thinking of you, Mum. The whole water ski world sending their love. But it is tough. The men's field is insane, and I'm enjoying watching it, but grateful not to be a part of it. We've watched you all season at the Pro Tours show up and show out, and unfortunately this one you just missed out. So we'll see you at the next one, and keep building. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. And now we're in the section of the competition where every single skier has a path through to the next round of the competition, which means it opens up the opportunity for those skiers to audition the 12-meter passes as the start, because in the final, the starting line length is going to be 12 meters. To that end, the skier on the water is Rob Hazelwood. And with that, let's send it to Sadie.
All right, we're here with Camille. He's just come off the water. Again, another score of 1.5, and the minimum we needed was 2.5. Pretty devastating as a single eventer, but you came up to the lake this morning, you knew what you needed to do, and you gave it a crack. How'd you feel out there?
I felt amazing. Actually, I'll correct you on that one. I did not know what I was going to do. The guys just put out amazing scores on top of each other, and it's amazing to see our finals with a great level. It's actually impressive.
Yeah, it's insane to watch. I was just telling Aaron that I'm glad to not be a part of it, but it's incredible to see each and every one of you rise to the occasion, and sometimes it pays off and other days it doesn't. It is the life of sport, and we love to watch you show up to each event. Are we going to see you in Poti?
Yes, you will. I'll go to Poti. I'm very excited. It's going to be my first time there, and yeah, I'm super happy to be doing the Pro Tour, all these tournaments, so many nice places. We get to travel a little bit. That's what we don't have in our everyday life.
Okay, well, we're loving to see you, and great skiing this weekend. Enjoy the rest of the weekend in Italy, and we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, there. Good to hear from Camille Bamra, keeping things in perspective, and we look forward to seeing him in Poti in the Republic of Georgia in 2 weeks' time for the Poti Pro, followed by the European Water Ski Championships at the same venue. Oh, look at this. Rob Hazelwood on 11.25 meters. Almost having his lunch eaten out there from number 1 into number 2, but managing to stay strong enough to run through 11.25 meters on pass number 2. Not exactly the easiest of starts there for Rob Hazelwood, but he gets the job done. And just looking at Rob Hazelwood, that number one was an eye-opener to say the extreme least. Getting it done. So looking good there for at least the remaining 5 buoys on that run. And now getting ready for 10.75 meters for pass number 3. The triple beep. .75 meters. Oh, getting over a little bit too hard off number 4, but still able to recover and get round 5 and number 6. Wow. He certainly has had a couple of eye-catching turns there on successive runs. But looking at this from Rob Hazelwood, guiding himself in, there's number 1. Drives in off number 1 in his typical style and level of aggression. Now let's take a look at number 3. Ski biting on him. Around number 3. Oh, just take a look at that shoulder charge there off number 4 into number 5 and making a good impression coming into number 6. So there we go. So now this is 10.25 meters now. There's number 1, gets the start. Round number 2, a good slide there off number 2 and losing traction and distance down course. It's a 2 buoy count at 10.25 meters, but he'd already done the majority of the work yesterday in terms of getting halfway down course and through to the next round. So there's his backup score, 2 at 10.25 meters. He will move up the order provided that his backup score isn't exceeded by the remaining skiers. Oh, no gate. No gate on 10.25 meters, so that kind of opens up the door, really. Anyone that skis into 10.25 meters from this point onward will have a score that's greater than that of Rob Hazelwood, and Rob Hazelwood could end up being a skier that's halfway down the list when that gets published a little bit later on today in preparation for the 3rd and final round. So getting the halfway decent start on number 1, but just couldn't really follow it up on 2. All right then, so As I mentioned with skiers on this point, I would say a good portion of them are auditioning the 12-meter start because they each know that as finalists in tomorrow's third and last round final, all of them will be expected to go into the course at 12 meters. Our 8-skier final has a 12-meter start minimum. And with that in mind, let's send it to Sadie.
All right, guys, dockside. I'm here with Rob Hazelwood. He's just gotten off the water. 0 gates. I think we could work on that. But, you know, going out there, you knew that you were in the final, so the pressure was sort of off. It was just all about seeding and wanting to get that good start and see where you could put yourself to build for finals. Am I correct?
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to lose. There's obviously seeding in the finals really important, but I need to get out of 3. I'm not going to get out of 3 with a bad gate. It's a little different with the jump boat rocking up and down. It's a little trickier at that end for me, the view and everything as well. So I need to get used to that. I wanted to commit. I nearly missed that gate at Worlds. And I was like, right, get that out of your head, go commit. And I missed them. So at least I know where to go for tomorrow. I know where my margins are, and it's nice to sort of be able to push that. And yeah, it's life, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all about working out, finding that rhythm and that timing at that end. It's pretty cutthroat at 10-2. Happy to see you in the final. I know it's good to see you have some success now this season. You didn't have a great start, but I'm happy to see you in the final and see what you can do.
Thank you. We'll see.
Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Sasha Deska getting through the opening pass of 12 meters, now trying to replicate that feat on 11.25 meters. As he pulls out into his glide, a little bit of a bleed of speed before his entrance gates turn. 11.25 meters. In fantastic shape here. Great skiing there from Sasha Descan, the Legend of Lords. So, looking pretty safe on that. On those 2 opening passes, 12 meters and 11. Nice extension round buoy number 1, allowing for that ski to come round and do so effectively. So here we go. Coming on in, Sasha Deska at 10.75 meters. Good drive, good start on number 1. Losing a bit of time and a little bit of distance down course off number 2, but I tell you what, this skier is extremely aggressive and he will not stop fighting until the bitter end. And there we go, 10.75 meters for Sasha Descan. 10.75 meters under his belt. And interesting to hear Rob Hazelwood's comments, especially where it pertains down towards the opposite end of the course, where not only do we have our pro men's slalom taking place, but we also have amateur jumps also going on right now. Now, between the lakes, there's a fairly wide channel that allows the boats to go from one lake to the next, and obviously that was a little bit disconcerting for Rob Hazelwood. I'm not too sure whether the same can be said for Sasha Descan. But looking at that boat, it's probably fair to say that it's rocking fairly noticeably at that end, which would suggest that that there are waves coming from somewhere. But here we go. 10.25 meters. There's number one. There's number two. Look at him go. A little bit of a pitch there. Round number three. Let's see what he's got. He's round number four. Can he make it round number five? He's inside five. And one of his better scores of the season. Sasha Deskin with 4 buoys. 4 total buoys at 10.25 meters. Wonderful stuff there from him. That moves him out of that tie for 3 buoys with Rob Hazelwood, Thomas de Gasperi, and Will Asher. The remaining 2 skiers that I mentioned have yet to compete. Rob Hazelwood getting 2 at 10.25 meters just a few moments ago. And just wonderful skiing here from Sasha Deskin, and just keeping his aggression, just working hard for as long as he can. And inside buoy number 5, but I don't think he'll mind that too much. It's all about auditioning the 12-meter run as the start, and about maybe changing your destiny in regards to the seeding for the 8 skier third round final. So 12 meters for Thomas de Gasperi. He's through to tomorrow's final as well. And like our previous 2 competitors, he too, given the opportunity to audition 12 meters, has taken it. We're in the second round where the minimum starting line length is 13, so they can still start with that one if they wanted to. But to that end, let's send it to Sadie.
All right, guys, we're down here on the dock with Sasha. He's just gotten off the water. Bit of an improvement from yesterday. Let me know how you felt.
I changed the letter, but I don't know if it was better or not, to be honest. I felt the same thing as yesterday. So I have no idea. I just did the best I could, and it worked better than yesterday. That's it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've improved your score. That's all you can do. You know, 4 is a decent score heading into the finals. You're in finals. That's the main thing. So happy to see you out here and glad you're in finals. But hopefully next round we can find some more comfort and get through that 10-2.
Yeah, I will. I think I'm going to stick to the same letter and deal with it. I will work on myself.
Okay, I like to hear it. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So from what I understand, he actually changed the letter from A to C and keeping the intensity at 2. A more instantaneous response was afforded to him with the C letter. And he said towards the end that he wanted to keep it the same for the final. The same as what? I'm not too sure for whether it'll be A or C. But I suspect it will probably be C based upon the result that he gotten off that second round score for Sasha Deskin. But moving away from Sasha Deskin, we've got Thomas de Gasperi, and looking very, very strong so far. And he's certainly been through the wars, Thomas de Gasperi. Took a nasty knock at the Monaco Pro Waterski Cup, and hasn't been on the water competitively for at least a couple of weeks. But the amount of time that he has been skiing have been restricted to back-to-back 13s and back-to-back 12s with with feeling no need to risk things by shortening the line beyond those 2 passes, which makes his performance yesterday of 3 at 10.25 meters all the more amazing. So looking down at one of our competitors getting warmed up, I believe that was Charlie Ross. He'll be our last skier to take to the water within about the next 4 skiers. This is Thomas de Gasperi at 10.75 meters, a little down course here. Now that's number 2 for 3, bringing the handle down nice and low. He's rushing a little bit to get these turns off before the line tightens, and there you go. It's a 6-buoy count at 10.75 meters, continuing to audition the 12-meter run and doing it rather effectively. Fantastic skiing from Thomas de Gasperi. And there we see Freddie Winter with the red bib signifying that he is the Waterski Pro Tour men's slalom rankings leader. He's only got a 3-point advantage ahead of the current second place in those rankings, Charlie Ross, who we just saw a few moments ago. The Recetto Pro is a 2-star event with 50 points on offer for the winner, 40 points, and then the points go down by that same 10-point increment between first, second, third, fourth, so on and so forth. Thomas de Gasperi, 12-time European men's slalom champion, 2-time world champion in the men's slalom competition. And there we see a couple of our friends along the shore side, Sasha Deska and a skier that we'll see jump in a little bit later on in the pro men, Francisco Calderola, El Gato, they called him. Here we go. This is Thomas de Gasperi, 10.25 meters. There's number 1. A skier who has a reputation of getting round buoy number 3 at the very least. There's 3. Yes, he does get number 3, but he was so close to getting the kind of turn necessary to make a play on number 4. He's pretty hard on himself when it doesn't all go to plan, but a 3-buoy count at 10.25 meters is not a bad score, at least in the context of everything that's happened up until this point. So Thomas de Gasperi from Italia, 3 buoys, 10.25 meters, as we now come down to the final 4. Actually, the final 3 with Will Asher coming up next, followed by Freddie Winter, and then finally Charlie Ross. Good start on number 1. He really powered his way through to number 2. There is a gate review on this effort, though. Didn't quite get the line tight soon enough off number 3. Certainly put in a lot of effort into that performance. Let's have a look and see the gate shot here. Very close to the right-hand gate ball. I don't think he got close enough to deny him, but that's where the officials come into play. All I can do is speculate based upon what I see up on the screen. The judges have the benefit of the gate cameras on each end, so that they'll make the determination from there. So it's either going to be 3 buoys at 10.25 meters or 6 buoys at 10.75 meters. Those are the 2 scores. Which one is it going to be? And they're taking their time with this decision, which is No gate on 10.25 meters there for Thomas de Gasperi, which means his final score is 6 at 10.75 meters. And that's going to see him tumble down the list so far as the seeding for the final. And opening up his account on 12 meters is Will Asher. So he gets that opening pass to go. Two more skiers to come after him, Freddie Winter and Charlie Ross. Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk some with Thomas de Gasperi. There is the remaining portion of the schedule. We're down to three skiers. We're down to three skiers remaining with the slalom in the men's, and then we'll go into women's jump and then men's jump. There is Charlie Ross trying to stay focused and hydrated at the same time. So Freddie Winter getting warmed up, just doing some balancing stuff. Here we go, folks. Will Asher, 11.25 meters, getting set up there for the first couple of buoys, the first third of the course. Not needing to ski in order to qualify for the next round, and but continuing to ski nonetheless after the opening two passes here in round number 2. Hasn't been uncommon for him to ski two passes and tap on the head to go back to the dock, but he continues to ski and revel in the wonderful conditions that are on offer here at the Parco Nautico de Sesia. The Sesia, as a matter of fact, is the river that's located to the west of this facility. And actually, several years ago, during a storm, the river level rose up so high that it actually totally encompassed this lake facility, and actually flooded out the clubhouse and some of the other vital infrastructure here at this site, to the point where they've had to spend thousands upon thousands of euro to reconstruct. And the facility you see here with the pictures that we have here on TWBC are a result of what happened there, and the massive effort that was involved to reconstruct this facility from a storm that took place here several seasons ago. Will Asher at 10.75 meters, making it look like 10. Fantastic skiing there. 10.75 meters, making it look like 14.25 meters. Okay, so looking at the leaderboard there, we've got a perfect tie between Thomas de Gasperi and Rob Hazelwood, on both of them on threes. Here we go, 10.25 meters for Will Asher. Nice slide on number one. Look at this, round number two. There we go on number three. Continuing to go on number four. Look at this. He's round buoy number five. Can he make it outside number six? Inside. So Will Asher so close to making it through 10.25 meters. Becoming possibly the only other skier to make it onto that line length, but coming up short by one singular buoy. Will Asher with 5 at 10.25 meters. And therefore, with that score of 5 at 10.25 meters, not able to supersede Freddie Winter or Charlie Ross. Therefore, that puts him in third spot and solidifies that position. But certainly on today's round, he is the current leader. But when you take into account the score that he produced yesterday and the scores that were produced yesterday, aside from his, Will Asher came into this round in third place. And he comes away out of it in third place. Still finding ways to stay current and stay relevant out there on the slalom course. So Will Asher really piled on the pressure there off 4 into 5, and the consequence of that it was that it sent too much speed down course. Here we go, our penultimate skier. This is Freddie Winter. All right, then. So as Freddie Winter gets through that opening pass, let's send it to Sadie.
Okay, guys, we're dockside. We're with Will Asher. He's just come off the water with a massive score of 5 at 10.2. So close to getting outside of 6. Run us through what was going on, what was going through your head throughout that set.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like that was the one. Just, you know, we've got to ski behind Manuel so much these days that I feel super comfortable with driver. We skied here obviously last year, and then just the momentum I've been trying to build as this tour's gone long. I felt like today, felt something yesterday, corrected today. I think I nailed it, honestly. Yeah, I just kind of ran out of talent there towards the end.
No, it's okay. It's an incredible score. I mean, it's exactly what you wanted to put out today and better that again tomorrow. Build some confidence. It's cool to see. The men's field is massive. It's pretty stressful, I imagine. How do you handle your stress going into the event?
You just try not to think about it. There's nothing I can do about it. I know, like if I, you know, it just comes back to focusing on the keys, you know, do this and that, and then the score can be there. Then I think it allows me to sit around and have more fun with the guys, enjoy their company and try and learn from them. And I'm sure along the way they've learned from me, which is cool. Yeah.
I love that. Okay, so there's an insight on how the pros handle their nerves. Well, we're excited to see you in the final. Congratulations. Kick your feet up and enjoy the rest of the day. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Sadie and Will. And here we are at the Recetto Pro. Thank you very much for tuning in, or wherever you happen to be, whether you are on site or online. Fantastic skiing that we've had so far as part of the Waterski Pro Tour. This is stop number 6 in the season-long competition. So thanking each and every one of you for your support and participation. Okay. All right, then. So from what I understand, the boat is making its way back to the dock with Freddie Winter due to some technical difficulties. We'll try and get those technical difficulties situated. I think Freddie is aware of what those difficulties are and how much time is going to be needed to fix them. And as we wait for that to happen, we're going to step aside here because everyone deserves a break. So here's yours.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
It's well known that Canada has produced many of the best skiers the world has ever seen. Well, more and more skiers are coming to realize Canada's Shuswap Ski and Board is one of the world's best pro shops. They stock D3, Radar, HO, Connolly, Reflex, Masterline, Syndicate, Stokes, Camaro, S-Lines, Eagle, KD, Stealth, Pegosky, O'Neill, and back them with Shuswap Ski and Board's performance and fit guarantee. Check them out online at shuswapsnb.com.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous Waterski hotspots.
For over 20 years, because times are always changing, the men and women of DNCA have been invested in future-oriented solutions through active and flexible conviction management. Times change, values remain. Entrust your savings to an asset management firm to meet your long-term financial goals. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
The perfect holiday isn't a destination. It's a feeling. That's why we don't sell packages. We listen. We design. We create journeys as individual as you are. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
Eagle, made in the USA.
All right then, folks, the boat is making its way up and down. We've gotten through the technical gremlins a little bit, and We got Freddie Winter. He's staying hydrated, and he's going to get ready to go back to the dock and start his set all over again. 12-meter start. Then he'll come back at 38 off, 11.25 meters. Or actually, was it? So we've had some impressive scores so far. Our best score that we've seen on offer from our men's slalom skiers, 5 at 10.25 meters in this round. Freddie Winter making his way to the dock, and I think he'll start his set all over again, which means that he'll go in on 12. And we will continue on from there. And there is the current leaderboard. Freddie Winter not essentially needing to ski, but if there is even an outside remote chance of him working his way up the rankings and maybe being the last skier off the dock in the finals, he's definitely going to take.
Outrageous. Thanks, Tony.
I didn't mean it in that context, Freddie.
Yeah, mate.
Okay, so let me start off that again. If there is even a smallest chance that Freddie can take the top seed going through to the final, he is going to take that opportunity with both hands.
He said if there's a remote chance of Freddie making up to the top of the rankings after this round, it's like, dude, give me a break. It wasn't that far away. I sit next to him and do the commentary with him for like 2 hours, keep him company, take the load off of him, and he stabs me in the back like that when I'm trying to get ready.
I'm just glad that Freddie can actually laugh about it. My point proven. I do like the patch on his shorts, though. The smiley face.
Keep smiling.
If you smile, the whole world will smile with you. All right there, so making his way to the dock area is Charlie Ross, who is the current number one seed after the first round, having gotten into 9.75 meters, scoring one buoy with that attempt. Freddie Winter, for his part, was able to get 5 1/4 at 10.25 meters with a rather dramatic slide towards the end. Let's see what he can do this time around. And as Freddie gets ready to take to the water, a big shout out has to go out to Lamada 2.0, our official street food vendor here at the Parco Nautico de Cessia. We thank them very much indeed for keeping us watered, keeping us fed. And it is Lamada 2.0, non-solo street food. Not only street food. I think that basically translates to. Here we go, folks. Let's see what we've got here. We have got Freddie Winter approaching the course. Opening pass, 12 meters. Now, we had a little bit of technical difficulty after his second pass, after running 12 and 11 back-to-back. But now that we've taken care of those technical gremlins, we have a sure path towards the end. You now pull out to the left of that Nautique towboat as he sinks into the water. Gets ready for pass number 2. We're still continuing on with the amateur section of our event on the other lake. And with that in mind, let's send it to Sadie once again.
Hey guys, we're dockside. It's just me this time. We've had a little intermission here, a few technical difficulties. If you guys didn't know, it's pretty hot here in Recetto. And the shore path has actually overheated and it was struggling to charge and keep up. So we took a little break, but we're back. Freddie's on the water. Next up is Charlie, and I'm pretty keen to see these two be out there and show us what they can do. All right, back to you, Tony.
Okay, so just to clarify, for those folks wondering why we had the intermission, it was an issue to do with the cell phone connected into shore path, kind of experiencing a little bit of heat problems. Now, any device that you expose out in sunshine and heat will mean that that the battery will overheat and will eventually malfunction, but now that we've replaced said device, we'll continue at least for the remaining 2 skiers on the list in the men's slalom round 2. Freddie Winter, who scored a 5 1/4 buoys at 10.25 meters in round number 1, all but assured of a place through to the 8 skier slalom final, is now pulling out towards the left-hand side of that Nautique towboat, sinking into the water and getting ready for the next pass to come, which should start within about the next 60 seconds. So it looks like we got a gate review for 11.25 meters for Freddie Winter. Now each of our skiers at this point in the proceedings, from about 6th or 7th from last out, were auditioning the 12-meter start, because they each of them know that is going to be the minimum starting line length in the 3rd round final. From what I understand, the gates are under review. We'll find out what the result of that review is going to be.
No, that's not a rule. You can't do that.
Oh my word, controversy continues to swell. It's going to be a no gate on the 11.25 meter pass coming back. So no gate there on 11.25 meters. We'll get to see with the instant replay and how close he was to the right-hand gate ball. Yeah, and it looks very, very close indeed, at least from the perspective of from the boat. So that ends Freddie Winter's run rather prematurely with a 6 buoy count at 12 meters being the final score in round number 2. But he is assured of a second place finish in after the first 2 rounds, and he'll be the second to last off the dock when the finals come around. And that will take place tomorrow. And by default, it also means that because Charlie Ross has already scored 1 at 9.75 meters in round number 1, he has the number 1 seed going into the men's slalom final, which will take place tomorrow. All right, so far as Charlie Ross is concerned, not much difference in line length selection for the opening run, because he was one of the skiers yesterday that was bold enough to go in on the 12-meter line to start off with. And he'll do the same here, knowing full well that in the 3rd and last round, he will be compelled to go in on 12 meters. So 6 buoys there. And with that, let's send it over to Sadie.
Okay, guys, we're dockside. Freddie Winter's just gotten off the water. Bit of an intermission problem with the shore path after your first or second pass. Super unfortunate, a little bit of a break. Went back out there, and they've taken your gates at 11, so 0 at 11, and you're still in the final.
I'm still in the final. I mean, what a waste of my day. Yeah. Well, it's frustrating. You go out there, you prepare your whole day, you go out there, you have to stop after your first pass, come in for 15 minutes, and then, I don't know, maybe I did miss it, or maybe I didn't, but, I mean, whatever, doesn't matter, tomorrow.
Either way, it's a tough pill to swallow. I think we can all side with you on that. It's a hard thing to swallow, but nonetheless, you're out early tomorrow. You can go out there, you can lay the law, and show them what you're made of, and hopefully we can see you on the podium.
I think I'm still second to last off the dock, Sadie. I think so. It's a good place to be. I skied well enough yesterday, so that was good at least. At least I did it that way around. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, frustrated. I don't like these days where we ski one and one. Like it's weird. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying I don't like it. Like it doesn't work with my rhythm. So to kind of get up and prepare a whole day for a round where I basically did 2 passes up and just frustrating. But I'll take that until tomorrow and be good. Hopefully I can put a big score up.
Told you, laid the law. My bad on that part, but I'm glad to see you in the final, and I can't wait to see what you can do tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Better than today. It can only go one way, hopefully.
I like that attitude. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. As we see Charlie Ross pull out to shorten to the next line length of 10.75 meters coming up. I don't see any signs of an opt-up or anything. And Charlie Ross skiing with 2 Pro Gear products, the gloves and the brand new Pro Gear plate, designed for performance between the 2 of those products. skiprogear.com. skiprogear.com is the place to go to find out more. So looking at Charlie Ross and just the ease that he manages to get the ski round, and the ease in which the ski makes its way through the wakes at the back of the boat and then into a very, very well assured edge change on both sides. Charlie Ross now coming in. This now 10.75 meters. Currently 3 points behind Freddie Winter in the Waterski Pro Tour standings. Looking to try and take the lead in that season-long competition based upon... look at that. Such control off number 4. He purposefully, and I repeat, purposefully stood up round buoy number 4, safety checked halfway down the course, and was still able to generate enough room to get round all 6 buoys at 10.75 meters. What a remarkable feat of skiing that is. Got round number 1 and number 2, and indeed number 3. Now check out number 4. Comes around, stands up, still has enough room to get the ski outside number 5. Remarkable skiing. And even my good friend Mr. Vince Stadelbauer is just shaking his head and just seeing that. So now 10.25 meters. Already has the best score in the competition out of the elimination round with 1 at 9.75. Now, one factor that is often overlooked in these Waterski Pro Tour events is the additional 2 points that are on offer for the best score in the entire tournament. So if Charlie Ross harbors any ambition in that route, then this is why he's still continuing to ski. He wants to try and put a little bit more of a buffer zone between himself and anyone else. So the probability of getting the number one score is still very much in play. There we go. That is 10.25 meters. Executing some turns down that course that would have taken out your average slalomer, and he was still able to stay upright on top of the water and get round all 6 buoys at 10.25 meters. Remarkable stuff. All right there. So this is Charlie Ross. Bringing it down behind that Nautique towboat on that D3 slalom skier, the Ion 4. And working his way down this path. So here it is, folks. 9.75 coming up. The world record is 2.5. His personal best, 2. And the Canadian national slalom record. There is the current world record holder, Nate Smith. There is the record, 2.5. Let's see what he has. 9.75 meters. There's no... Oh, and he drops in hard over the tip of his ski. Tried to get an advance upon that turn, but it's going to be half a buoy at 9.75 meters. So the world record is still very much in the possession of Nate Smith, but it could be merely a matter of time before that record goes down. The way that Charlie Ross is continuing to ski and push the outer limits of what this sport is truly capable of. Entrance gates, number 1 with the instant replay. Tried broad his outside arm towards the handle, but unfortunately the tail popping out and unfortunately scoring half a buoy at 9.75 meters. But it is the top score in the tournament so far, and if that top score goes unchallenged in the third and last round, then Charlie Ross will have 2 additional Pro Tour points in his back pocket by having the best score. So far as the men's slalom leaderboard is concerned, Charlie Ross won at 9.75. That was yesterday. So too, Freddie Winter, 5 1/4, 10.25 meters, produced yesterday. Will Asher, best score produced today, 5 at 10.25 meters. Sasha Deska, his best score produced today, 4 at 10.25 meters. Thomas de Gasperi with 3. Rob Hazelwood on 3. Matteo Luzzeri coming back into the frame with 3 at 10.25 meters. A new national record pending for Denmark, courtesy of Victor Schultz Sorensen, with 2.5 at 10.25 meters. Brandon Caruso on the outside looking in, unfortunately, with the same score of 2.5 at 10.25 meters. Camille Bamra with 2 at 10.25 meters. Aaron Davis also with the same score for a 2-way tie for 10th. And in 12th place, Carlo Elias with 1 at 10.25 meters. And with that, for one final time, let's send it to Sadie.
Okay, guys, dockside again. We got Charlie Ross here. He's just come off the water, half at 9.7, another incredible score. Run us through how that set felt compared to yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I felt really good, 35 and 38, just trying to find rhythm. And then, I won't lie, 39 was not my best, and 41 definitely wasn't my best, but was able to stay on the ski and just keep going. That's a lot of it. When you aren't in a great spot, just finding able to find balance and get out of the turn and give yourself a chance at the next one. So I was happy with that, and then, Manuel's right there. He feels so good at 43, and I just overturned it there. But
I want it bad, so that felt close.
Yeah, the setup seems to be becoming pretty consistent. You're getting that setup most times, and I think it's just being that little bit more patient. You just want it so bad, but it's incredible to watch you continuously run 10-2 and put the pressure on the rest of the crew. They're chasing you. You're doing an incredible job of holding it up, and excited to see you in finals. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. I'm excited for tomorrow.
Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So that concludes the men's slalom competition so far as the 2 elimination rounds are concerned. Here is the remaining portion of the schedule. Women's jump preliminaries are coming up next, followed by men's jump preliminaries to follow. The time in which we will start will be at 16:45. That is 4:45 p.m. Central European Summer Time. That is in 15 minutes. So make sure that you grab yourself some more beverages and puff up those cushions and pillows for the seat that you've been occupying for a good few hours, because when we return in less than 15 minutes' time, we will have the jump event with the men, but we'll start off with the women. All that to come at the Recetto Pro, coming right at you next.
Morning, Ryan. Hey, morning. You have a good weekend? Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
It's always summer at Shoe Schwab Ski and Board isn't just a slogan. It's been a way of doing business for 30 years. Shuswap Ski and Board keeps more summer gear on hand than any other shop in Canada. More wake surfers, water skis and wakeboards, more wetsuits, ski and board vests, water toys, and tons of pickleball gear too. Not only Canada's best selection, but the guaranteed lowest prices as well. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
World Record Ropes Masterline.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shushwapsnb.com.
All right then, folks. Welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the Recetto Pro, the inaugural edition of. We have 2 more events to go before we put a button on the day 2 of action. We got women's jump elimination and we got men's jump elimination. Now, here is your running order. Scarlett Graham from Italia will be our lead-off skier, followed by Linda Polidarova, who earlier on today set a pending Czechia women's jump record, and hopefully she has something left in the tank to do the same here in this round of pros. Kennedy Hansen from the United States, followed by Maisa Jakobsen, and finally Sasha Denyorskaya. All right, I've been joined here in the announcing booth here by Aaron Davies. So, how's your day gone?
It's been okay. You know, I wished for a little more, but, you know, that's the way it goes. The level of skiing here across the board has been insane. So props to everyone who made the final, and also those that didn't, who made PBs, national records, things like that. You know, it just shows the level of skiing here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, no two ways about it. It's been off the chain, really, here at the Recetto Pro, the inaugural edition of, as we get ready for Scarlett Graham, fast becoming Italy's top pro jumper, so to speak.
Yeah, and a fun fact about Scarlett, you know, she's half British as well.
I know.
Decided to be with Italy, though. Yeah.
Yes, and we've found out a little bit more about that when I spoke to her for the TWBC podcast, which will be dropping within the next few hours.
Can you give us a little insight, you know?
No, you're going to have to listen.
You got to go listen.
TWBC podcast available on YouTube Music, Spotify, and wherever else you choose to listen to your podcasts.
Yeah, and Scarlett was one of those competitors down in Argentina at the early start of the year. She had a great start to her season, being on the podium.
Yep, she actually won the event.
Yeah, she won the event and put out a really good score, and yeah, jumping out of her skin. And yeah, we're excited to see what she can do here today.
Her personal best is around about 42 or 43 meters, and achieved that at the Cordoba Waterski site, just outside the city of Cordoba in the northern part of Argentina. And certainly a nice venue, and they're still working on putting the finishing touches to it. But there was plenty of great performances over that site, and you were there for a few hours at least, checking in on what the junior skiers were getting up to in that part of the world.
Yeah, you know, I spent a little bit of time in Argentina at the start of the year with my girlfriend, Vio. It was great to spend some time over there with her and her family. You know, we're about to make a big life change. You know, she's moving to the UK after finishing Lafayette. And yeah, we're looking forward to it. And this young and up-and-coming skiers at the moment are looking great. You know, they're really giving us a push. Examples are Tim Vield, Harley Costa, you know, in all 3 events. You know, we looked at Tim Vield last weekend, putting some insane scores down in all 3 events. As we look at Scarlett coming in for her first jump here, looked like nice headwind, holding out wide, coming into the ramp here, edging through the ramp. Nice, easy first jump there for her. Put a score on the board.
Yeah, probably high 30s, maybe low 40s on that opening jump, but good, strong effort nevertheless. We'll try and get the jumper result on that opening attempt coming through.
Yeah, definitely making it look like a nice, easy jump there for her. You know, a good, safe first jump. Let's have a look at this replay here. Maybe just a little bit of weight on her left ski in the turn, but nevertheless, you know, nice and comfortable. We like safe jumps, right?
Yeah, safety first.
Safety first. We had a little saying in collegiate jumping. First one for the team, second one for yourself, and third one a little further.
And probably a little bit early so far as a setup goes, because she was really pushing to stay out wide before she made a turn.
Yeah, she probably want to bring it down to the 6 a little bit. The headwind, from my experience in slalom, it was, you know, a little more on the body, more than on the water. You know, conditions look pretty perfect right now.
And it's 42.4 on the opener.
42.4. That was a really good opening jump there for her.
All right, so jumping around about her PB level. I spoke to her for the TWBC podcast, and she performed a personal best over at the Junior Worlds, and very, very close to it. 139 feet for those of you that are watching us from the other side of the Atlantic and have no clue about the metric system.
I have no comments. Well, yeah, it definitely looks like she brought it down at the 6 there. She only just turned the 6 on her first jump, and she brought it down a little bit.
I like the thing that's on top of her helmet, which means one thing, she trains with the Ellises.
Yeah, definitely. And definitely she looks like she could bring it down a little further, hit in the middle of that jump ramp. I'd love to see her bring it down a little bit so that she can really, really keep that edge on through the bottom of the ramp. Make sure she's not going to be standing up at all into the base. You know, that's the key with jumping. Keep going through the ramp. And if she can... Let's have a look at this replay here. Looking like a good turn. And you can just see here, she's just starting to stand up a little bit at the base of the ramp. If she can bring it down a little bit later, keep edging all the way through the base of the ramp, she'll be able to gain a couple more meters for sure.
All right, we'll try and get the distance for you very, very soon here at the Recetto Pro, and it is a 41.9, so losing a little bit of distance on jump number 2, 41.9. And just to give you an indication of what her personal best is in the girls jumping event, I know she did this at the World Championship. She jumped 42.6, so she's only 20 centimeters behind in that respect. Jumping 42.6 in the elimination round and jumping 42 meters in the final to take victory.
Yeah, and conditions were a little unsettled in Argentina when she did that. You know, there was very uncharacteristic of the Cordoba in Argentina is that there was a little bit of rain, which was very odd. However, here we are right now in Recetto in Italy, with Scarlett coming in for her third and final jump, choosing letter R on 0 off for ramp. Looks like she's in a similar spot at the 6 there. Maybe
she's later on this one, I do believe now, really pushing to get onto the jump. Oh, and losing that left ski out.
Yeah, you can just see as she came to the bottom of the ramp, just letting off a little bit. If she could have kept that edge on, you know, maybe she wouldn't have had that bank quite as much. Maybe she panicked in the turn a little bit and jumped on it a little soon.
And there's also the issue of engaging the switch too early as well.
Yeah, if you engage the switch really early, you know, the boat's just going to run out of gas. Let's see here. Yeah, you see she sort of edge changes at the bottom of the ramp there. If she could have just kept on the little more weight on the left ski, keep moving over to the left of that jump ramp, you know, we would have maybe seen a little more there.
And as Scarlett Graham is the only person to jump on the 1.50 meter ramp height, we're going to take a few seconds out and wait for that ramp to be raised. That last jump was 35.5 meters, incidentally, so not going to make it too much of an impression upon her previous jumps. And looking at this angle here, I mean, it's not terribly clear where much of the distance she got lost. However, where she came off the jump there, that little on-ramp edge change didn't exactly do her many favors.
Yeah, that's what you don't see from that angle, is that she just comes up a little bit into the jump ramp. And if any jumper knows, if you can keep that edge going all the way through the base of the ramp, you're going to be, looking in a better position. The worst thing you can do is stand up at the base of the ramp. That's when things start to go awry.
All right, there. So now we move on to our next competitor, who jumped 47.3 meters in the previous round of amateur competition before taking to the water in the pros right here. This is Linda Polidarova, and that 47.3 meter jump, which is very, very close to 50 meters, is enough actually to set herself a new Czechia women's record.
Yeah, looking for. I'm sure she's always looking for more. That's the athlete's mentality, right? You're always going to be wanting more.
Yeah, that's the old Oliver Twist deal, isn't it? Always wanting more.
And that's the key with these high echelon athletes, is that you're never happy. Even when you get a personal best, there's always more to be had. You do everything in the off season and during the season to push yourself even more.
For every Mont Blanc, there's always an Everest.
Exactly. There's always a bigger fish.
Yeah. Vince liked that. Oh. Okay, here comes Linda Polidarova from Czechia. 51K, letter P. Boat path split. Looks like she's going to go in with a 3/4 cut here, just trying to take it nice and steady to start off with. Nicely up on top of the boat. Trying to stay light on the line so the switch engages about there.
Looks like good timing.
Oh, very nice, as a matter of fact.
Looks like another nice, safe first jump. We're looking at a two-handed 3/4 there, and there's a lot to be said for a two-handed 3/4. You get a lot of control, and she looks like she's in a good spot there.
And also a good defense against that switch engaging at that point.
Yeah, you watch a few of the guys jumpers as well. One of the best, I would say, at getting everything is the likes of Tom Asher. I've never seen a bigger single from him.
44.2.
With a 44.2 there, nice safe first jump as we head over to Sadie.
Okay. Thanks, Aaron. Okay, we're on the jump dock. Scarlett Graham's just come off the water. 42.4. I know your PB is 43.4. How did you feel out there today?
Well, I was trying to jump similar to the earlier rounds because I also did amateurs today. And it actually felt pretty good. I just think I'm a little tired after doing another 2 jump rounds, but it's still really amazing. This is a great site to jump.
Well, 3 rounds in one day is pretty tough. That last jump, it looked like you went a little later. How'd you feel? I know you kind of slipped out a little, but talk us through that last jump.
Well, the last jump, I was finally trying to bring it down a bit because the other jumps, they were still pretty early, like I was drifting back behind the boat. So it was actually the right timing. It's just that I think that my legs kind of gave out in the ramp. But it was pretty annoying because I felt like finally I was driving into the ramp, but yeah.
Okay, well, you've got your eye in. You're looking good out there, and I hope to see you build. Thank you for chatting with me, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much. You too.
Back to you, Tony and Aaron.
Here we go. This is Linda Polidarova. Turns in. Now the switch comes on. Bam! Oh, look at that. That's got to be closer to 47 meters, I would say.
Yeah, that's the spot that the jumpers want. Just hitting close to the right-hand corner, not too scary, but, able to keep that edge going through the ramp. But, no, with that interview with Scarlett, she definitely sounds English, It's funny to hear waving the Italian flag, but, I think we'll know who she's supporting in the World Cup, though, because...
There ain't much of a choice.
Oh wow!
Oh, look at this!
Look at that! 46.9. That was a great jump there for Linda. 154 feet. Yeah, that's really putting it out there.
154 feet and good bit of position.
Yeah, she can get a little bit wider on the 3/4, you know. No, she looks comfortable there, you know. I wouldn't bring it down much more looking from where she hit the ramp, but if she can hide that left shoulder a little more and come in towards the ramp, she'll be looking in better shape for sure, and hopefully get a couple more feet out of it.
All right there. So we see Kennedy Hansen on dockside there. She's getting ready to go and knows that Linda Polidarova has one more jump to come. And Kennedy's been doing the rounds at various tournaments across Europe this season in slalom and tricks, and her first major out in the jump event, I would surmise.
Yeah, you know, she's looking forward to jumping for sure. But right now here on the water, we have Linda coming in for her third and final jump. Looks like a nice spot again.
Very close to the bottom right-hand corner there.
And she just looked like she line drives a little bit, not quite getting everything out of the ramp there. We'll see how that distance turns out. It's hard for us to tell on the distance here. Looked like a decent jump. If she could have got a little more out of the ramp, she could have gone a little further. Just waiting for the distance here.
Oh, she's happy with whatever's come up on the splash eye screen, and the distance coming through any moment now as a result. 46.9 on jump number 2 is furthest up to this point. And we'll get that
just giving up ever so slightly at the base of the ramp there. You know, she could have kept.
Oh, 47.9. 47.9.
47.9 meters.
And I believe that's a new Czechia national record.
Wow, well, congratulations to her. You know, throw everything out of the books, what I just said. You know, new Czechia record. You know, if she can, I don't know, maybe she can go further in this tournament for sure, I would say.
Absolutely. So great skiing there for Linda Polidarova. Just remarkable the number of personal records and national records that we've seen so far here, and some beautiful weather here in the northern part of Italy in the region of Piemonte, as Kennedy Hansen is on the water right now.
Yeah, and Kenna's one of those overall skiers who, you know, is looking to push the limits of women's overall. She was incredibly close last weekend at Waterski. She was just 7 company points away from a record, and that is definitely in her mind this weekend. You know, she was so close, and before Hannah Streltsova had the record, you know, she would have beaten Natty's record, which was, you know, an insane achievement for Kenna. You know, she's looking to get the most out of her jumping right now as possible. So we will see what's on the cards for her.
All right, we'll see what Kenna has got. A native of Milton in the northern part of Florida, and ordinarily trains over at Santa Rosa Beach.
Pico Ski School with
yes, I believe so.
Corey Picos.
Yes, certainly one of the preeminent coaches within the sport of tournament water skiing, and I'm sure these are watching on right here, right now for Kennedy Hansen.
So here we have Kenna coming in on her first jump with a 3/4, one-handed 3/4, looking like good so far. Oh, just going out the back, getting on her arms a little bit into the base of the ramp. See if she can relax a little bit on this second jump. But yeah, I just need to shake it off, make the second jump a little safer.
And trying to get as much out of that jump as possible, but unfortunately her positioning over the skis needed some serious correction here off the second wake into the jump, and saw more of the skis than the landing, unfortunately, with 34.1 meters as being her opening jump.
Yeah, you know, you got that transfer from going on the water to the ramp, and it's so much more slippy on that ramp. She's on her heels slightly, and that's why she went towards the back. But let's send it over dockside with Sadie.
Thanks, Aaron. We're down here at the jump dock. Linda's just come off the water. A massive score of 47.9. I'm hearing it's a national record. Congratulations to you. Now talk us through that set, how you built.
So basically, for me, it was pretty hard this day because like I crashed yesterday. I went out of the front. So I feel like really dizzy, and yeah, so I'm like pretty happy for this score. Like I didn't expect it. So yeah.
I mean, look, anytime you crash, whether you go out the front or out the back, it's pretty tough. And to recover from that and come out and jump a PB, it's very impressive. And I can only imagine there's a whole lot more in the tank once we get that confidence back.
Yeah, I mean, I took some painkillers, so yeah, it helped me a lot. And yeah, I mean, like, felt pretty good on the water. Like, I like the ramp and the boat at the same time. So looking forward for the finals tomorrow.
Okay, well, incredible. Congratulations on making finals, and we'll send it back to you, Aaron and Tony.
Okay, so a little over 33 meters, actually 34.1 meters on jump number 1 for Kenna, but passing up on jump number 2, and looks like the handle got up a little bit high, and she wasn't able to do much with that beyond that point. 112 feet on jump number 1, 34.1 meters is that jump distance in metric.
Yeah, so and she's not liking something on the second jump. Maybe she was getting a little late, and she looked like she rushed the turn a little bit. Maybe worth staying calm for sure. Just keeping relaxed so that she can make a nice smooth turn and stay strong through the wakes all the way through the ramp as well. Whatever it was, she decided, hey, let's just play it safe, you know, and take it to the third jump.
See if she can take it to the limit one more time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Kenna's an incredible athlete. She's one of those, she gets something in her head and she does everything in her power to do that, you know. In her head right now is the women's overall record, which I'm sure you're doing the zeros and ones at the moment, Tony, just to make sure to see what she needs in this final jump. She still has a great score from round 2 of slalom as well. We've still got, you know, another round of tricks to go, so it's not over for Kenna. Especially, she's still got 1 jump right now, so we'll see what she can do here. As we look at Maisa, who's already had a great tournament so far, you know, jumping some good jumps already in the amateur. As we look at Kenna coming out for another 3/4, looking nice and wide. Nice turn there. Oh, I'm just not quite liking something there. I'm not sure what. We'll have to speak to her afterwards. But, yeah, I'm not sure what she didn't like there. So here we are looking at Kenna coming in. I don't know, maybe she was early. You know, she's coming into the ramp a little early there, maybe not getting her timing quite right.
And on the surface, coming into the ramp early may actually would actually appear on the surface to be the safer option. But anyone that's jumped at this kind of level knows that if you're forced to actually have to turn back towards the jump to actually hit it, it's not that safe at all.
Yeah, I mean, I did overall in my younger years, and I wasn't the best jumper in the world by any means, but I did enjoy my jumping, and going over on an early ramp, I've done it, and you go over the left side. That left ski is just going over the left corner, and it's not fun. So, you know, she still has another round. I believe all the girls are going through to the final anyway, so
yes, they are.
They've all got another chance. So, you know, Kenna knows that. She put a score down at least. Maybe not what she wants, but we'll hear from her later on and see what she was thinking during that set.
And now on the water from Denmark, this is an exciting young athlete, Maisa Jakobsen, who has been on a trail of dominance out there in the female jump event across Europe and even at World Championship level.
And she's been setting record after record after record, right? You know, she's a very talented young athlete, and Yeah,
and one of the nicest people as well.
Oh, she's very nice. She's a very sweet young girl. So she's got a very long career ahead of her.
All right, and whilst we get ready for Maisa Jakobsen to come into the course, we see Igor Morozov, one of our men jumpers, getting ready. There's a few more competitors between Maisa and Igor in terms of where they appear on their respective lists. Now let's see what Maisa can do with jump number 1. Trying to stay light on the line so as she doesn't activate the jump switch. Ah, look at that, and she has taken the lead on jump number 1.
Yeah, I think you could say that she took the lead there. Looking like a good timing, you know. Maybe she could be just a little bit wider on her counter cut, you know, keep that width. Maybe the wind's it's going up and down a little bit from what I've noticed. Not a huge amount, but that changes how the timing is. Let's have a look on this replay here. Just bringing the handle in maybe a little bit. But looking good. Nicely on the corner, not too late, and with a 48.9, that does take her into the lead. A nice first jump for her. I know she's probably wanting to look a little more. I don't know what her PB is myself, but I'm sure there's a little more to be given from there. So we're just hearing that a season's best of 51.7. So, you know, she's got a lot more to give. I guess she wants to put a score on the board and then go from there, right?
And having only recently converted from 1.50 meter to 1.65 meter ramp height as well, that's something you kind of need to factor in.
Yeah, I mean, I remember my first time at 5'6" at 165, you know. When I first took a proper cut at it, it's like, oh my God, I'm so high right now. It's something. She's a very capable athlete. As we're just looking at our TWBC crew there, doing a great job getting us all the angles. And here's Maisa coming in for her second jump, a double cut. She's just turned the 6 there, you know, so a little earlier than Scarlett. But maybe the wind's changed. Looking on top of her feet through the turn there. On another really nice jump there for Maisa. Looking good so far. You know, the level of her jumping for her age is absolutely insane. You know, there's not many people that can touch her at her age, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, nice, safe jumping. We like safe jumping, right? It makes us all a little more comfortable. Let's have a look at this replay here. You know, looking good so far. You see how she's cutting through that ramp there and just extending so nicely off the top. You know, maybe if you're being uber picky, you know, she could keep that handle in front of her a little more, you know, not let the shoulders come towards the boat. But that's being super picky, and there you go. That just shows what a good jump that was, of 51.2 meters, 168 feet, getting really close to her season's best. And looking like she's adjusting her helmet there in the air, but, you know, looking really solid, really good jump in there for her. And we see Sasha there trying to get her legs activated. You know, there she is, giving us a little wave. I'm sure Taylor is at his desk watching this. So a big shout out to you guys, Taylor and Steve, all watching out in the States, and everyone watching all over the world, really. As we watch Maisa come in for a second jump, coming out for a double cut.
And another adjustment that she's had to make in recent times is going from 51 kilometers to 54K as well, and on top of which she's moved the ramp height up.
Yeah, so she's at pro level jumping here now, you know, this 54 kph as she comes in on this third jump, looking good. Oh, you could see she was pushing really hard through
that one.
She was really pushing through the wakes there, and you saw her shoulder come down a little bit. And maybe she was a bit late to pass, but you know, things sometimes look a little funky, but she was safe enough there, I would say. You know, maybe not the ideal shape she wants. Maybe it was a little late, but you know, looking good so far. And a great jump on her second jump there. Let's have a look at this replay. You see, she starts pushing really early here. She knows she's late and just pushes a little too hard
kind of
through the
sat
weights
down on
and
that one.
sat down, yeah. She was safe enough, so she decided to take it. You know, if she's too late, then you commit to that, you know, that pass. With a 48.5. Now, that was something that the jump that was not her best at all and not in best style. 48.5 is a great jump. And let's send it over to Sadie.
Thanks, Aaron. We're down here at the jump dock with Maisie. She's just come off the water and an incredible score, 51.2. I know last weekend we watched you take your first pro podium, second place at Botas. That was pretty incredible to witness. How'd you feel out there?
It felt really good. I jumped earlier in U21, and I did a score of 53.2. So super happy about that. Wanted to go out and do the same again. Oh my God, I'm so out of breath. Yeah, I feel great in the water. Super nice boat, super nice ramp. Really perfect place to jump. So I'm excited to see what the final brings tomorrow.
I mean, I think everyone back home watching is thinking the same thing. You look strong out there. You've got so much time ahead of you. And good luck in the finals. Have fun and boot a big one.
Thank you, guys.
Back to you, Tony.
All right, and our final female competitor on the water in this round of women's jumps is Sasha Denierskaya. Great to hear from Maisa Jakobsen after her 3 attempts there, with her middle jump being the longest at 51.2, which is the target for Sasha Denierskaya, who is out on the water right now, former world overall champion in 2021.
Current Masters champion.
In the
LA Night Jam champion. So,
absolutely.
you know, she's got the creds behind her here. And I'm sure she's just looking to get her bearings. You know, she said she's had some good jumps, and I spoke to her earlier, and she was looking forward to jumping. She said she was really looking forward to this jump set because the headwind looks nice. Just turning before the 6th there. Maybe she's noticed something that the other girls haven't. She's got a really strong counter cut though, has Sasha. So as we come in for the first jump, looking good, nice and safe. That's
very
always
close
good to hear.
That's very close to about a 52-meter jump right there.
Oh yeah, you know, nice and safe there for her. 52-meter jump, possibly something like that. Just get a score on the board, and then yeah, you can see her there saying, "I just need to bring it down." Maybe we'll see her turn the 6th this time, but we will see.
All right, so that's Sasha Denierskaya, who comes to us from Horizon West in Central Florida, originally from Eastern Europe.
Yeah, I mean, they see Sasha Garcia, or you know, I don't know the legalities behind that, but you know, what is she? What is she? Is she still Denierskaya? Or well, there you go. There's a 50.6. You know, it's not quite what she's looking for, but definitely a score on the board. Definitely wants to bring it down. Coming off the left middle of the ramp there, you know, she could bring it down a little bit and get some more direction through the ramp as we see our first men's jumper on the dock there.
That is Dominic Kuhn, who will be jumping at the 1.65 ramp height, and he will be with about 2 other jumpers that will jump on that ramp height before he goes up to 1.80 m.
Yeah, Tony, did you ever jump at 180?
Yes, I did try.
And how did that go? You know, how was
Not
that?
very well. I still have flashbacks to jumping at 6 foot at Wyoming.
Well, I never did it because, you know, practically I didn't have I wasn't brave enough. But here we go. We've got Sasha. There you go. She's definitely brought it down, turning the 6. Looking like a really strong counter cut there. And a nice staying on top of her skis during the turn. Nice strong through the wakes there. And looking like another safe jump, you know. Looking safe.
Yeah, not a bad looking second jump. I think that one could actually end up being a little bit longer, just on the amount of the greater amount of speed which she threw into that jump.
Yeah, she definitely had more speed through the ramp there. Hopefully she got a little more distance from there. It's really hard for us to tell on our monitor, but staying really tall through the turn and through the weights there, you really see her creating so much angle through the wakes. Just love to see her keep that angle a little more. But yeah, looking like another good, safe jump. A lot further for sure, as we see the score of 51.2 meters come up.
And that ties with Maisa Jakobsen.
And that does tie her, so I know she's probably looking to get top seed here on this final jump. You know, you can't win it on the prelims, but you can definitely
lose it.
You can lose it for sure. You know, she wants to put herself in a position where she knows what she has to complete, you know, in the final tomorrow afternoon. So, and yeah, let's see what she's got on the third and final jump for this women's jump category. She's
all right.
Got a significantly higher letter than all of the other girls with a letter U.
And also the boat path is 2 foot wider than most of the other girls as well.
Yeah, you see 2 foot wide, definitely a lot more with all of the guys. Let's see where she turns here. It's hard to tell where she's turning there, but looking really strong. And
didn't like the look of that bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from this angle how late she is. Whatever it was, she didn't like the look of. We'll have a look on this replay here.
And I think that because she has a viable backup, Sasha Denyaskaya would be the last off the dock. She has a backup of 50.6 compared to Maisa Jakobsen's 48.9. Both of them tying for the lead with 51.2. And there it is, confirmed Maisa Jakobsen 51.2, tying with Sasha Denyaskaya with the same distance, 168 feet. Linda Polidarova penned in new Czechia women's jump record with 47.9. Scarlett Graham with 42.4 meters with 139 feet. And Kennedy Hansen on 34.1, 112. All right, that concludes the women's jump. We'll go into the men's jump very, very soon. So glad that you've joined us for the festivities here at the Parco
Nautico de Sesa.
Yes, easy for you to say. Parco Nautico de Sesia. And speaking of the Sesia, that's the river that is that meanders its way down towards the western side, and that actually flooded significantly a few years ago, and actually took not only the area around the river but also the facility as well, and it cost a lot of man hours and moolah to get back up to operational status.
Yeah, I know. If we'd have been sat here during the flood, we'd have been sat up to our knees in water for sure. I mean, look at the amount of Goodman skis on that list there. Wow, you know, Goodman definitely the ski of choice for a lot of these jumpers.
Except for the cat, Francisco Calderola.
Yeah, you know, so, I mean, Goodman skis have, you know, they've been around for a long time, and
I mean, they were the innovator of the long jump ski.
Yeah, I mean, along with Scott Ellis, you know, who definitely brought in the idea of longer jump skis. A lot of us would be jumping on the skis that you jumped on, right, Tony? What were your set of jump skis that you had? How long were those?
About 75 inches.
Wow, it's not much longer than the slalom ski, right? You know,
pretty much, yeah, pretty much. And every time you hit the jump, you felt it.
Yeah, you're not able to press on those skis, you know, quite as much as these 95-inch jump skis. Some of these guys are on 95-inch jump skis, you know. It starts to become a problem of travel at that point.
Yeah, it does, and those baggage fees are no joke.
No, always trying to find a trick to get out of those extra baggage fees. As we watch Dom come in for his first jump, he's chose 57, letter U, on this 2025 Ski Nautique. No, looking a little early there, you know.
But still able to get a good amount of float at the end of that jump, though.
Yeah, you know, I think he's just looking to put a score on the board on the first jump. You know, he's looking safe enough. Now he'll decide what he wants to do. He's just got to, you know, the view of the lake, the view of everything, and he'll go from there now. You know, he'll bring it down for sure. I'd be surprised if he doesn't. He wants to see, hey, how was the wind? You can see here he's just started to drift in a little bit. You can see his skis pointing at the bank rather than the ramp. And man, he's so early there. He was just lifting off just to make sure he didn't go over the left corner. Nevertheless, a decent jump, you know, but he'll be definitely looking for more. You can just see how he comes in there. That's a 48.7 meter jump, 160. So definitely looking for some more there.
Yep, a decent looking jump, and 48.7. About a 160-foot jump.
Yeah, I'm not sure of Dom's PB, but it's definitely high 50s, if not just into the 60s. So yeah, he's definitely wants more. As we see our next competitor there, Vincenzo Marino, looking to put his statement on jump. I know he wanted a little more out of slalom this weekend, so he's definitely fired up, ready to go for this jump event. As we watch Dom coming in for his second jump, definitely bringing it down a little further. So I would say about 650, something like that.
And here he comes, just trying to stay loose on that line, so the switch hits him now, but he was way too early to take that jump.
Yeah, another early jump there. I think he's looking on the bank there to a coach,
or to find some visual viewpoint so he can actually time the next jump a little better.
Yeah, we've got Sasha on the bank. He's, they seem to be traveling together to a couple of these events. So that's the coach for. It's great to travel in pairs at least. Sasha, Dom, and Ali seems to have traveled a little bit to the last couple of events, which is great to see. And as we see Ryan Dodd getting ready there, that's our open men's jump record holder within an insane jump. He just looks early, really. I mean, he took the last jump, and he was early as well. He turned and he was committed more to that jump, I think, and knowing that you have a score on the board, you're like, okay, hey, I need to make some adjustments on the next jump, and we'll go from there.
And that side adjustment is just one of the challenges in trying to make some adjustments between one jump and the other, because you've got to factor how much power that engine is going to throw in your general direction, when you click that jump switch.
Yeah, I mean, you've got, I think I'm right in saying that we had the upgrade of a 3-blade prop on the Nautique just a couple of years ago. They got that ratified, and I think that shows in the amount of people going far. I mean, just the World Championships that were here, just over 8 months ago or something, the amount of people going over 65 meters was insane. There was some really, really good jumping. The boat sounds really strong.
That are you 2 foot wide. Here he comes, Dominic Kuhn.
Yeah, looking in a similar spot there at the 7. See if he can stay calm in this turn. Here's
Too
Dom.
early again.
Yeah, he just looks early. I mean, the conditions don't look too changeable. He looks okay. He's looking frustrated there for sure.
So we got 9 jumpers in this elimination round. Only 8 go through to the final, and it's looking increasingly likely that only a jump of 48.7 is and above is needed in order to secure a spot through to the next round.
Yeah. So only one of the guys comes out of this elimination round, and 48.7. I'm not sure that's going to be it, unfortunately. There's definitely, I think the Dom definitely left some out on the lake there. So we will see Vincenzo getting ready to head off behind Chris there. Chris, one of the young drivers who we love to see. All the jumpers love Chris's driving, and it's great to see him come over. There's a tournament going on over at his home lake in Arkansas.
Yeah, his father-in-law's driving.
Yeah, Scott Greenwood, another insane jump driver that, who all the jumpers love. And, yeah, well, I think it's hard for us to say as Brits, but, happy 4th of July to the Americans. I'm
American.
You've got your passport. You're, one of those traitors, but it's okay. We'll let you off. You still speak like a Brit anyway. But yeah, happy 4th of July to all those guys. I know that the Greenwoods will be, the Greenwoods, Spavins, and everyone up there will be looking on the webcast for us. So hey to you guys over there.
All right, so moving right along, we've got the Recetto Pro here, the inaugural edition. So great to have this list of sponsors right below us here.
Have you had a chance to have a Nui ice cream yet?
Oh yeah, they're lush.
They're lush. Oh wow, look at you with the lingo. No, I haven't had a chance to get one yet, but I'm sure I will over the course of the rest of the weekend. As we see Dom and Sasha walking back there, not quite maybe what Dom was looking for, but we'll see Sasha skiing tomorrow, both tricks and jump. So, yeah, she's definitely looking forward to her second round, and Dom's just going to be waiting to see
if anyone jumps more than 48.7.
Yeah, it'll be Vincenzo choosing letter V.
V for Vendetta.
V for Vincenzo would be more apt, right? But here we go. He's a 3/4 cut here. Looking good so far. I mean, Vincenzo looking... Yeah, nice safe jump there for Vincenzo.
That's got to be over 50.
I would say that was over 50 meters for sure. His home side, he's definitely skiing here a lot. He's originally from Sicily. He does a lot of skiing up here, though, this being the national side of the Italian Federation.
But a long way from home, Sicily being all the way down there and Recetto being all the way up here.
Yeah, so it's definitely a drive, but Vincenzo spending a lot of time up here, I'm sure. Looking good, maybe if he could bring it down a little bit, keep that edge through the ramp, keep moving, that'd be great for him. As we just wait for the score to come through. That's 52.9, so there you go. He's made his way through to the final right now. And yeah, he's looking to build off that. Just looking like he's getting his shoulders down a little bit. If he could resist the ramp a little more. He's still at 5'6", the 165-meter ramp. The ramp will go up after this, I believe.
After Tim Field.
After Tim Field, so, as we see Tim there, getting his speed suit on. Tim's had an incredible tournament so far. I know.
National men's slalom
record, making it through 10.75 for the first time ever at a pro tournament. It's no easy feat. So, yeah, he's one of the, the young athletes that's on fire. Another one of those Matt Reaney prodigies. And he's an incredible overall athlete as well. He can get high, towards the 10,000 points in tricks, if not more, and definitely looking like a very strong overall athlete. As we see Vincenzo coming in for his second jump, another nice jump there from Vincenzo.
Stomps that one, yeah, that's going to be over 53.5 meters.
Yeah, he's keeping strong through that ramp. Maybe, if he could get a little more width, be a little stronger in his counter cut, get a little wider, get a little more time to get some speed. He'll be definitely pushing towards that 60-meter barrier.
And there is Francisco Calderola getting ready to assert his authority upon this event. He'll be our first jumper off the dock at the 1.80 ramp height.
Yeah, you see Vincenzo just letting his shoulders come a little open to the boat. That's the thing that you see from so many people. Of the jumpers, just see him getting open to the boat, and you watch the likes of Ryan Don and Taylor Garcia and Joel Poland, they all are so strong towards that base of the ramp, and Vincenzo just opening up a little bit there. So if you can stay strong all the way through the base of the ramp, you'll see him get a little further, I'm sure, as we just wait for his second jump, see how far that was.
All right, waiting on that distance. He already has 52.9 meters in the bag already off the jump number one, and I would suspect that one is just a skosh further.
Yeah, I think that was just a little bit further. It's in the same region. As we see I believe it was a 54.8 meter jump. Looking good. Hopefully he can get a little more out of it. We'll see what he has been able to do so far this year. But as he comes in for his third jump, maybe he's brought it down a little bit. He seemed to rush that turn, but man, looking strong and safe, I think he maybe rushed the turn just a little bit, and maybe he didn't need to. And we'll see how that was. It looked in a similar spot. Vincenzo jumping into the 58 meter region earlier this year. Last year, so definitely close towards that 60 meter barrier. You just see it rush the turn, maybe a touch. Maybe it's a little later than the previous jumps.
Kind of got crushed a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit of a crush. Maybe he wanted a little more out the ramp. But, a safe jump's a safe jump, right?
Indeed it is. And we're just waiting on just waiting on the distance on that one last jump there. 54.8 on jump number 2. His best thus far. Our penultimate skier in the 1.65 meter ramp height, and it is 5.55, 55.5 meters, a 182. So that ends up being his jumper, his best jump, 182 feet or 55.5 meters as we go to our final skier at the 1.65 meter ramp height. It is going to be none other than Tim Vield. All right, then. And with that best jump, let's send it to Sadie.
Thanks, Tony. We're down here at the jump dock. Vincenzo's just come off the water. Pretty decent score, 54.8. It's a good starting point, and you've made it through to finals now. So run us through that set.
Oh, pretty good. Actually, I'm feeling 55.5 at the last one, so pretty good. Had a rough start of the season with some crashes, so that's why I'm doing 3/4. Wish I had doubles ready, but I need to trust the process, and hopefully doubles are going to be ready for potty. We'll see.
Yeah, doing 3/4 is pretty hard to boot out a big one, but you did a great job. You're building, and it's a good start. Tomorrow, I'm sure we'll see you put the pressure on a little bit more and have some fun out there.
Yeah, can't wait.
Thanks, guys. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Tim Vield coming to us out of Germany. Penned in men's national slalom record holder with his score of half a buoy at 41 off or 10.25 meters. Cleared 39.5 off, 10.75 meters for the very first time in the first round of this tournament, the Recetto Pro. 57K, letter X, boat path split. Here he is, setting himself up. Jump number 1. Launching himself there. Wonderful looking jump there. And this is the jumper who last season jumped over 60 meters for the very first time. So just launching himself into the jump and off it. So last season, his personal best jump right here at the World Championships was a 68.1 meters, and he's within about 6 meters of that with 63.8, 63.8. $63.8. So looking tremendous out there with a new lead distance of 63.8 meters. Well into the 200-foot range. And we see Sasha Denyaskaya look through her previous jumps. And I bet that she is a subscriber to the TWBC YouTube channel as well. Getting live notifications. And also had the ability to chat online with like-minded fans of the sport during the course of this event. Staying light on the line. Here he comes. Tim Veal being pushed onto the bottom right-hand corner and just absolutely launches a bomb out there. His personal best is 68.1 meters set this time last year at the same venue, the Parco Nautico de Sassia, home of the Italian National Waterski Federation. Just sending it down there. 63.8 meters and a fantastic effort. It is 66.5, 218 feet. 66.5, 280. And with that, let's send it to Sadie.
Okay, guys, jump dock here. We're with Sasha. You've just come off the water, 51.2. Pretty good starting round. I know we just had a chat and you said you just felt a little bit all over the place. I think a lot of that can come from it's pretty hot out. You've been at the lake all day, slalom this morning. So run us through that set.
Well, the conditions are really good. The boat is good. Drivers is awesome. So I feel like I was very excited and couldn't put it together. It's okay. I know. I watched the video. I know what I need to improve, and it's on up from here.
Well, that's it. I think going back and looking at what you've done in the past and then just correcting that for tomorrow. Look, through to the finals, last off the dock, enjoy the moment, and we'll see you out there tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Back to you, Tony.
All right, then, here we go, folks. This is Tim Veal, 2 jumps to the good. His best jump is 66.5. His personal best is 68.1. So he's within 3 meters of his PB. Here he comes. A little earlier on this one, but able to get a little bit more height as a result. And I kind of suspect he came up a little bit short of his best jump on the jump number 3, but a decent set all the way around there, Aaron.
Yeah, no, that was an incredible set there. So I just had to step away for a second. But, you know, I was watching and man, this guy is such an incredible young athlete, and I'm excited to see where it takes him. Just, you could see he was pushing towards the base of that ramp just to try and get those few extra meters. He definitely wants to be pushing towards that 60-meter barrier. I'm not sure. I don't think he's quite done it yet. He definitely has. Sorry, I don't know what I'm saying, but that was a 63.9. He just looks so strong. 66.5 on his second jump.
So 3 consistently long jumps, all of them over 200 feet.
I mean, it was not that long ago that someone went 200 foot, and you were like, damn, you know. So to see a young athlete, even on his worst jump, going way over 200 feet is an incredible feat, you know. So I'm excited to see what we've got from Tim in the next few years. And the ramp's going to be going up to 6 foot now, so I'm sure the people who have already been are already thinking about going up to 6 foot. I know Tim is definitely thinking about that. You know, he's still, you know, in the under 17 category, so he's got, you know, a little more time to think about that. And with that, let's go dockside with Sadie.
All right, guys, we're here dockside with Tim. He's just gotten off the water, 66.5. How are you feeling after that?
Honestly, everything feels good. The lake feels super dialed. I just have to get my timing. And I forgot to put my tape on my heels, so it was a super scary set, but made it work.
Yeah, okay. Forgetting something in jump, it can definitely play on the mind a little. So I'm glad to see you're okay. You got through that set, and next time we won't forget. Yep.
Yeah, definitely not.
Let's keep moving. Back to you, Tony.
All right there. So some problems with the tape on his heels. What's up with that?
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't know why he forgot. You know, that's something that I've seen a lot of jumpers taping heels, and basically what it does, you know, with the pressures of jumping, I mean, physical pressures, not mental pressures. It's you take
It's just an additional ligament, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, you've got a lot of pressure going through your heel. So when you tape your heel, basically what you're doing, you're squashing all of the skin and, you know, the muscle around the heel bone, just to give you a little more cushioning, you know, when you're hitting the ramp and when you're landing. Obviously, Tim forgot to do that, but it didn't seem to affect him too badly. Hopefully, his heels are still feeling good, as we see some good jumping here from
Francisco Calderola.
And our first men's jumper to go over the 6-foot ramp. Man, I'm looking forward to the jumping that's coming up, Tony.
Yes, indeed. His personal best jump is about a 63.3 meter jump. He did that in Lughetto Slalom Cup over in Spelonga. He's backed it up last season with a jump distance of 63 meters, so he's been consistent in that vein. That 63-meter jump that I mentioned was right here in Recetto.
And look at just the power that he had off that jump ramp then. You know, you could really see him as a strong extension of that jump ramp. You know, he's definitely been doing squats in the gym for sure.
62.2.
As we see a 62.2 meter jump there. You know, that's a great jump for him. You know, he looks like he's got more in the tank for sure.
Certainly. And if he can get above a 63 and a half, maybe 64 meter jump, then I tell you what, he will put himself in a nice position going forwards.
Yeah, for sure. So the goal of prelims is always to put yourself into the final, right? So he's done that. You know, he can now have a little breather. He knows he's skiing tomorrow. As we see that ski nautique accelerate up to 57 kph. He's chosen letter T. You know, and the times are a big part of everything. You know, we have re-rides, and the driver has the authority to change that if he feels necessary, obviously with the input of the skier. As we see him out wide, making a nice easy turn and building all the way through.
Oh, look at that. Better looking jump there.
Really nice jump there, you know.
That's going to be on the cusp of 64 meters, I would believe.
Yeah, it's definitely further than his second jump. Maybe just adjusting his knee braces a little bit there. Looking really good. Really, really solid second jump. Even with more in the tank, I would say. The boat judge clapping him there as wow.
It's a new personal best of 213 feet or 64.8.
64.8 meters. And there's definitely more to come from this guy. From Francisco, you know, you see him just, you know, he could get a little more out the ramp, keep moving towards that left-hand side, and yeah, looking really strong there.
Fantastic skiing, and he's only 0.7 of a meter behind Tim Wild at this point.
Yeah, you know, look at the height he gets off that jump ramp there. You know, really strong kick there. If he can just delay that kick ever so slightly, keep his angle through the jump ramp, you know, maybe he'll get a couple more meters. But we'll see. There we see Calderola there with 64.8. Tim Wild with an insane jump there of 66.5. You know, Tim could go further as well. We've still got, there's all the jumpers who have been so far have got a little more in the tank, I believe. You know, I've yet to see someone who, you know, can really, really push the limits, and I'm so excited. The jump conditions look so good out there. Nice little headwind.
Here he comes, Francisco Calderola in personal best territory with 64.8 meters. He's got one more jump. He's going to send this now. He is going to send this. Not quite as far.
Yeah, just didn't quite get everything out the ramp. I thought, man, here we go, just as you were saying. But didn't quite get everything out of the jump ramp as maybe he did on the previous one. But there's some really good jump in there. You know, I think he knows that the cut of the last one was it. Maybe I don't know if you noticed, but in the counter cut he just dropped his shoulders forward a little bit. Maybe you know, if something goes wrong in the counter cut, you're just worried about your confidence a little bit. So let's have a look on this replay here. You know, gets himself composed again over the skis. coming really strong through that cut there and just crushed just a little bit, you know, into the ramp there. Not quite gaining everything off the ramp, but it's still a 64.1 meter jump.
Which would have been a personal best a few minutes ago had that 64.8 meter jump not have materialized.
Yeah, I mean, look how strong he is through this cut here. And then just crushing ever so slightly on the jump ramp, you know, still an incredible jump still nonetheless. But I think he's got more in the tank for sure.
And such great conditions here as well over in Recetto. I mean that those jumps from Brandon Shipper and last year at the World Championships are still a fresh memory.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've never seen more energy on the lake than when Brandon Shipper goes out. And I remember, I think it was his second jump or something, maybe his first jump. I think he'd
only just stepped off the plane.
Not long landed, you know, in Milan, and he just put some insane jumps down, and the energy that guy brings is absolutely insane, as we said on over to Sadie. Just while we wait for Sadie there, you know,
Hey guys, we're back on the jump dock. Francisco's just finished, come off the water. How'd you feel out there? I know you jumped 64.8. What'd you feel like?
First time that I jumped this distance, of course, the first tournament in my season this year, so I took too many energy for my training this autumn, so I'm so happy for the results go back.
I mean, 64.8 put you through to the final, so tomorrow you can come out and you can see if you can go a little further, maybe?
I will do more, sure.
I like that, okay? Back to you, Tony.
Back to you, Tony.
Fantastic, and you begin to wonder if he just took one more espresso
Man, the Italians love their espresso, right? You know, you still see Tim there at the top of the leaderboard.
Not only do I love their espresso shots, but what about the limonata as well? Oh my word, that is that is dangerous.
As we see Toby Georges from Argentina coming in. This is another really strong jumper, putting a nice first jump out there. I spoke to him over the weekend, and his training up to now is, I mean, you deal with what you have, right? You know, it's a little cold in Argentina right now. It's obviously the southern hemisphere. This is their winter. It's a little cooler. He's not had too many jump sets. You know, there's another jumper who's pushing towards that 230, you know, really pushing towards that 70 meters. And a solid jump there, you know.
His best jump last season is 64.4.
64.4, you know, he definitely wants some more, I'm sure. I think him getting over 200 foot, is it's the immediate goal, but you know that's in his rearview mirrors now, and he wants to head towards that 230 with a 61.9. That's 203 feet.
But that was recorded with a fast time.
So yeah, I mean it's a fast time. It still proves that he can do it.
Now, if he outstrips that distance with either of the two remaining jumps, then there won't be any re-ride going his way. However,
so the rule is so we see it's turned out that it's no fast time there. It's just a little blip in the system, but no problems there for him. And we're looking good for everything's as normal for Toby coming into his second jump here. You know, maybe brought it down a little bit, going at about 650, turned about 650 there, and staying nice.
Here he
over
comes.
His skis. Nice.
He's later.
He's definitely later. Who's pushing there?
Yeah, he didn't quite get his legs underneath him on that jumper, despite the fact that he was pushing significantly later and got more speed as a result.
Yeah, he was definitely pushing through those wakes a little bit. You know, if he could maybe turn in the same spot and relax a little more, I think that's where you see his lack of experience in the past couple of weeks. You see him turn nicely there. He's nice and calm in the turn, but he's like, okay, I've got to go. And he's really pushing there. You see that right ski just wobbling ever so slightly towards that ramp. That's just a it's a perfect sign of pushing there. Not quite as far on that jump, I would say.
That ski wasn't all that stable either.
Yeah, I mean, as we see his jump come in of 59.9, which is not a bad jump, but if he can just relax a little more through the wakes and get a little more kick through the jump ramp, he's definitely going to be up towards that 65 meters for sure.
All right, one more jump at his disposal. The current best jump that we've seen so far in this competition up on your screen right there with the leaderboard with Tim Wild with 65.5. Francisco Calderola 64.9 and Georges with 61.9.
Yeah, that's the youngest competitor of this category leading.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I'm so excited to see Tim in the future as an overall skier, not just as a jumper.
And comes from very healthy pedigree as well. I mean, you remember the likes of Stefan Wild, the very, very first world junior overall champion.
Yeah, he's definitely got a lot more to come. As we see Toby come in for his third and final.
Better. Look at this.
Definitely better. He was definitely so much calmer through the wakes then. I think he turned in a very similar spot, and he learned, hey, I just need to stay calm through these wakes. Let the boat do its work, and I'll do my work. Don't fight the boat.
Exactly, because that zero off will kick in with the jump switch, but you gotta know how to do it.
Yeah, and I love Chris's drive in. I have jumped behind Chris, and it just feels nice. And having that confidence of the driver and the boat in sync with yourself, you can see in this jump that Toby had the confidence just to take this jump, even though he was towards the bottom right-hand corner. He still had the confidence, and he could have got more out of the ramp, but it's a good jump as we see the score come up of 64 meters.
And that jump of 64 meters ties his second best jump last season.
Yeah, so throw out the door what I was saying about the lack of training. Toby's definitely got more in the tank, I would say, and he's looking forward to jumping tomorrow for sure. But, hopefully the conditions are similar to today. Just got that very slight head breeze. As we see Igor Morozov, who has a very unique style of his own, as we will see in a moment. As we see all the other jumpers getting ready, Edo getting in the mindset there.
All right then, as Igor Morozov takes to the water and starts his challenge, let's send it to Sadie.
All right, guys, we're dockside here with Tobias. He's just gotten off the water. Massive jump of 64 meters. Tell us how you felt out there.
Yeah, I'm really happy. Conditions are perfect. I don't know, I was trying to gain confidence, slowly getting better, but I struggled a little bit, but I'm happy with that one.
Yeah, well, I mean, now you're through to finals. That last jump, you definitely look a little bit more comfortable. You toned it down a little bit, able to get your feet underneath you, and nice score to put out there just to move into finals with some confidence.
Yeah, thank you. Hope tomorrow gets better and go for maybe a PB.
I like the sound of that. All right, guys, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then, and anything over 64.4 meters on that basis, will be a happy camper. All right, Recetto Pro Waterski Pro Tour Stop number 6 coming to you live from Parco Nautico di Sesia. This is the Recetto Pro, the very first edition. And on the water, a legend in terms of tournament waterski jumping, this is Igor Morozov.
Yeah, no, I was talking about that unique style of Igor Morozov. We see that right ski come up just after his turn in the counter. And we won't quite see it from the drone shot there, but man, this is a very, very strong jumper. It's many a world finals.
Whoa! He's all kinds of discombobulated.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've spoken a few times about jumpers just pushing through the wakes, and Igor being a very, very, very strong jumper, physically as well. He maybe just trying to fight the boat a little bit. If he can just relax a little bit through the wakes. Maybe he was a little late here. It looks like he rushed the turn ever so slightly. You can see that right ski going, and he's like, oh, and that's where the slip comes from, is him pushing on the right ski. That's a 48 meter jump. So he's definitely looking for a little more out of jump 2, and I think he's learned where he needs to be on the, with the conditions, with the wind. That's the thing with jump 1, right? You look in, see what the wind's at, see where we are.
Oh,
that's a slip if you've ever seen one before, right?
Absolutely. So that was Igor Morozov, jump number 1. He has 2 more jumps at his disposal, and on dockside we're looking at future Dr. Luca Rockenwald getting ready, as well as Ryan Dodd.
Luca being a past Raging Cajun as well.
Yeah.
He spent a couple of years over in Louisiana. We were both Raging Cajuns as well, Been undefeated since, 2019. So big ups to the Raging Cajun Waterski team over in Louisiana Lafayette. As we see Igor Morozov come in for his second jump.
Oh, look at that. Much better turn. He's getting pushed onto the bottom. Oh, look at this. He launches.
Much better. Stayed over his feet a little more in the turn. He was a touch late. He was really close to that right-hand corner, if I might say so. Maybe we'll see what the distance was. It was definitely in the mid-60s for sure. Definitely got a kick off the ramp, but I don't know. Maybe he wants to check his shorts a little bit.
Assuming he has any shorts on.
Yeah. And, let's see. It's just not quite getting everything out the ramp. It looks like a strong jump.
You stood up at the right place.
He didn't push nowhere near as much through the wakes and towards the ramp. That's why he got more distance. As a 65.4 meter jump, 215, you can see that there's more in the tank there.
That's only 10 centimeters shy of Tim Vield's best jump.
Man, and can we just say that Tim Veal last weekend making his first pro jump podium in second spot. It was insane jumping from him last weekend. I don't know what he's on right now, but I think the rest of the jumpers want a piece of it. He's on fire in terms of all events of skiing right now. It reminds me of a young Joel Poland.
Mm-hmm.
Joel being...
Well, Joel Poland's still relatively young.
Yeah, but, I'm talking like a young Joel Poland. He was really, Joel was the guy to beat growing up. And I'm excited. I can't say enough. I'm really excited for what Tim has got to bring to the table. As we watch Igor coming in for his third and final...
Ooh.
Just hop in the corner there. Maybe he was a little late or he didn't like something. But we will see Igor tomorrow afternoon. He's definitely looking to put some pressure on his old pal Ryan Dodd, and we'll see what he's got to give as we see our next competitor on the dock, Luca Raukenwald, getting everything on, getting ramped up, getting ready to go put on a show for us. I'm sure he will. Luca's another one of these young jumpers who's really pushing it, and I think Luca's really looking for that 230. But we see Igor on this third and final, again pushing a little bit. I think he was just a little late. He decided by the time he turned to let go, I expect there. But we'll see.
Just kind of auditioning where his timing should be come tomorrow.
Yeah, I think he was testing the limits there a little bit, see where he could get to. Maybe come a final, he might have took something like that, but we will see, right? Only time will tell.
Yes, indeed. That Asia song coming back into play.
I know, right? So, another young and up-and-coming jumper, 3-time Masters participant, Luca Raukenwald.
At least 3 times.
At least 3 times. I'm not sure about his junior, but I'm talking open here. And yeah, he has a great people around him. He's took the opportunity to go and study to be a doctor.
He is 2 years removed from becoming a doctor, having spoken to him a little bit, and then after that he'll take on a residency, and after that he will go to his desired specialty, which he indicated to me has his orthopedic surgeon.
And
we need plenty of those.
Around this sport, for sure. But to be studying to be a surgeon and be a high-level athlete, that takes some mental capacity that few have. He is a very committed young man, and man, I have a lot of respect for Luca. He decided to come away from the collegiate life in Lafayette to study his dream of becoming a doctor, and at the same time, he's an incredible jumper, and I'm excited to see this jump set. He's chosen letter Z.
Z or Z?
You're English, Tony. We choose Z. As we see him here, he's nice and wide. Look at this. Oh, a good first jump there from Luca. Nice and easy. Put a score down. Get it there. I spoke to him after he's had a couple of practice sets here, and he's excited. He's spent so much time with Chris, and he loves Chris's driving. I think there's so much to be said for the confidence of the skier behind the driver and the boat. It's unprecedented. And as we see Luca come in here for his second jump, he's looking so strong there. Maybe he could bring it down just a touch, so he can get a little more speed into the base of the ramp there. I'd say that was, again, mid-60s, a nice solid jump there for him. We'll wait to see the distance, which is 62.2. Okay, he's got a lot more in the tank for sure.
Jumped 69 meters in the World Championship jump final.
Yeah, that's a 69-meter jump. That's nothing short of incredible jump in there.
226 feet for those of you that better understand feet and inches rather than metric.
Yeah, and as you see Ryan Dodd on the dock there, that's our current world record holder, and our crew there getting rehydrated. Man, it's so hot here in Recetto at the moment. I'd not say quite as hot as in Cesena, but it's toasty. And it's been a long day, and we appreciate everything that these guys do to bring the sport over to the whole world. As we see Luca coming in for his second jump.
62.2 working from here. Here he comes, jump number 2. Better.
A better jump there. Not quite getting everything off the ramp again. I think he wants a little more, but again, it's another solid jump. I think he knows he could get a little more from it.
Pretty decent headwind to help out the jumpers along.
Yeah, it's still there. It's a little up and down, I would say. Just getting your time in is an incredible, it's just the first thing. As we see Luca looking strong on that right ski. There's no push in there. That's a big...
69.1 is best ever jump here.
Wow, that's a season's best for Luca of a 69.1. Man, I don't know. I think he's got way more to give here.
And he's the current European men's jump champion. He won that event last season in Linz.
Wow, so that was an incredible jump there from Luca. Throw everything that I just said out the window. That was a really, really strong jump from him, and I think he knows that there's a little more to give on this jumper set that he's got. He supersedes Tim Wield there by, just not quite 10 feet, but, that's a great jump for him.
Won the European Jump Championship last season in Salmsee in Styreg Linz. He jumped actually 66.2 meters on his way to that victory, and he's already superseded it with whatever he's thrown out there right about now.
So here we go, Luca coming in for his third and final. Looking really nice in that counter cut, staying over his skis there. Nice strong cut. That looked like a picture-perfect jump to me. I don't think I could say much more. Luca's excited. I don't know, but I think this could be further. He's excited for this. Let's see. Is it over that magical 230? He's waiting. We're all waiting. Come on, that was such a good jump there from Luca. It looked great. There's not much that could be said for it. Just waiting for the score to come up for you guys. That's a 69.4, 228.
And I believe that's a new PB?
That is a new PB for Luca. He's happy, but I know what he's chasing right now. He is chasing that 230-foot jump. He wants to be part of the 230-foot club. But, man, look at this. He's so strong. Gets the perfect kick off the ramp. Great air form. He's an incredible jumper.
When he's on, he's on.
He is on. You know, his cousin Carlo Basic, also an incredible jumper. I'm sure Carlo's watching this at home right now, and I can imagine if anyone knows Carlo, he'll be jumping around his living room right now or wherever he's watching it. So big shout out to Carlo. I know
or he might
Carlo
be
is coach, or
he might be messaging a chat message.
Well, you will see. We'll see in the next few minutes if he. But an incredible set there. You know, 2 jumps into the high 220s there for Luca. So good jump. But here we go. This is your world record holder, Ryan Dodd, coming in.
World record was 77.4 meters.
77.4 meters. That's an incredible jump. As we go over.
Yeah, let's send it to Sadie.
Thanks, guys. We're down here at the jump dock with Luca, who's just put out a massive score of 69.4. In the prelims, that's a pretty good way to kickstart the event.
Yeah, pretty good, I would say. I jumped pretty similar in practice. It's just unbelievable here. Like, the boats are good. Chris is unbelievable behind the wheel. The ramp's amazing. It's just, we have a good headwind right now, or couldn't be better conditions.
Well, I mean, I presume you like this side. I remember from Recetto, the world, you jumped 70.5, if I'm correct. So pretty big jumps all around, and I'm pretty excited to see you in the final. You've got yourself into a good little seed, and the top few boys are going to have to hunt you down now.
Exactly, like that's what I wanted to do, get a few good ones in the prelims. Didn't go all the way, like didn't push the limits. Was still middle of the ramp to the left, and so we have a bit left for the final and try push it a little bit more and get redemption for Worlds.
Perfect. So a nice easy set to start with, and there's plenty more left for finals. Hang around for that, guys. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then, here we go. Selecting letter Z or Z. This is a boat Paffa split, and this now is Ryan Dodd, current world men's jump record. Let's see what he can do with the 3 jumps that he has at his disposal. Bam! Look at that.
That's a strong first jump. I don't know, but that's strong. And, yeah, looking like he's just making sure he knows the conditions. He's figuring out what's going on out there. Now we're going to see some big jumps, I feel. You know, that was a big jump, don't get me wrong, but now we're going to see him push the limits for sure.
And a skier who doesn't compete all that often, certainly less than he used to, with the amount of physical toll that this event takes upon one's body, it's hardly surprising. But there you go. That is Ryan Dodd opening up with an absolute bomb out there with a jump number 1, well in excess of 65 meters, I would surmise at this point. Could be even closer to 70 meters. We'll just look at the pressure that he exerts against that Nautique towboat.
Yeah, he's pushing there for sure. I mean, not pushing, not in a bad way, pushing to be top seed. And what you said about Ryan, he definitely picks and chooses the tournaments he wants to go to, and I'm not sure. You have to speak to him as to why, but he's definitely one of the best, if not the best, jumpers we have right now.
66.7 meters on the opening jump.
66.7 meters. So that's a great first jump for him. He's even then he was figuring out the conditions right now and looking strong as we see him come in towards his second jump.
Here he comes. He's got 2 more attempts here. Rampants at 1.8 meters high.
I'm just feeling the breeze in our booth here.
Oh, here we go. Little gust there, Romes.
See if he feels the same. Nice and over his skis. Wow, look at the power he has.
Oh, he was just barely on the ramp by maybe an inch or two.
If it was me, I would say he was just a touch late. Maybe
Just a touch late.
So, like, he just hit the corner. I mean, I was always the jumper of I like to be early. And maybe that's why my jump career didn't take off at all, because I didn't have the cojones. But
oh, look at that.
Man, he was so close to that
He needed
corner.
to keep his knees more bent coming off the second wake just to give that right ski enough room to make it on.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan knows when it's safe and when it's not. If it's not safe, Ryan's not taking it for sure. And
it's still 59.8 meters.
59.8 off a crush. I mean, yeah, it's a good jump, but you know he's looking for more for sure from this third and final.
All right, Ryan Dodd, world record holder, 77.4 meters, 253 feet.
As we see our last jumper there, Edo Morenzi getting psyched up, ready to jump in.
I mean, who would be in his position? He's the last person out, and he's just watching probably the greatest jumper of all time, just launching bombs in your general direction.
If it was me, I'd be taking tips, you know, just taking a watch, seeing what he's doing, having a look at the conditions, seeing what Ryan's feeling out there. And as we see Ryan come in for his third and final, looking really nice and strong on that counter cut, nice and over his skis in the turn.
Oh, look at that. Launches a huge one. Fantastic
that was
looking jump.
Nice jump. He definitely brought it a little bit earlier compared to his second jump, but that was a very, very pretty looking jump. Let's see if the distance comes with it.
Great jump in there from Ryan Dodd. The distance is the main issue coming through, and it is 69.6.
Wow, an incredible jump there from Ryan. He's probably going to be looking for a little more coming into tomorrow. As we look towards tomorrow in the final, he definitely wants a little more. We'd like to look at that.
Half a
I'm
meter.
not even going to try to pick this apart. He gets his perfect angle towards the ramp. He brought it just a touch earlier, I would say, and gets his full extension off the ramp for an incredible 228 jump there.
Yes, and that was half a meter short of what he jumped in the final round of last season's World Waterski Championship. He jumped 70.1 in the final, and that jump was 69.6 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, let's send it over to Sadie.
Okay, guys, we're dockside with Ryan Dodd. You've just come off the water, 69.6. Pretty good first round score. How'd you feel out there?
Hey, I mean, I felt pretty nice in practice, but still I hadn't done a double cut over the jump here. Hadn't done one since last weekend in that sketchy tailwind. So there's still stuff in the back of your head. So I was a bit defensive, but the last jump, I trusted it, and nice and easy, and you know, use the nice lake, the wind, the beautiful boat, and it's a good time.
I mean, the lake, the boat, everything seems like a pretty perfect setting to have a big jump score. I mean, you've just showed us that. I'm pretty excited to see you in finals, and I hope you can get yourself amped up for that. Let everything go and just trust.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then we're down to our final competitor who's already out on the water. It's Eduardo Morenzi.
Yeah, and Edo being the top seed in this jump event, he has the highest of the Pro Tour points. He's one of the few jumpers who went to LA Night Jam, and thus he's the top seed at this event. And I'm excited to see Edo jump. He's really, really amped up his jumping in the past, 5 years, and really committed himself to being a full 3-event skier. I know he travels around a lot with Joel Poland as well. They're really, really good buddies. As we see Edo come in for his counter cut on his first jump, sporting those young Rocket Man jump straps. Nice turn there. Coming in for the first jump. Oh, decent jump there from Edo.
Decent
jump.
but just moving around a little bit too much on the ramp surface. And whenever you put extraneous movement into a jump, you end up losing a whole bunch of distance.
Yeah, another one of the young Italian skiers who skis a lot here at Recetto. His main home being here in Milan.
62.6.
And wow, a 62-meter jump there, a good first jump there for Edo. Maybe a little loose on the ramp and in the air, just a little bit, but I think he's figuring out the wind a little bit, see where it's at, just like the first jump of all the jumpers we've seen so far. He'll make some adjustments and bring it into for the second jump. Looking nice and calm in the turn there, sporting the his first season on Goodman, I believe, for a few years. He's been on the D3s and changing something, and yeah, it seems to be working out for him so far.
Jumped 62.7 meters last season in the World Championships, which were held right here at the Parco Nautico del Sesia in the World Championships. There you see the leaderboard: Dodd, Ruckenwald, Wild, Morozov, and the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear what Ryan said. He said, you know, there was a little bit of a tailwind at Cesena last week, and you know, he was just looking for confidence from this set, and if that was me, he definitely got the confidence from there. Interesting to hear he didn't really take any double cuts over the ramp during practice. Yeah, I guess he's choosing safety, and yeah, as we see Edo coming for his second jump, nice calm turn there, a little bit earlier I would say, but wow, look at that jump.
Positioning himself well over the tips of those skis.
Yeah, he's definitely more controlled through the ramp and in the air. It didn't seem quite as wobbly. Maybe he brought it, you know, a little earlier, and I think he could afford to go just a touch later. If he could split the middle between the two jumps, that would give him, you know, the most possible. A nice calm turn there from Edo, setting the skis and just letting the skis run on rails all the way through that ramp. See, he pretty much hits middle there, so there's definitely, he could go a little later, but wow, look at that jump there, 64 meters, 210 feet, a great jump there for Edo, and really close to his season's best, I believe.
Last season, if he'd have thrown down that jump of 64 meters, that would have been his best jump of last season. His best jump of last season, just in case you're wondering, was at the Travers Cup as part of the World Waterskiers overall event with a 63.4 meter flight.
Yeah, Edo being one of the competitors on the World Waterski overall tour. Him, Joe Poland, Luca, Tim Veal, Dorian Llewellyn, of course. They're all pushing as we see our crowd there, all looking for big jumps behind Edo. Our Italian skier pulling out for his double cut on his third and final. Definitely going to see if he can push the limits here and see what he can get out of this third and final.
Here he comes, our final jump of today's action. It's finals day tomorrow, but before then, here we go. One last jump for Edo Morenzi.
Wow, look at that. Great extension, great.
Yes, he's enjoying the heck out of that one.
Man, he's happy with that, and I definitely was further in my eyes.
That jump might end up being a new personal best there for Edoardo Morenzi.
He's looking back to the scoreboard to see what he's got. This is what we wait for. Here, he sounds happy. We're waiting for the score to come through, but he sounds happy there. Sounds like happy Italians. Happy Italian noises, and damn, there we go. It's 65.9 meters.
New personal best
there for Edo, so congrats on that for him. That's some incredible jump in there from Edo, and I'm excited to hear what he has to say, but man, let's have a look at this jump. It looks like I don't know if he was listening to me, I hope not, because I'm not a jumper, but he split the difference. He went really well there. Nice.
Getting a huge pull off the boat.
Huge pull off the boat. Kept his angle all the way through the ramp. You know, he's hitting, you know, just right of middle. It's a nice, comfortable spot. He has the confidence to push through the ramp there. He's not too early, looking great.
Engages the switch pretty late.
Yeah, you know, there's not much to pull apart here. Looking really good, getting everything off the ramp that he needs to, and for a new personal best. So congratulations to Edo for that.
All right, then. And one last time, let's send it to Sadie.
Thanks, Tony. Okay, we're back on the dock. Last skier of the day, last skier out of the men's prelim. You went out there. There were some big scores that were put up before you, and I think you rose to the occasion beautifully. I mean, a 2-meter PB is pretty incredible for the prelims.
Yeah, I mean, when I found out that was like top 10 jump, I was like, man, something's wrong here. But yeah, I was definitely like hyped up seeing Luca, seeing Ryan, seeing Tim going so big, and I'm like, you know what, like I can get there, and like, man, 209 has been my PB for like 3 years. I did it like 9 times. So like happy to like finally and like do it at home with all my coaches in the boat is like makes it more special, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no better feeling than breaking a milestone, especially on your home turf. It's a pretty awesome feeling. You're through to the finals. You've got yourself in a good seating, and I know you just said that there's lots more in the tank, and hope we can see that in finals.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot more, and man, 1 more meter than Italian record. So putting on that tomorrow.
Well, you guys had it here. Enjoy your afternoon, and back to you, Tony.
Fantastic skiing there from Edoardo Morenzi, and he took a whole big chisel to that milestone, certainly.
Yeah, no, I mean, only 1 meter, you know, that's really close to the Italian record, and that's definitely going to be on his mind. I think Edo has more in the tank. He could bring it down a little later. As we look at the jump leaderboard here with Ryan Dodd in the lead with a 69.6 to 228. Very close to Luca Raukenwald with a 69.4, who is also 228, and Tim Wield in third with another incredible jump of 66.5.
And Edo Morenzi with a 65.9 meters. Igor Morozov just half a meter behind with 65.4. 64.8 for Francisco Calderola, his best jump ever. Tobias Georges, his season's best of 64 meters. Vincenzo Marino doing a fine job with 55.5. And Dominic Kuhn, the one and only one person that will not be a part of the festivities in the jump final. He jumps 48.7. All right, so we're done with day 2 of 3. 10:30 start tomorrow morning. Trick, slalom, and jump in that order. We're in the finals. So fantastic skiing. What have you enjoyed most out of it, Aaron?
Man, I enjoyed being out on the water today myself. There was I think overall there's been some incredible skiing, you know, no matter what event it is. Slalom, trick jump, both the men and women have really knocked it out of the park. Personally, I'd like to thank the officials for hosting a great event. The conditions are great out there, and I mean, that was my personal highlight is being out there on the water today. You know, things felt great, and to see everyone else pushing the barriers of what's possible is incredible, and I'm really excited for tomorrow for the full festivities of skiing in all 3 events.
And we'll continue to push the possibilities of what's possible out there when we come back tomorrow morning at 10:30 for the 3rd day of 3. Finals day, we're going to go with tricks, slalom, and then jump in that order, starting at 10:30 tomorrow morning. So on behalf of everyone here who has a stake in ensuring that this competition is a complete and unbridled success, the Recetto Pro, the inaugural edition, on the behalf of those folks, and including the production team here at TWBC, my name is Tony Lightfoot. You've been a great audience. Have a good night, and it's ciao for now.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac,
At the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous Waterski hotspots.